Chapter 1, I'm Qin He, very weak. Douluo mainland. Notting City. At the entrance of Notting Junior College. With a light break, a luxurious carriage stopped at the door of Notting Junior College. The door curtain was lifted, and a 6-year-old child in luxurious clothes walked out of the car with no expression. The child's eyes narrowed slightly, as if not awake, as if he were no different from ordinary children. However, when the child appeared, his body seemed to have his own aura, which caused the audience to exclaim in surprise. So strong, who is this kid? It should be young Master Qin He who passed by just now. Master Qin He deserves to be the son of the city lord of Notting City. I heard that young Master Qin He is a super genius. He shines in the sky immediately after he was born, and his spirit power within a radius of 10 miles was completely absorbed. Not only that, I heard that even the Spirit Hall knows of young Master Qin He's talents, and he has set good conditions before starting the martial spirit test. I want to win young Master Qin He. Countless great forces are thinking of marrying young Master Qin He, they are all famous families. Prince Qin He is only 6 years old, how can the gap between this person and this person be so big? Why go to school after crossing the Douluo continent? I just want to have a good sleep. Qin He was helpless and even had a headache. That's right, Qin He was originally a college student. After staying up all night to play games, a glow of light flashed and he crossed into the world of Douluo continent somehow. The owner of this body is also called Qin He. His identity is extremely noble. His father Qin Zhan is a level 54 Soul King, the city lord of Notting City, and his Qin He family is the only son. Not only that, Qin He also discovered that after crossing over, he also bound a system. The system becomes stronger when you sleep. As long as you fall asleep, your strength will increase, and you will also understand some skills from time to time. The Douluo continent is a world of martial souls. Everyone is born with a martial soul. The higher the level of the martial soul, the more powerful it is. The level ceiling of this world should be 99, called Limit Douluo. As for level 100, it is the level of becoming a god. Ever since, Qin He, who is 6 years old this year, has reached the upper limit of the system. Glancing at the current system panel, Qin He couldn't help being a little big. Name, Qin He. Grade, LV1000. That's right, it's such a simple and rude level, 1000. There was no redundant introduction to the system, nor did Qin He awaken any martial spirit. Even Qin He himself didn't know how strong he was. He only remembered that he had secretly went to the Tiandu forest to stretch his fists, but with a punch, only a little soul power was used to form a huge pit with a radius of 500 meters. Since then, Qin He has never made another move, and in order not to expose his daily life, Qin He has almost focused all his attention on suppressing power. He was really scared. He killed a title Douluo with a wave of his hand, and then what kind of powerful person was this title Douluo, attracting more people to avenge him? How could he live a stable life after such a routine? But the problem was that even if Qin He suppressed it with all his strength, the powerful spirit power aura on his body would still inevitably reveal. Standing there at will, even with a blank face, gives people a sense of incomprehension, and at first glance it looks like a genius. When he was only 6 years old, he had already been pushed to the forefront of the storm. Countless forces were concerned about his martial arts awakening, and wanted to win Qin He first. Master, it's time for a Wuhan test. At this moment, a young girl in black and white maid uniform reminded Qin He, who was in a daze, with a sweet voice. Qin He, who was thinking about things as he walked, couldn't help but raise his head. Is the martial spirit awakening ceremony? This is a good opportunity. As long as I suppress the martial spirit to an ordinary level, those big forces should not pay attention to me. At this moment, Qin He's mind flashed this thought. Being concerned is a very troublesome thing. The most important thing is that it will disturb one's sleep. After binding the system, Qin He has become accustomed to the lazy life of lying lazily and doing nothing. Sleeping is such a happy thing. Let him rise? It's impossible to rise up, as long as you don't disturb my sleep. Everything is easy to say. Everyone in Douluo continent awakens Wuhan in the Wuhan Hall when he is 6 years old. Martial spirits have animals, plants, and utensils. Different martial spirits have different powers and functions. Therefore, some martial spirits are too weak to be called waste martial arts. For everyone in Douluo continent, the awakening of the spirit hall is the most important moment in their lives. But for Qin He, it was just a cut scene. Qin He would definitely not deliberately awaken a disused martial arts soul, because the pre-installation was so forceful, but now it is suddenly disbanded, which will make Qin He receive more attention. The waste material counterattacks such a character set, or leave it to the protagonist. Qin He, as long as he controls his degree, awakens a relatively good martial arts soul, and satisfies the curiosity of those people. The large nodding college square was already bustling with teenagers and girls coming to test. The Wuhan test is conducted once a year by the Wuhan Hall. As the largest junior college in Notting City, Notting College has countless soul masters born every year. So in Notting College, there is also a branch of Wuhan Hall, and it is much more lively than the small village below. In the center of the square at this time, only a handsome young man with sword eyebrows and stars, dressed in a white costume, burst out with a lone wolf spirit behind him, full of momentum. Under Su Yun Tao, the 25th level beast spirit great spirit master. One white and one yellow, 2 spirit rings rose from his body. At the same time, Su Yun Tao's figure swelled rapidly, full of power. Seeing this scene, many children were stunned and took a step back, with fear in their eyes, as well as admiration and curiosity. Under the maintenance of the teachers in the square, the crowd gradually calmed down, and children lined up to test Wuhan. Tollman Su Yun Tao is online. Su Yun Tao, the special tool for Wuhan Hall, is responsible for awakening the existence of Wuhan to the children in each village. In the original book, this big man awakened the spirit of Tang San to the protagonist, and also commented that Lan Yinko, the spirit of martial art, was a waste of spirit. In the end, Tang San became a god, and his face was almost swollen. At this time, Su Yun Tao watched a child walk forward blankly. The golden light flashed slightly, covering the child. Innate Soul Power Level 3, Wuhan Kitten. Announcing the results of the Wuhan test, Su Yun Tao had no fluctuations in his heart. As an old driver who has tested countless children, he clearly knows that the child in front of him may become a soul master, but his achievements are destined not to be too high. Innate soul power is lacking, martial soul sticks, you can't become a soul master. 5th level of innate soul power, Wuhan Lan Yinko. Waste Wuhan. After the children tested one by one, Su Yun Tao became more disappointed as he went to the back. Even in a big city like Notting City, the best talent is not so common. I heard that Qin He, the son of the Lord of Notting City, is quite extraordinary. I hope he can give me a little surprise. Thinking in his heart, Su Yun Tao couldn't help but look towards Qin He. I saw Qin He expressionless and calm, completely different from other children's cowering behavior when they saw the lone wolf spirit. It deserves to be a genius boy who is well known in Notting City. This Qi training is far beyond ordinary children. Chapter 2, Sorry, I didn't control it. Su Yun Tao secretly praised in his heart, remembering the commission of the Bishop of Wuhan Hall Salas. Test Wuhan for Qin He, if the other party has excellent talents, immediately notify him to come over. Qin He's father, Qin Zhan, was a level 54 Soul King powerhouse, a martial soul fierce tiger. This was an extremely domineering martial soul. Generally speaking, Wuhan can be inherited. As the son of the strong Soul King, the probability of Qin He inheriting the fierce tiger Wuhan is undoubtedly very huge. Coupled with the various miracles after Qin He was born, it is a genius at first glance, so unpredictable, this must be a proper genius. At the same time, in the VIP seats in the square, a middle-aged man in black robes was sitting on an imperial armchair, with extraordinary momentum. This person is Qin He's father, Qin Zhan. There are also a few people sitting behind the tables on the left and right. They are also the patriarchs of the major nobles, and Zhao Chong, the dean of Notting College, are famous figures in Notting City. Dean Zhao, my son, Qin He, will be staying at your Notting College for a long time. I will ask you to take care of it when that happens. The middle-aged man in the black robe, Qin He's father, Qin Zhan, laughed heartily at this time, and his heart was secretly refreshed. In the Wuhan test at Notting College this time, most of the people who came were the children of noble families. Facing the coercion of the lone wolf martial soul summoned by Su Yuntao, the other noble children behaved badly, even those who were scared to urinate. But his son of Qin Zhan is neither humble nor arrogant, calm, this contrast has emerged. The city lord is joking, and the son is very capable. Where can I take special care of the old man? The city lord really gave birth to a good son. Dean Zhaochong is half compliments and half telling the truth. Qin He is really extraordinary. Having never seen each other before, Zhao Chong still thinks what a 6-year-old child can do is definitely an exaggeration. Thinking about it now, this Qin He's future is simply limitless. You know, children who have not yet awakened, faced with the pressure of the 25th level Great Spirit Master, rarely do not feel afraid. Being able to easily withstand the pressure of Su Yuntao's martial soul shows that Qin He's martial soul is of extremely high grade. Hehe, what's the use of being calm? Wait for the martial arts test, the most important thing is to be able to awaken the martial arts. On the side, an old man, who should be a little nobleman in Notting City, said sourly at this time. As soon as the Wuhan test started, his son was scared to pee his pants by Su Yuntao's spirit, and awakened a very weak martial arts spirit. Compared with Qin He, he was simply ashamed. Lu Xiang, are you itchy and beaten? Hearing that someone ridiculed his son with a strange yin and yang, Qin Zhan's eyes flashed fiercely, and a tiger-like aura exuded, making the other party shiver involuntarily. The old man made a mistake, please forgive me, the lord. The old man apologized in a hurry, cold sweat shed. The confrontation on the VIP seat did not affect the progress of the Wuhan test. Soon, it was Qin He's turn to play, and everyone's eyes were focused on the thin figure in the square. Master Qin He, please step forward. Su Yuntao wiped his sweat and looked at Qin He softly. The golden light flickered, and the spirit power surged on the crystal ball, covering Qin River in it. The next moment, before Su Yuntao could react, a shocking beast roar sounded in the center of the square. Roar! With a loud roar, behind Qin He, a giant tiger with white forehead dangling eyes looked down on sentient beings majestically. In Qin He's mind, only a glowing glow surrounded the spirit of martial arts. I tried too hard, this martial spirit looks too powerful, what should I do? Qin He's face changed drastically. Wuhan is nothing but the product of the spirit of the Douluo continent world. As a 1000-level boss, it is not difficult for Qin He to condense martial arts. He just wanted to gather an ordinary tiger, just pretend to be a good one. Why simulate a tiger and nothing else? This is mainly for the dad who crossed over for himself. According to the martial spirit genetic theory, his father is a fierce tiger martial spirit, and his Qin He suddenly gave birth to something else, then he should be suspected of being green. However, he never expected that his strength was too strong, and he could not control the delicate operation of condensing martial arts. At this time, the tiger on Qin He's head was completely white, and his body was glowing with radiance, giving people a very sacred and noble feeling. With the appearance of the white tiger, only Su Yuntao's lone wolf spirit was seen, and a deep color of fear appeared in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Su Yuntao's martial spirit dissipated in the wind. The teenagers and girls onlookers were shocked. The teacher was shocked. The dean was shocked. Even the patriarchs of the major nobles were surprised and speechless at this time. This is my son's spirit? What the is this? Qin Zhan stared at the scene in front of him stunned. The fierce tiger spirit is certainly a fierce beast spirit, but a fierce tiger spirit that has just awakened directly scared the spirit of a 25th level great spirit master, which is a bit weird. Su Yuntao's lone wolf spirit is not a weak spirit in nature, and Su Yuntao himself is a great spirit master, and the suppression of equal rank is there. When he awakened his spirit before Qin Zhan, he was not so fierce. This white tiger martial spirit should be some kind of sacred beast. Young Master Qin He's martial spirit should have mutated. On the side, Dean Zhaochang also trembled his lips, obviously agitated. Yes, as everyone knows, everyone's martial arts can be inherited from their parents. And in this inheritance process, various mutations will also occur. Some mutations are in the good direction, and some mutations are in the bad direction. Mutated martial souls are rare, and the ordinary fierce tiger martial soul mutates into such a brutal white tiger martial soul. This situation is even more unheard of. Absolute top talent. Even the entire Nodding City. No, the entire Heaven Do Empire has never seen such a top talent. Could it be a supernatural martial arts soul? Holy white tiger martial soul. This martial soul is born with the blood of a sacred animal. As long as the spirit ring is properly matched, the future combat power will be unlimited. On the side, Su Yuntao, who was so frightened that his martial soul couldn't maintain it, looked a little ashamed, but he couldn't hide his excitement. According to Douluo's theory, Wuhan is divided into ranks. From low to high, they are low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade, and the supernatural martial arts spirit above this. Low-grade martial spirits, similar to blue-silver grass, wooden sticks, caterpillars, and the like, have very low attack power or almost no attack power, and can become waste martial spirits. Low-grade martial arts, basically there is no possibility of becoming a soul master. Medium-grade martial arts spirits, such as wolves, dogs, and leopards, have good attack power. Of course, the higher the martial spirit level, the better the future development prospects of this spirit master. And the top-ranked martial arts spirit, even with the blood of a beast, is called a martial spirit destined to become a god, and there are very few in the long history of Douluo continent. Once it appeared, every martial arts spirit of the supernatural rank left its own legend in the Douluo continent. Even the Pope of the Wuhan Hall, today's Wuhan is nothing but the best Wuhan. Come on! Su Yuntao, you guy, don't pretend to be a master here. Qin He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Although Su Yuntao tested martial arts with children all the year round, he had bad eyesight, which was recognized. The protagonist's martial soul can be regarded as a waste martial soul. What kind of ability does this guy have to distinguish martial souls? But this time, Qin He really didn't control his strength. The glowing white tiger spirit was so powerful that even a pig knew that this spirit was awesome. Chapter 3, Ordinary Soul Master. Master Qin, test your spirit power next, put your hand on this crystal ball, okay? Su Yuntao's voice was slightly softer. Everyone in Douluo continent has a spirit, but there is no guarantee that everyone will become a spirit master. In the air of Douluo continent, there is a kind of magical power called soul power. Only with the physique that can absorb soul power can you become a soul master. Therefore, in the soul power test, the higher the awakened soul power level, the stronger the opponent's soul power absorption ability and the better the talent. Qin He stretched out his hand blankly and placed it on the blue crystal ball in front of him. The next moment, I saw a bright golden light, which instantly blinded everyone's eyes. Innately full of soul power. My God, is this guy the chosen son of heaven? Su Yuntao only felt that his head was congested, and he was about to faint. Congenital full soul power refers to the soul power reaching level 10 during the first martial arts test. In Douluo continent, the innate full spirit power is a very rare existence, and the soul master with this physique has the lowest achievement of the soul saint level existence. Tang San, the protagonist of the original book, was also innately full of spirit power. Later, the other party became the of Azura and the of Sea, which was awesome. But the problem was that the martial soul that Tang San identified was blue silver grass, but he didn't have the ability to frighten his lone wolf martial soul to collapse. Coupled with Tang San's hidden clear sky hammer, it seemed that he didn't have this ability. A ferocious beast martial soul, coupled with innate soul power, in time, this young Master Qin he will surely stand on top of the Douluo continent. Congratulations to City Lord Qin Zhan. At the same time, the many nobles on the VIP table looked at the teenagers on the field with envy and hatred, and they pretended to congratulate them. I am afraid that this kind of talent will soon attract the attention of the Heaven Do Empire imperial family, and the future is simply boundless. Ha 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 ha. My son's talent is a bit bad, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. On the VIP table, Qin Zhan laughed loudly, while pretending to be modest. Many patriarchs were even more so angry. Not worth mentioning? Not worth your sister? If you really dislike your son so much, will you give him up to me? If you get a bargain, you still sell it. This guy is really shameless. Aside, the dean of Notting College was also depressed. This young Master Qin he is so talented, what if he gets robbed? It's over. Even though you have tried to suppress it, this spirit power can't be suppressed even more. In the eyes of the envy and hatred of the crowd, Qin he only felt his head as big as a fight. 10th level, is called innate full soul power. 1000 level spirit power can be reduced to 10th level, which is already extraordinary. Of course, the main reason is that the crystal ball can only test the innate full soul power. Even if your innate soul power has 20th level, it can also be considered as innate full soul power. Qin he spent a lot of energy suppressing his spirit power, mainly to avoid the crystal ball being broken. If it breaks, the spirit hall will have to get a more advanced crystal ball, and the test results will be more accurate. But even if it is controlled like this, Qin he feels that things are going to cause trouble. If nothing else, the biggest crisis at the moment is being targeted by the spirit hall. Regardless of the fact that this force is currently in full swing, it will be destroyed soon, or by the protagonist. Of course, if Qin he joins the Wuhan Hall, he will be able to change his fate with a 1,000 level strength. But the question is Qin he idle, playing as a thug for the villain's Wuhan Palace? Brother Qin Zhan, the noble son Qin he has excellent talents, but Muzihuya will be destroyed by the forest wind. I am afraid this time, the Wuhan Palace will not let go of the noble son. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe spoke in a deep voice. This person is not high in cultivation and has a weak breath, but being able to sit in the VIP table, on the same level as the many nobles in Notting City, is enough to show that he is extraordinary. It is the Master Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang was born in the top-ranked blue electric Tyrannosaurus family on the Douluo continent, and he is friends with the Dean of Notting College. Although the martial arts spirit has mutated into the Luo Sanbao martial arts spirit with extremely low attack power, the opponent is studying the martial arts together. Call the Master. In the original book, the protagonist Tang San was taken as a disciple. Brother Qin, I have to guard against this. At the same time, Zhao Chong, the originally cheerful dean, looked a little dignified. Martial Spirit Hall? Humph, this is the Heaven Do Empire, his hand in the Spirit Hall can't be stretched so long. Qin Zhan sneered. In the Douluo continent, there are two empires, the Heaven Do Empire and the Xingluo Empire. And between the two empires, there was an organization between the two empires, named Wuhandian. He wooed all the kingdoms and principalities except the two empires. The strength of this organization was no less than that of the two empires. Wuhan Palace, acting extremely arrogant and domineering, but attaches great importance to genius seedlings, such as Qin He, will often use all kinds of shady means to win over at any cost. Even if Qin He's father was the Earl of the Heaven Do Empire, he might not be able to withstand the pressure of the Spirit Hall. Just awakening the bright mood of the best martial arts soul, in a blink of an eye, there was more gloom. Qin He was very depressed. His original plan was to awaken an ordinary martial spirit, and it would be good if it wasn't high or low enough. He is not afraid of Wuhan Palace, but such a big power comes to disturb his peaceful life every day when he is idle. How can he live this day? With a sad face, Qin He felt that his life had fallen into gloom. As expected to be young Master Qin, most people are ecstatic when they have awakened this talent, but young Master Qin can be so indifferent. Such a mentality is truly amazing. On the side, Su Yun Tao was observing Qin He the whole time, and couldn't help but exclaimed. In soul master cultivation, talent is important, and mentality is even more important. Some spirit masters think that they have good talents, and after awakening a good spirit, they become arrogant and negligent in cultivation, and their final achievements are not as good as those with ordinary talents. And young Master Qin He is the most terrifying. Not to mention his talent, he was only 6 years old, but his mentality was so mature that he was able to be spoiled and humiliated, and coupled with the other party's aristocratic status, there would be no shortage of training resources. It's hard to imagine how far this young Master Qin He can go in the future. My mind, your uncle. Qin He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. I wanted to be a low-key person, but this wave of martial arts tests, I am afraid that I have established my name as a genius, and I am afraid that I will not have a peaceful life in this life. Master Qin, are you interested in joining our Wuhandian Academy? Su Yun Tao did not hesitate to say something to win. His status is humble, and his opening this time is just a test. Next, the main hall of the Wuhan Hall will send an elder to personally win over this genius, and the promised things are probably beyond his imagination in Su Yun Tao's life. At this time, Notting College had already fallen into chaos. Prince Qin He, this Notting College is too small, and staying here will damage your reputation as a genius. Why not join my Kanghui College with free tuition and 100 gold soul coins scholarships every year? What kind of garbage college is Kanghui College? We have many beautiful women in Tian Shui College. Chapter 4, Refusal Wuhan Temple. Join my Elephant Academy. Our Elephant Academy has excellent teachers. Join my Elephant Academy, we can let Contra accept you as a disciple. Prince Qin hasn't been married yet. I have a daughter in my family. She is 5 years old and looks beautiful. What, is she still young? It's good to be young and can cultivate feelings. Had it not been protected by a family guard, it is estimated that Qin He would be stripped of his clothes at this time. Seeing the hungry eyes of many college deans, Qin He shook his head helplessly. Qin He Qin Gongzi, which college will he join? Everyone's eyes focused on the thin figure on the court. It seems that Qin He is inconspicuous at this time, but 20 years later, I am afraid that this Douluo continent will have a new powerhouse, a powerhouse that will affect the situation on the Douluo continent. After a quarrel, the forces represented by the Wuhan Temple really stood out. Just the conditions put forward by Su Yun Tao have crushed all the colleges here. And Su Yun Tao said that he would ask Platinum Bishop Salas, the titled Douluo powerhouse, to strive for better conditions for Qin He. On the VIP table, Master Yu Xiaogang couldn't help frowning. This trick of the Spirit Hall is indeed difficult. Su Yun Tao directly opened his mouth to draw him in, completely unprepared. If he is a bargaining chip, which of the many academies present is comparable to the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall is just an organization, and his enemies, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, are both national-level existences. The Wuhan Temple can stand upright, rely on the attention to talents. However, just when everyone thought Qin He was going to be taken away by the Wuhan Hall, they sighed. Qin He shook his head and refused. Everyone's kindness, I take it from my heart. It's just that I'm only 6 years old next year. I just want to go to junior college and don't want to be too far away from home. Chin He is just an ordinary soul master, Notting College is very suitable for me, and there is no plan to transfer to another college. Chin He's voice is so sincere. That's right, such a great talent is really a waste of Chin He. Is the food in Notting City bad? Isn't Miss Sister good looking? I think about cultivation every day, I'm like this, and I will explode if I practice again. Ordinary soul master, I am ordinary your uncle. In the distance, Su Yun Tao's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Sincerely, it is so harsh in other people's ears. He felt that this guy Chin He was really too pretending to be forced. If you, a guy with innate soul power, have only ordinary talents, how do we scumbags live? Young Master Chin, are you really determined to refuse the recruitment of the Wuhan Temple Academy? Su Yun Tao couldn't help asking another question. Although Wuhandian was domineering, the Wuhandian Academy he established was all geniuses, and the resources he enjoyed were extremely huge. Being able to improperly recruit Wuhan Hall, so calm and gentle, this young Master Chin He is really extraordinary. Chin He nodded expressionlessly, Mr. Su, my talent is too bad. I'm afraid it will be a shame to go to the Wuhan Hall, so forget it. Wuhan Hall? Geniuses gathered? Now Chin He feels vomiting when he hears the word genius. You still let me go to the genius pile to roll, think too much. When Su Yun Tao heard Chin He's words, his face was dark and terrible. God's talent is poor. Come here, I promise not to kill you. Ling Gongzi pretends to be like his father. On the VIP table, the patriarchs of the major families were pale and blue. What is bad to learn? I have to learn to pretend. Even Qin Zhan couldn't laugh or cry at this time. Qin Zhan is the city lord of Notting City and belongs to the Heaven Do Empire, and the relationship between the Heaven Do Empire and the Wuhan Temple is very delicate. If Qin He joined the Wuhandian Academy, I am afraid that His Majesty the Emperor would be dissatisfied. Ha ha ha, brother Qin Zhan, the son is very funny and humorous. After hearing Qin He's words, Notting College Dean Zhao Chong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In any case, young Master Qin He decided to join Notting College. With such a genius in hand, Notting College will have a big show in the future in various competitions. Thinking of this, the Dean of Notting College almost didn't smile, his mouth crooked. Wuhan Hall, the branch of Tiandu Empire. In the magnificent hall, an old man with white beard squinted his eyes and sat on the main seat, exuding extraordinary aura. This person is Platinum Bishop Salas, a 91-level titled Douluo powerhouse. In his next head, it was Su Yun Tao, the young man who tested martial arts for children at Notting College not long ago. Master Bishop, young Master Qin He has detected the best sacred white tiger martial spirit, which is innately full of spirit power, but he is unwilling to join my martial spirit hall. At this moment, Su Yun Tao could feel the terrible aura on Salas, cold sweat. It's okay. Lord Qin is the proud son of heaven, and his father is even the count of the Heaven Do Empire. It's not that simple to win over. After a long time, Platinum Bishop Salas took a deep breath and his face returned to normal. Master Bishop, do you want to attack him? At this moment, Su Yun Tao had a fierce color flashing in his eyes. The Heaven Do Empire and Wuhan Temple still maintained the apparent peace, but in fact, the dark tide had already been surging. Wuhan Palace, for geniuses who cannot be obtained, often choose to destroy it. No, put Qin Hexian on the A-level follower list. The silent voice of Saras Gujing rang in the hall. He had already heard Su Yun Tao talk about what happened. Although Qin He's talent was against the sky, it was not without similar geniuses in the spirit hall. It was just a small Qin river, now he was only 6 years old, and it would take time to verify whether he could grow into a contra powerhouse in the future. He is a dignified platinum bishop, so he wouldn't have trouble with a child. Heaven Do Imperial Family. National capital. On the dragon chair, an old man in a dragon robe squinted his eyes and scanned the memorials on the table. He seemed weak and old, but he had an aura of no anger and prestige. This person is the emperor who dominates the Tiandu Empire's hundreds of millions of territories, the Great Sui. Dominating the Tiandu Empire for more than 30 years has allowed the Tiandu Empire to grow from an ordinary small country to a rivalry with the Wuhan Temple. It must be said that the Sui Great Emperor is a generation of heroes. Even though he was still very old, Wuhan Palace still did not dare to tear his face with the Heaven Do Empire, and it was evident that the old tiger was still alive. Qin He, son of Earl Bauhinia, is born with full soul power and is the best martial arts soul. He also refused the solicitation of the martial arts hall. Looking at what was written on the memorial, Emperor Shuiyi's eyes became brighter and brighter. Qin He came from a noble family, and he was a natural united front with the Tiandu Empire. The royal family is the biggest noble in the world. However, with the increasing power of the Spirit Hall, many aristocrats chose to seek refuge in the Hall of Spirits. The command to the Heaven Do imperial family was a violation of the Yang and Yin, which caused a headache for Emperor Sui. But Qin He was so talented that he didn't join in the first time in the face of Wuhan Hall's solicitation. This shows that he is not on the side of Wuhan Hall. In other words, He Sui the Great can safely draw the line of Earl Bauhinia. Come here, give Gu a decree, and Gu will reappreciate the Bauhinia Earl. Chapter 5, Wind and Cloud Party. Notting College, Student Dormitory Building. The fact that Qin He detected a martial arts spirit of supernatural rank and possessed innate spirit power soon spread in Notting College. The students at this time are discussing enthusiastically, and they are happier than the new year. Master Qin He is going to school with us. True or false, young Master Qin He is so talented, he actually gave up the Wuhandian Academy and came to our Notting Academy. So, do we have a chance to live in a dormitory with young Master Qin He? Quickly pick up your position and make room for young Master Qin He a best position. Qin He hasn't checked in yet, and the whole dormitory building is already in trouble. Garbage Qin He, isn't he just born full of soul power, what's so great? Looking at the classmates who were caught in a carnival in order to distinguish a boy, in the crowd, a handsome boy in black robes scornfully said. The young man's name was Tang San, a man full of ambitions who crossed from Tang sect to Douluo continent. His goal was very ambitious, he wanted to establish Tang sect in Douluo continent, so he practiced hard, worked hard, and finally realized his dream. It's just that his dream hasn't set sail yet. At this time, he is just a 6-year-old kid. Tang San was very upset. Not long after he first came to Notting College, as in the original book, he was first despised by the guard. In the original book, he was relieved by the master Yu Xiaogang and beat a wave of guards in the face. But this time, Master Yu Xiaogang was busy watching Qin He's awakening ceremony, and he didn't show up at the door at all. As a result, Tang San was blocked at the door for a few hours, like a monkey playing. Finally went in and checked in. At this time, he was walking on the road, looking for his dormitory. Because he didn't know the road, Tang San walked around the dormitory area for a long time, but no one answered him. Everyone's attention was focused on Qin He. Obviously he is also innately full of soul power, and he also has 2 martial souls. As a result, he was an elite disciple of Tang sect, and he was despised by the guards when he entered the school gate. Compare Qin He again. No one has entered the dormitory yet, and all the students are rushing to meet him. How can the gap between people be so big? Tang San directly buckled Qin He's head, even if the two of them had not even seen each other once. Qin He? When I have the opportunity, I must challenge you to see if your martial spirit is better or my Tang sect hidden weapon is stronger. Master Qin, this is the dormitory area, which dormitory do you want? A middle-aged male teacher, with a flattering smile, showed Qin He the way. This male teacher is the dean of Notting College, whose surname is Su, who is always in charge of everything and never sees anyone. But at this time, he patiently introduced Qin He to the plants and trees in the dormitory building, without showing any signs of impatience. At this time, Qin He was walking rather absent-mindedly, and suddenly his eyes swept across a figure in nodding college. Someone is cursing me. As a 1000 level god, Qin He can be described as a multitude of powerful forces. Tang San's location is still a certain distance away from Qin He, but Qin He's hearing and vision are so powerful, how could he not be able to spot him? Tang San, the protagonist of Douluo continent, does this guy look at me upset? Looking at the other person from a distance, Qin He smiled slightly. The 6-year-old Tang San is really not cute. For Qin He, this level of insult was just like being bitten by an ant. You know, even if Tang San sacrifices his wife in the future, it will only be a 100 level ordinary god, like the of the sea plus the of Shura. Gods of this level are a bit more powerful than ordinary gods, but for Qin He, there are still only 2 words, that is, spike. What's more, Tang San had just entered school in this period, and his spirit power level should be 10th. Tang San's 10th level, that is really 10th level. And Qin He's 10th level is the 10th level that can't be suppressed even if he tries to suppress his spirit power, and barely shows. Interestingly, this Tang San seems to have a great dream, planning to promote Tang sect in Douluo continent. No matter what you want to do, as long as you don't disturb my sleep, you are my good friend. Wahundian is staring at him, and the protagonist is staring at him. He obviously didn't do anything. His Qin He was all stared at by the villain and the protagonist. Qin He, obviously wanted to be a low-key boy. I have tried so hard to reduce my sense of existence. You are actually staring at me. In that case, I can only make a big move. Countless thoughts flashed through Qin He's mind, and soon he made a decision. Didn't Tang San want to challenge me, or find a chance to lose to the other party intentionally? Anyway, Qin He doesn't need any genius reputation. For him, this reputation is trouble. Moreover, Tang San suddenly rose and defeated Qin He at once. Didn't the Wuhan Hall's attention suddenly shift to this Tang San? Anyway, Tang San and Wahundian were destined to fight, and if they fought them, Qin He, would just be a salted fish by the side. Lifting his head, Qin He met Director Su's earnest gaze and smiled slightly. Director Su, is the location of Liashe still in this dormitory building? In the original work, the protagonist Tang San seems to be a working student and lives in Kishi. However, as a work-study student, the dormitory environment in Kishi can be said to be poor, and work-study students must also work at the school in exchange for living expenses. As the son of the Lord of Nodding City and the largest nobleman, Qin He didn't want to live in a shabby place. The 6 houses, in the original work, are the residences of nobles, and the environment is much better than that of the 7 houses. More importantly, the 6th shelter and the 7th shelter are very close, and it will be much easier to deliberately create some friction when it comes to deliberately losing to Tang San. 6 houses. Director Su squinted his eyes and thought about it carefully. The people in Liashe seemed to be the noble children of Nodding City. The elder Xiao Chinayu of Liashe most admired the son of Qin He Qin in front of him. Also, this is the number plate of Liashe, Qin Gongzi, you go there by yourself, or I will take you there. Director Su spoke enthusiastically, not like a dean at all, but like a nanny. No, I can do it myself. Aside, Qin He couldn't help wiping his cold sweat, and quickly drove the over-enthusiastic Director Su away. After Director Su left, Qin He couldn't help but squinted his eyes. Crack! Pushing open the door gently, I saw a few rather burly figures in the door appearing in front of Qin He. There were 5 people in the room, all 10-year-old children, much older than Qin He. The headed one, wearing a college uniform, a burly figure, and full of momentum, Qin He swept away at will. He actually had a level 15 strength. Chapter 6, Surrender Too Fast. As the door was pushed open by Qin He, 5 pairs of eyes were seen, sweeping all over Qin He's body. "Boy, who are you? Dare to come to our 6 homes, don't you know that the 6 homes are covered by my boss?" Inside the door of the Liache room, the leader of the boss hadn't yelled yet, and the younger brothers behind him screamed one by one. The strength of these little brothers is not weak, they are all spirit masters above the 10th level. Notting College is a junior college with only 3 grades in total. The first grade refers to the spirit warriors below the 10th grade, who are freshmen who have just awakened. The second grade refers to the spirit masters from the 10th to the 15th grade, and the third grade refers to the spirit masters from the 15th to the 20th grade. If you exceed the 20th grade, you have to go to intermediate and advanced colleges for further studies. The children of the nobles in front of them are all senior students, with strong physiques and a bit stronger than the freshmen. In the original book, there seems to be such a custom that freshmen who have just entered the dormitory must choose a boss. And the way to choose the boss seems to rely on fists. A fight. Qin He couldn't help but smile. This method of choosing the boss is simply naive to him who has lived for more than 20 years in his previous life. Where is this kid playing? The problem is that Tang San in the original book is obviously also a traverser, but after crossing into the child, he also became naive, and finally he actually had a fight with someone. Several people, I recognize. Qin He is about to admit defeat. 1000-level god, fighting with children and competing for the position of the boss, are you kidding me? Besides, Qin He originally planned to live a low-key life at Notting College. If there were some scandals about Qin He's weak combat power, it would be best. Of course, the most important thing is that Qin He really doesn't want to shoot casually, he can't control his power. People and Qin He had no grievances, and it would be a bit too much to beat him to death. Qin He sighed secretly in his heart. However, before Qin He could say anything, he saw the burly boss in front of him, and his eyes flashed with fanaticism. "Boss Qin, do you know me? You actually know me? I am your most loyal fan. I am Xiao Chinayu." Xiao Chinayu was so excited that tears were almost streaming down, and he saw that he respectfully performed a noble courtesy. Who is this kid? The little brother beside Xiao Chinayu looked blank. However, before they could react, Xiao Chinayu suddenly waved. Snapped. A slap in the face sounded. The boy who was called the most fierce before had a red mark on his face. Turning to look at the other roommates, Xiao Chinayu scolded. "Are you blind? This is young Master Qin He, Boss Qin. Boss Qin comes to our 6th house, you dare to be rude to Boss Qin." A huge momentum bloomed, Xiao Chinayu's body trembled, and a wolf-shaped martial arts spirit appeared above. "Is it young Master Qin? Oh my god, I'm blind, so I dare to be so rude to young Master Qin. Boss Qin, I don't know Taishan." The one who was beaten was taken aback for a moment, and then his complexion changed drastically. "Gosh! What did I do? How dare I be rude to Master Qin He? This is young Master Qin He, who has just awakened the best martial arts soul not long ago, and he is also the son of the Lord of Notting City." The few who followed Xiao Chinayu were all nobles from Notting City, but they were all the lowest class nobles. Usually, even if they meet a baron's son, they are respectful. What's more, Qin He is the son of the earl, and his talent is amazing, even the Emperor Tiandu is very fancy. Boss Xiao Chinayu played well. If Boss Xiao doesn't hit us, let us say something violent, then the whole family will be ruined. The atmosphere instantly became serious. Seeing everyone's respectful appearance, Qin He's mouth twitched fiercely. "Your surrender is too fast. Faster than me, I haven't said anything yet when I admit defeat." Qin He smiled slightly and said, "You don't need to be nervous. Everyone is a roommate. In Xia Qin He, you have level 10 beast spirit masters and ordinary spirit tigers. Your spirit levels are all higher than mine, so please advise." Qin He's voice was gentle and soft. These few people in front of them are all senior students with higher grades than themselves. Among them, Xiao Chenyu, anyone who has read the original knows that this dragon set was specially given to Tang San next door to slap her face. His level was higher than Tang San, and he was also beaten by Tang San, directly making Tang San famous. Qin He didn't dare to shout at these people, because what was his purpose? Qin He Loki. If all these roommates were to be beaten up and the Qin He Tianzong wizard was revealed the next day, he could actually leapfrog the challenge, wouldn't it be over? The Wuhan temple is concerned, the royal family is concerned, how are you going to live this day? Boss Qin. Xiao Chenyu was even more moved after hearing Qin He's words. As expected to be the Qin boss I admire most, imaginary and approachable. Obviously he is the best genius, he is obviously the proud child of heaven, and he still treats us scumbags with a happy face. Even if we stupidly provoke the boss can have a lot of grown ups and don't care about us. Is this the strength of the strong? Master Qin He, Lu Long, a 12th level war spirit master, I have never served anyone in my life. Today I am willing to look at the head of Master Qin He. Lu Long was the first burly boy to scold Qin He as a kid. At this time, he was also deeply moved. Listen to Master Qin He's self-introduction. Level 10 Beast Spirit Soul Warrior, Ordinary Wuhan Tiger? Obviously it is the best martial arts sacred white tiger, but in order to take care of the face of me and other scumbags, it is abruptly described as an ordinary tiger. If such a boss is not respected, is he still a human? Several other roommates were also full of emotion. The boss is good at everything, but too low-key. Ordinary white tiger? Does the boss have any misunderstanding of the two words ordinary? No, the realm of the boss is something we ordinary people can understand. Yes, with the boss in our 6 houses, who dares to provoke us in the future? Haha, your horizons are still too narrow. Our son Qin He is not only the boss of our Liache, but the boss of all our students at Notting College. Seeing these little brothers filled with indignation and excitement, Qin He's eye muscles twitched more severely. You guys have dreams. To be the boss? My body now looks like a 6-year-old kid. Is it fun to be a kid king? I want to keep a low profile. Stop talking, you all shut up. Qin He glared at Xiao Chenyu and the others, and everyone's voice suddenly stopped. However, I understand. At the next moment, Xiao Chenyu showed a suddenly realized expression. Chapter 7, Against Tang San. You know? Tell me, what do you know? Seeing everyone's gaze coming over, Xiao Chenyu looked excited, and his gaze was frantic. The boss told us to shut up, which means let us hibernate first. If we say we want to be the boss now, we will suddenly become the public enemy of the entire academy. The road to becoming a boss requires gradual progress. Step by step, we will sweep the lower grades first, and then attack the upper grades, in order to succeed. Xiao Chenyu looked fanatical, as if he was doing a sacred and great cause. I don't want to be the boss. Qin He really wanted to slap them to death at this time. Too much beating. Xiao Chenyu shook his head and said, Boss, we have understood your thoughts a long time ago. Keep your powers and bide your time, wait for a thunder strike when necessary, and you will be successful. Does God keep a low profile? The education your aristocrats received is really beautiful, do you even use all kinds of idioms casually? The other brothers nodded deeply. As expected to be the boss of Qin He, it is really resourceful to have such a scheming. Worthy of being the second child of Xiao, he can actually see through the boss's plan and find the most correct path in the mist. Sure enough, is this the realm of the strong? Xiao Chenyu nodded firmly, and his eyes became sharp. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. If you want to be the leader of all students, you must start with the nearest. We heard that there was a group of work-study students in the 7th house next door. They were all civilian children. They were still new students. They were weak. The Tang San headed by them was even more of a white face. Let's start with them first. Qin He. It's too difficult for me. Seeing the people in Liashe rushing out the door aggressively, Qin He couldn't help sighing. As a full-level boss, Qin He's every move seems to have profound meaning, which can arouse strong brain supplements of others. No, in the blink of an eye, the group of people in Liashe, a group of up-and-coming youngsters, are actually going to challenge Tang San. Too much. Although you are the children of the nobles, you are all big names in Nodding City, but after all, they are just a trick. And Tang San, he is the protagonist. Is this a few peanuts? Why is it so floating? But that's okay. I originally wanted to challenge Tang San, and then deliberately lose to Tang San. Wouldn't it be logical to do this? Student dormitory building. At the gate of Kishi. The Kishi at this time was bustling with students watching the excitement. Xiao Chinayu and his party blocked the door aggressively. Who is the boss of your 7 houses? Come out quickly. Xiao Chinayu glanced at the gate of Kishi with disdainful eyes, and his eyes showed a sense of disgust. You? Are you from Liashe? Among the 7 homes, Tang San looked at Xiao Chinayu's back, his face changed drastically. Behind Tang San, the other people in Kishi revealed deep fear in their eyes. Xiao Chinayu, a 15th level spirit master, a 3rd-year student at Nodding College, they are not good at coming. Everyone looked at Xiao Chinayu and others with vigilant eyes. Don't get excited, calm down. Xiao Chinayu waved his hand confidently, interrupting the words of Tang San and others. I am waiting for this time to invite you to join Qin He's team. As long as you are called Master Qin, our boss will cover you, how about? Xiao Chinayu said so. Join? Called the boss. Others except Tang San had some subconscious movements. Prince Qin he is innately full of soul power, and his martial soul is even a sacred white tiger. He has awakened a strong man of supernatural martial soul. Does he want to take in a younger brother? Young Master Qin it looks like he is in the next big game. Why don't we admit it, call the boss and not lose a piece of meat? Everyone talked in a rush. At this moment, in the middle of the crowd, a handsome-looking boy in black robes, his brows were already frowned into a tic-tac-toe, it was Tang San undoubtedly. Lu Shi deceives too much. Qin he deceives too much. Tang San is very strong, and only others call me the boss in this life, I have never called anyone the boss. As expected, Qin he is a formidable opponent. Can he easily overcome senior students like Xiao Chinayu just after entering Nodding College? Moreover, his ambitions were so big that not only did he subdue Xiao Chinayu, he actually wanted to continue to expand, so he hit me, Tang San. Tang San shouted angrily, isn't it just a fight? Qin he is naturally full of soul power, and Tang San is also full of soul power, I am not afraid of him at all. Isn't he going to challenge? Find some time, Tang San, I must beat him up. Nodding College. Director's Office. Dean Zhaochong, Master Yu Xiaogang, and father of Qin he Qin Zhan. The 3 of them are friends and often get together. At this time, they were sitting on the sofa in the office, drinking tea leisurely. Master, then Tang San, is your new apprentice. Qin Zhan squinted his eyes, took a sip of tea casually, and asked. Tang San is the protagonist of the original book. There are some things and some chances, even if they disappear temporarily because of Qin he's appearance, they will soon be found in another way. For example, the master still accepted Tang San as his disciple. Of course, the plots in other places will also change accordingly. Yes, Xiao San is my apprentice, and he is also born full of soul power. Grand Master Yu Xiaogang nodded, also indifferently. Seeing this scene, Dean Zhaochong couldn't help but twitched the corners of his mouth. 2 of us, we are all old acquaintances, your children have a conflict, and you are not planning to stop it, you want to watch the fun. The students of Kishi and Liashe had a conflict and made an appointment for a fight. As the dean, Zhao Chong naturally knew it well. Even Zhao Chong knew exactly why the conflict occurred. The parents of other people's families are afraid that their children will fight at school and be wronged. But in the end, these two parents came, and they all looked like they were happy to see what happened. What a wonderful thing they are! The big water rushed into the Dragon King temple. If you don't fight, you won't know each other. Besides, my son Qin He, when did you lose? After hearing Dean Zhao Chong's words, Qin Zhan smiled. Young Master Qin is indeed talented, but my apprentice Tang San is not ordinary. Master Yu Xiaogang curled his lips and retorted. Anyway, it's just a small fight among the juniors, we don't have to intervene more, this is also a kind of experience. Chapter 8, I let you fall to the ground in a second. 3 days later. On a clearing. Tang San and Qin He stood opposite each other. Numerous nodding college students formed a big circle, talking about the two people in the middle of the crowd. Who is Tang San? A working student. I heard that Wuhan is still a trash blue silver grass, this guy actually dares to challenge young Master Qin He. Be dizzy, since Master Qin He became famous, many people want to use Master Qin He's reputation to show off. Who are you more optimistic about in this competition? Nonsense, it must be young Master Qin He. The discussion of the crowd penetrated Qin He's ears without reservation. Boss Qin, you must teach the opposite to Tang San a lesson. This guy dares to resist your will, boss. In the distance, Xiao Chinayu looked at Qin He's back with a fanatical look, and shouted excitedly. Qin He's face was extremely cold and frosty, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Young Master Qin He is really extraordinary. It's just this momentum that almost makes me unstable. At the same time, Tang San's heart was also ups and downs. Young Master Qin He, with invincible talent, the entire nodding college seemed to be shrouded in the shadow of Qin He. But I don't agree with Tang San. Defeating Qin He was just my first step towards the top. The greatness of Tang sect was destined to surprise Douluo continent. I just need a second to make you fall to the ground. Tang San's tone was proud, full of solemnity. For this battle, Tang San prepared for a long time. To deal with a powerful enemy like Qin He, we must go all out. Tang sect hidden weapons and martial arts, the two must be combined, and make all-out efforts to win the chance of victory. Tang San looked solemn. Brother Tang, in Xiaoqin He, a 10th level spirit master, an ordinary tiger with a spirit of martial arts, please enlighten me from Brother Tang. Qin He saluted gracefully, with a very peaceful mind. Brother Tang San, you don't actually need to be so nervous, I plan to lose it to you. Wait for the fight, do you have to do a few tricks, or just let the water go and get a second? Countless thoughts flashed in Qin He's mind. Although he joined Nodding College and refused the recruitment of Wuhandian, the essence was to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. But given the strength he showed, the Spirit Hall would definitely not let him go easily. Provoking Tang San and deliberately losing to the opponent was a strategy Qin He had formulated long ago. Originally, Wuhan Hall and other big forces were paying attention to the genius of Qin He, but once this genius failed, most of his halo on Qin He disappeared. After all, Qin He was only identified as the best talent. How could Wuhan Palace pay attention to a scumbag who possesses the best talents but weak combat power? And Tang San rose up with the trend and entered the site of the Wuhan Hall. The perfect strategy. In order to simulate the way of losing the game, Qin He practiced for one night. From facial expressions to actions, absolutely foolproof. In Douluo continent's competitions, they had to report their spirits and ranks to show respect. After Qin He reported the spirit and level, Qin He began to summon the spirit. Boom! A white light flashed, and behind Qin He, a phantom white tiger shrouded it, exuding a terrible breath. As Qin He summoned his martial soul, everyone present felt as if all the surrounding air was evacuated, and a feeling of suffocation began to envelope. Even many people tremble with their legs and their faces are as pale as paper. Humph! Tang San's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. You pretend to be Nima. Spicy is a big tiger. Spicy is a tiger, and it shines. Tell me it's an ordinary tiger? Among the crowd of onlookers, the spectators who possessed the tiger martial spirit felt chills at the moment Qin He summoned the white tiger martial spirit. Wang Sheng, the former head of the 7th house, was helplessly abdicated after being defeated by Tang San. At this moment, when he saw Qin He summoning a martial soul, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. His martial spirit is a tiger? Yes, it is not the ordinary tiger that Qin He said, but he summoned all kinds of scary ones. He Wang Sheng is a real ordinary tiger. At this moment, as Qin He summoned the white tiger martial spirit, he seemed to be trapped in an ice cave. Is this the pressure of blood? Obviously they are all tigers, all kings of beasts, but when Qin He summoned the white tiger martial spirit, he Wang Sheng didn't even have the qualification to move. Teeth trembling constantly, Wang Sheng even began to wonder if Tang San, on behalf of Qi Shi, came to provoke young master Qin He and made a big mistake. This tiger is really ordinary. Xiao Chenyu, who was on the side, also had a distorted voice, even shaking his legs. But the fanaticism in it is unabated. Ordinary tiger? I'm ordinary your uncle. In Lower Tang San, Level 10, Wuhan Lan Yinko. Tang San gritted his teeth and summoned his martial soul. A blue vine stretched out from behind Tang San, but compared to Qin He's sacred white tiger, the coercion in it was a level worse. The vines can tie up the tiger, and then use a hidden weapon to break the defense. Tang San will win this battle. There is a theory of mutual generation and restraint between the spirits, but Tang San's spirit blue silver grass, although it looks weak, is not afraid of Qin He's tiger coercion. Coupled with the assistance of hidden weapons, Tang San was confident at this time. Go! Blue silver grass. Tang San secretly drove his spirit power, a blue vine bound by whose body. The blue vine is like a long snake, extremely flexible, throwing several meters in the blink of an eye, making people dazzled. With spirit power surging, everyone could clearly see that there was already a thin layer of sweat on Tang San's forehead. This vine is extraordinary. Xiao Chenyu squinted his eyes and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although this Tang San's martial spirit is the waste martial spirit blue silver grass, he seems to have a special method that can make the little blue silver grass martial spirit exert tremendous strength. Crack! The blue vines entangled the body of the white tiger in a blink of an eye, and tied the white tiger firmly. Underestimating my blue silver grass, there is a price to pay. Seeing Lan Yinko's meritorious service, Tang San couldn't help but show a successful smile. Don't think this is just a small long rope of vines, in fact, this long rope consumes a lot of Tang San's soul power. Once tied by this long rope of vines, no matter how powerful the opponent's spirit is, it will be controlled for a long time. And this period of time was enough for Tang San to do a lot of things. Chapter 9, Tang San wins the way. Go! Blue silver grass. Tang San secretly drove his spirit power, a blue vine bound by whose body. Zi. The next moment, I saw Qin He's white tiger, his body trembled slightly, and a white light gleamed around the tiger. The blue vines melted like snow and ice in the sun. This Tang San, are you stupid? At first, he didn't give his full strength and lost a skill tentatively. Too weak, right? Qin He stood motionless at this time, not even daring to speak. Tang San's blue silver grass martial spirit turned into vines to entangle Qin He. If Qin He wanted to hide, he would have tens of millions of ways to avoid it. But the problem was that he had to let Tang San win this battle, so he didn't move. I thought that Tang San's martial spirit could be a little bit more powerful, at least pierce a layer of body protection on the sacred white tiger. By the way, this body protector seems to have 1,000 layers. But who would have thought that the effect of this vine is too bad? This Qin He is so strong. The vine that I hit with all my strength has no way to trap him. Tang San's heart was very solemn. The blue-silver grass martial spirit was still too fragile. Unable to trap the opponent with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, and then use the hidden weapon to defeat the opponent, then his winning rate is pitiful. Tang San knew very well that he had not much spirit power left, and a similar vine could never happen again. Therefore, his remaining hole cards seem to have only hidden weapons. But when he fires a hidden weapon, Qin He will also avoid it. Once he is avoided, Tang San's hidden weapon power is basically no. The fight between the two sides was only a momentary event, and most people have not even seen what happened. The atmosphere is very solemn. The old ambassador Tang San made a super big move, Death Entanglement, and wanted to defeat the enemy with one blow. Unexpectedly, Qin He was unwilling to show weakness, tit for tat, and resolved it with a single move of Beihutian Li. The battle between the two sides can be described as equal. At this moment, Wang Sheng on the side explained loudly. Generally speaking, young Master Qin He is actually at a disadvantage. His move of Beihutian Li break looks very powerful, but it must consume a lot of soul power. On the other hand, the boss of Tang San, he was just a test shot, and the boss of Tang San had a hidden weapon in his hole and didn't use it. This explanation is perfect. Qin He secretly nodded his head, his power was not enough, and the commentary was not enough. Next, I had to manipulate Qin He as if he had consumed too much soul power. Qin He's expression changed and his expression suddenly became solemn. Brother Tang San is really extraordinary, unexpectedly. Before I finished speaking, I saw the white tiger phantom behind, suddenly a glow of light burst out. Xiaoguang turned into a train, and rushed towards Tang San's direction, as fast as lightning. No reaction at all. Puff! Tang San was hit by that dog, as if he was hit by a hammer in his chest, and several ribs were broken. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the next moment, Tang San's body was like rags, flying out directly. It's too late to say, then it's fast, all this happening is just between lightning and flint. However, in less than a second, a person as strong as Tang San flew out directly, leaving everyone on the scene dumbfounded. Brother Tang San, are you okay? Don't scare me. Qin He's face turned green, he leaned forward, looked at Tang San who had fallen over, and almost didn't cry. The power is too great, and it is not controlled. No, it should be said that this time, Qin He controlled it well, but the sacred white tiger martial spirit had a total of 1,000 layers of body protection. What is the body protector? When a layer of protective light is attacked, it will automatically rebound twice the damage. If the sacred white tiger's 1,000 layers of light are broken, it will be 2,000 times the damage. And the rebound attack is not an original attack, but an attack that will transform into its own attributes. Tang San's vine attack was actually not powerful. But after transforming into the attack of the sacred white tiger attribute, the penetration power is very terrible. What is going on? On the side, Tang San's roommate Wang Sheng also stopped talking, his face was earthy in fright. Didn't it mean that Tang San was very good and was about to win? In a blink of an eye, Qin He didn't even move, and Tang San directly vomited blood and flew out. I didn't control it. Qin He also twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling very uncomfortable. Damn Tang San, you're not reliable. If you throw the concealed weapon earlier, I immediately pretend that I can't stop it from falling down. If you cooperate with it, it will be over. I just threw the vine to hit my martial arts soul, but the vine was useless at all, and was bounced to death. It's all right now. So many people are watching, what would they think of me, Qin He? Blowing out a spirit master of the same level, and this soul master named Tang San, who has leapfrogged a level to challenge the Soul Master, is a big man. The big guy who can beat the big guy, is Qin He awesome? Is it blown up? I didn't control it well? So did Lord Qin's strength have reached this level? Wang Sheng on the side was also shocked at this time. Young Master Qin He actually didn't even bother Tang San being so strong. He didn't bother to fight Tang San, for fear that he accidentally used too much force and would kill Tang San. Ahem, no, brother Wang Sheng, it's like this. Tang San is very strong at this time, and I almost ran out of spirit power. It's a pity that I was hit by a weak point because of bad luck, so I lost. Among the enemies I have fought, Tang San is the strongest one. Seeing that Wang Sheng still had to replenish his brain, Qin He quickly began to save it. That's right, Tang San was awesome, he was just out of luck. Tang San is the strongest one Qin He has ever fought, although I also fought with him. After checking Tang San's body, Qin He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he was sure that the opponent was only slightly injured. Fortunately, it's the protagonist, and it's good to fight. If you change someone, you probably killed the other party accidentally, and then murder in the academy, even if he is a nobleman, things will be big. Seeing Tang San okay, the crowd onlookers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's it. On the side, Xiao Chinayu also suddenly realized, and said. From a certain angle, brother Tang San also won. Xiao Chinayu's voice was very loud, and the crowd onlookers couldn't help being taken aback. Why did you win? This is a bit weird than fighting. How did Tang San, who passed out, win? Yes, brother Tang San won, you audience members have to testify to me. Seeing Xiao Chinayu speaking for Tang San, Qin He couldn't help being overjoyed. What I fear most now, Qin He, is winning, and what I like most is losing. No matter how you, Xiao Chinayu, reverse black and white next, I'm bothering you. However, at this moment, only Xiao Chinayu laughed. Didn't brother Tang say that it only takes 1 second to let boss Qin fall to the ground? Didn't this succeed? 1 second, let boss Qin fall to the ground and beg him to come back to life, perfect. Chapter 10, I'm too hard. Ridicule. Xiao Chinayu, this is Chi Kuo's mockery. Tang San fell to the ground at this time, only slightly hurting his chest, but after listening to Xiao Chinayu's words, he was about to ascend to heaven. Too much deception. These noble children of Liashe, Tang San, and you are not in the same breath. As Xiao Chinayu's voice sounded, the other onlookers couldn't help laughing. Does Tang San really dare to challenge young Master Qin He? Tang San has the strength, and his mistake is to choose the wrong opponent. What a character Qin Gongzi! I heard that this game, Qin Gongzi originally didn't want to compare, it was Tang San who stalked him and reluctantly agreed. Tang San's martial spirit is Lan Yinko, right? This waste martial spirit can only be entangled with one move, and its power is extremely low. Is it embarrassing to dare to challenge others? You know that pestering others, you are mean. Listening to the people's mockery of Tang San, Qin He didn't laugh arrogantly like the villain's ambitions, but instead his face was pale. Even a pair of sharp eyes had already stared at Xiao Chinayu fiercely, wishing to swallow the other party. Xiao Chinayu, you shut up. Qin He's tone was serious. The cold aura, as if to freeze the surrounding air. Feeling the boss's anger, Xiao Chinayu's expression stagnated, and what he was about to say came to an abrupt end. Qin He really wanted to slap him and beat his newly acquired little brother to death. This Xiao Chinayu was simply blown by the Qin River, and the blowing Qin River was about to fly to the cusp of the storm. Who told you to mock Tang San? I, Qin He, just wanted to be a low-key person. You mocked me, didn't you make me famous? What's more, even though Tang San lost this time, it wasn't that Tang San was not good at all. The existence that can become the protagonist is definitely very good, and it is the kind of perseverance. Although Tang San lost this time, Qin He felt that the opponent would definitely come back next time and continue to challenge himself. When the time comes, you will pretend to release the water to lose the battle and get rid of the reputation, won't you be complete? It's really not that easy to find someone who dares to challenge Qin He. Look for someone like Tang San, who is brave enough to move forward even after being beaten. Qin He, who has read the original, knows that there is no such thing. Xiao Chenyu is a trash trap. Qin He can't do it even if he wants to lose to him, and now it's even more trouble for Qin He, even a tool person. If you mock Tang San in this way, if people's enthusiasm is gone, wouldn't this be the end? Why? The other people in Liashe were also depressed. As a nobleman, is it not common sense to defeat the enemy and then spit fiercely? Many people showed incomprehensible expressions in their eyes, and even some anger. If you scold your little brother, can you give yourself hatred? As a 1000-level boss, the facial expressions of several people naturally cannot escape Qin He's observation. Seeing such an unexpected joy, Qin He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Xiao Chenyu clearly made a contribution, but he was reprimanded by himself, so he should hate me very much. No matter how scumbag people are, they protect their shortcomings with little ones. But Xiao Chenyu was reprimanded for no reason, and the other party was a child of a nobleman. How could there be no resentment? Although in the original work, these dragon sleeves are all scum, and there is no name. But Qin He has crossed over, maybe a miracle happened? In case these dragons stand up against the boss, and then the boss Qin He is tragically calculated and the younger brother is on top, this scenario can happen. Why, are you still not convinced? Qin He pretended to give a cold snort and continued to pull the hatred. Hurry up! Yes, it's you, the most angry one. As soon as you shot, my Qin He immediately fell down, and my martial soul was not summoned. I didn't rectify those imaginary ones, so I just conceded and went straight. Enough! You pig brains, do you still want to take a shot at the boss? Don't you all understand the boss's deep meaning? Just as the atmosphere was tense, an untimely voice rang. Xiao Chenyu looked excited and looked at Qin He with admiration. Boss Qin He really looks at one step and thinks 3 steps, which can be called foresight. Defeated Tang San, but did not show off his power, but chose gentle words and comfort. This kind of courtesy corporal performance will undoubtedly make other students of Notting College recognize the boss more. Hit a stick and give a sweet jujube, the legendary Emperor's Heart. Qin He's boss is only 6 years old, has he mastered the fire? Although the boss already has the strength to surpass other students of Notting College, but compared with the use of rough methods, this kind of courtesy and corporal method can moisturize things silently. What the boss of Qin He wanted was not for these Notting College students to be convinced, but to surrender willingly. Of course, such a profound truth cannot be spoken in the public, and it is impossible for those stupid little brothers to understand so much. What deep meaning! At this time, Qin He's eye muscles twitched fiercely. This Xiao Chenyu is going to ruin me again. Boss has deep meaning again. The expressions of the other people in Liashe went from angry, confused, and finally at a loss, in just a few seconds. What about this? Why didn't Brother Xiao Chenyu explain to us? If you have no education, you can only be the younger brother of others, or even the younger brother is not good. Brother Xiao is right. We are pig brains. The deep meaning of the boss can only be understood by Brother Xiao. Otherwise, it is hard to find a friend, or how can Brother Xiao firmly occupy the second-in-command position? No matter what the boss says, just obey. Can the boss cheat us? Immediately, a group of little brothers from Liashe showed a sudden realization. Tang San is just a defeated player, why bother? Master Qin He has a big heart, he doesn't care about a little Tang San. If it weren't for Qin He's reminder, we almost made a big mistake. Yes, I don't know why, this Tang San was born with a mocking face, I want to mock him when I see him. Hearing the comments of these originally arrogant nobles, Tang San's mouth twitched. Damn Qin he deliberately disciplined the little brother in front of me, is he planning to demonstrate? However, it is also possible that he deliberately made a show, but no matter what the possibility is, this Qin he is too terrible. Tang San was originally defeated by the crowd, and he was still a little unconvinced. At this time, all his dissatisfaction was transformed into a strong shock. The words of these noble children can be said to be utterly damaging, and they are beating Tang San in the face. But by the way, Tang San couldn't find anything to refute. To lose is to lose, what excuses can be found? Chapter 11, This Sun is Terrifying. From now on, Tang San will work hard to learn like brother Qin he, and one day, I will surpass brother Qin he. Tang San made up his mind secretly. Looking at the opponent's slightly admiring eyes, Qin he couldn't help but squeak in his heart. What the is this? What reading comprehension did you do? This thing seems to be wrong. Nodding College. Director's Office. Dean Zhaochang, Master Yu Xiaogang, and father of Qin he Qin Zhan. It is still the three people, but their expressions are already completely different. Master, I'm sorry, my son shot too hard and accidentally injured your disciple. I am here to apologize to you. Qin Zhan had a sad look, as if his son was injured. Okay, don't pretend. You guy, maybe secretly laughing. The master Yu Xiaogang was very angry. Tang San was injured and was defeated by Qin he in the challenge. As his teacher, his face was naturally blank. However, the way Qin he handled it, Master Yu Xiaogang didn't seem to be able to find room for difficulty. Fighting between students is a kind of experience in the first place. Even a teacher does not seem to get involved. Besides, Master Yu Xiaogang, he is only a 25th level Great Soul Master, compared to the backstage, Qin he's father, but the City Lord of Nodding City, is even more of an Earl, a powerful Soul King. Moreover, Qin he defeated his apprentice Tang San, and he did not seem to be aggressive, but instead said a lot of kind words. This is not like a 6-year-old child at all, but like a dripping old fritters. Aristocratic education, is it really that scary? At a young age, you can have such a deep mind. The master Yu Xiaogang was born in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and he was also a nobleman. Obviously, most nobles are sloppy. Like Qin he, they have great talents, and they are so impeccable in dealing with people, even rarer. Prince Qin he is indeed a dragon and phoenix. At only 6 years old, he can have this kind of imperialism. Brother Qin Zhan, you have a good son. On the side, Dean Zhaochang also sighed. Zhaochang is friends with Qin Zhan and Master Yu Xiaogang, and many things are not deliberately hidden. Since Master Qin he entered Nodding College, the children of the nobles have curbed a lot of arrogant and domineering habits, and they are all obedient to Qin he. Even Qin he had just entered school, and he had a high reputation right in front of the senior students. The prefects of several senior grades all treated Qin he respectfully. This kind of respect is not because of Qin he's identity, but from the heart to admire Qin he. As we all know, these nobles at Nodding College are likely to inherit the title of the family after graduation. And even the children of common people are all geniuses in a million. At a young age, he has attracted so many future geniuses. When Qin he grows up, what a terrifying force this will be. My son Qin he is so awesome. After hearing Zhaochang's explanation, even Qin Zhan was at a loss. Qin Zhan is now famous, the Lord of Nodding City, and the only Earl in the city. But what was he doing when he was 6 years old? Looks like you are still playing in the mud. My son, Qin he, is so talented that he can be said to be innate. He knows how to win people's hearts at the age of 6. This is evil. Perhaps this wave of drawing people's hearts is just a coincidence. But remembering that in normal times, no matter what his son does, he is methodical and extremely calm. Qin Zhan felt that maybe this is really possible. Wuhan Hall. Tiandu Empire Branch. Platinum Bishop Salas sat on the chair of the head of the church, holding a piece of information in his hand. In the first line of information, Qin He's name is impressively listed. This son of Qin He, after detecting the best talent, he stayed simple, low-key, rarely shot, unable to accurately assess his strength, and seemed to be reduced to a mortal. The only one ever made a move that defeated Tang San of the same grade. Tang San was a 10th level spirit master, Wuhan Lan Yinko, who had leapfrogged and defeated a 15th level high-level spirit master, but Tang San's Wuhan was an abandoned spirit. This battle does not have much evaluation value. Seeing the words on the intelligence, Salas frowned, her face ugly. The Wuhan temple is powerful, and the intelligence network is the top priority. Under the dense intelligence network of the Spirit Hall, in the entire Douluo continent, only a place where a genius was born would be known to the Hall of Spirit instantly. Even if it is temporarily unable to win over this genius, the opponent's strength and spirit information will be completely known to the Spirit Hall. With this kind of extreme intelligence, Soul Hall's opponents, no matter what weaknesses, will be easily found by Soul Hall. Therefore, the Wuhandian Academy is above the entire Douluo continent. However, at this time, the Wuhan Hall actually knew nothing about the strength of a 6-year-old child. Under the seat of Platinum Bishop Salas, Su Yun Tao, who came to report the information, also sighed at this time. Master Bishop, young Master Qin He is really extraordinary. Why don't we send someone from the Wuhan temple to try it out? Su Yun Tao suggested. Said it was a proposal, but it was not easy to test Qin He. If you want to test an ordinary soul master, just send a master casually and find a remote place to fight. But Qin He is the son of the city lord of Notting City, and the other party does not want to make a move, so there is really no way to take him. That's not necessary. Juniors matter, let Junior solve it. Although Qin He is great, my Wuhan Palace Golden Generation is not a vegetarian. Su Yun Tao had just finished speaking, but when he saw Bishop Salas, he shook his head unpredictably. The Golden Generation of Wuhandian refers to the younger generation of Wuhandian Academy, each of whom is a super genius with the best Wuhan. Could it be that? When Su Yun Tao heard Platinum Bishop Salas mention the Golden Generation, his eyes lit up. Yes, in a few days, my Wuhandian Academy will send the Golden Generation to Notting Academy for exchanges. At that time, no matter how hidden Qin He is, he will be pulled out completely. Platinum Bishop Salas spoke confidently, as if the winner was in hand. The admission criteria of Wuhandian Academy were not easy. Only with innate soul power above level 7 and awakening a powerful martial soul can they be eligible to join the Wuhandian Academy. Among them, there were 7 members of the Golden Generation, all of whom were innately full of spirit power similar to Qin He. At this time, they had already obtained their first spirit ring, and their levels were all above level 15. Headed by Hulina, even reached the 18th level, and Wuhan is an extremely rare charm-hearted fox, who is naturally charming and extremely powerful. With such a huge lineup, can't Qin He's whole cards be forced? Chapter 12, Qin He with a Big Heart. Heaven Do Imperial Family. National Capital. The dragon-robed old man Shui Ye sat on the U-chair in the study with a smile, flipping through the memorial in his hand, and looking up at his 2 children from time to time. Below the old man, 2 young Xiao Zhengtai, both dressed in bright yellow robes, stood beside them. The elder, Shui Qinghe, was the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire. Although he was only about 12 years old, he had a solemn expression at this time, and he stood motionless without changing his face. The younger one looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child, his eyes rolled round and round, and he looked absent-minded, just like the second Royal Highness Avalanche. Emperor Father, what is special about Qin He? Why does Emperor Father care about Qin He so much? After a long time, finally couldn't bear the lonely avalanche, and spoke first. During this period of time, the two princes of the Shui family, the most mentioned name from their father's mouth was Qin He. They also went to find someone to investigate Qin He secretly, and found that the other party was innately full of spirit power, possessing the best martial spirit White Tiger, and his father was an earl of the Heaven Do Empire, that's all. The position of earl, placed in Notting City, may be considered a big man, but in the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, if you throw a brick at random, you will most likely hit an earl. Although Qin He's talent is excellent, looking at the larger Tiandu Empire, people who are better than Qin He are rare, but there are still some. What the second brother said is that there has been news recently that Qin He seems to have lost all his prestige, so why is his father? Shui King He's originally solemn expression also showed a touch of indignation. Obviously, during this period of time, the two of them had to face each other in front of Emperor Shui Yat, and they all heard the name Qin He, and their ears were all cocooned. As the princes of the Tiandu Empire, they were very arrogant. As a result, Qin He was regarded as a child of another family and praised by Emperor Sui in various ways. They would naturally feel unhappy when they were young. Besides, innately full of soul power, they are not unprecedented in the imperial capital. Many geniuses, even if they are innately full of soul power, do not achieve high levels in the end. What's so great about this? You too, do you feel dissatisfied? Upon receiving the expressions of the two of them, Emperor Shuiye smiled slightly, then shook his head again, quite disappointed. Qin He, this is not easy. At a young age with such a great reputation, I am afraid I am already lost in the praise and cannot extricate myself. But he stays simple and simple, deliberately hides his clumsiness, hides in the academy to practice hard, not to be burdened by false reputation, and his mind is tough. This, looking at the Tiandu Empire, how many people can do it? Emperor Sui smiled at the dissatisfaction of the two children. Although the two princes are already considered good, they are still children, and they are too simple and impulsive. Compared with Qin He, they are far behind. The great Sui didn't think that Qin He's talent suddenly disappeared. Judging from the information that came, this guy was clearly hiding. Moreover, what Qin He hides is really good. If it weren't for the emperor who grew up in intrigue, he might not have discovered this. If you don't speak, you're already a blockbuster. This Qin He is afraid to bring a big surprise to both the Heaven Do Empire and the Wuhan Palace. No way, I can't hold it anymore. The cold expression and the oppressive eyes, young Master Qin He is so handsome. Although I don't know you, but since you just said this, you are my half-sister. Wow, did you guys come for young Master Qin He too? What a coincidence, so am I. I finally found my long-lost sister. At Notting College, from time to time I saw a little girl with a nympho, secretly pointing to Qin He, and the number of love letters sent out in person was even more so. Walking along the narrow path of Notting College, Qin He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking listless. It's already so low-key, why does my reputation have a growing trend? Being handsome, is it destined to bear such pain? Qin He was helpless. 1 month passed in a flash. During this time, he did act in a low-key manner, rarely even going out. And Notting College has recently emerged as geniuses like the Crucian carp who crossed the river. Especially Tang San, with the help of Master Yu Xiaogang just recently, received a new spirit ring, coupled with hard work, has reached the 15th level by this time, he can be called the first freshman. But Qin He pretended to lay a solid foundation, and was not in a hurry to improve his spirit power, deliberately revealing his level 10 cultivation base, which was far behind Tang San. The current Tang San has greatly increased in strength, so he should be very swelled to challenge me. I will be ready at that time and deliberately lose to Tang San, presumably his reputation will be further reduced. Countless thoughts flashed in Qin He's mind. The Douluo continent respects strength. Qin He is famous. In addition to his friendliness to classmates, the most important thing is his strength. After all, Qin He was not defeated at Notting College. Even Tang San, who is now famous, is only Qin He's defeated opponent. Once Qin He fails, his aura will decrease a lot, and most of it will be transferred to Tang San again. Thinking of this, Qin He's cold face couldn't help showing a touch of joy. Beside Qin He, a group of aristocratic children from Liashe followed him step by step. It deserves to be our Qin He boss. Using the means of Lixian Corporal, our Liashe has recruited a full 50% of the college's students, and now half of the students are willing to be called the boss. Aside, Xiao Chinayu looked at Qin He, and when he saw the chuckle at the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help showing a fanatical look. Although during this period of time, the boss of Qin He stayed simple and seemed to have done nothing. But in fact, the boss is hinting that we are going to win over the students, prepare to build up influence, and do a big business. With such a courageous and strategic Qin He boss, the future can be imagined. Although at Notting College, about half of the students are not afraid of the authority of the boss. However, looking at the smile of Qin He's boss, he must have already made his mind. Chapter 13, Hulina. Da-da-day. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the marble road in the center of Notting City. A train fleet consists of a precious four-winged sky horse-drawn carriage, with the mark of Wuhan Temple inscribed on the carriage. The carriage galloped quickly in the middle of the road, causing a tumult. The headed one, in his 30s, with a long black beard, a solemn look, and an aura of self-prestige, is indeed the leader of the train team. In the carriage behind, there were a group of children in Chinese clothes, aged about 6 to 12, both men and women. These children, protected by the knights of the convoy, are obviously not low profile. It's the convoy of the Spirit Hall. There is a symbol of Spirit Hall on it. They went to Notting College. Are they planning to participate in the exchange meeting? That carriage are all students from the Spirit Hall, aren't they? How old are they? They are already soul masters, and they deserve to be the golden generation of Spirit Hall. It's weird. The Wuhandian students are all the pride of the sky. I couldn't see our Notting College from the past, so why would I condescend to go this time? That's worth mentioning. Of course it's for our young master Qin He. When the crowd saw the fleet of Wuhan Palace appear, they all avoided wisely. After the carriage disappeared, everyone couldn't help but talk again. Call. Soon, the convoy stopped at the wide gate of Notting College. At this time, the gate of Notting College was already bustling with welcome people. At the Dean of Notting College, Zhao Chong, welcome everyone from the Wuhandian to come and communicate. The headed Dean Zhao Chong saluted respectfully. The Dean is polite. Now, list, the Knight Commander of the Wuhan Temple, the 68-level Soul Emperor, and the Wuhan Knight Spear. List, the leader of the team, exudes a sharp aura, which makes people unconscious. After some greetings, on the carriage of the Spirit Hall, one by one children got off the carriage, and I saw the pride of the heavens in this group of Spirit Hall, each with their heads up, exuding a touch of arrogance. Someone had come forward to arrange accommodation for the students of Wuhan Hall, and there were many students from Notting College who were curious. Hulina, what do you think of Notting College? Among the children I saw, a rather evil-looking boy took the lead to speak, his eyes faintly showing a little spoiling. The boy's name is Xiaoyu, the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, ranking second only to Hulina, and is Hulina's brother. A total of 7 students from Wuhandian came to exchange this time, 6 men and 1 woman. Among them, the only girl with beautiful appearance, fair complexion and immature lowly face, gave people a charming feeling. Among the 7, this girl is faintly headed. The girl's name is Hulina, the best of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, an 18th level spirit master, and Wuhan Meizen Fox. She is not only strong, talented, but also a personal disciple of the current Pope Bibi Dong. It is precisely because of this that Hu Lina's status as a number of Wuhan Hall students is faintly higher. Normally, the students here are obviously lower than the colleges they've been to before, and I don't know why the teacher asked us to come here to communicate. Hu Lina's tone was full of arrogance, and a faint charm emerged unconsciously, making the surrounding students flushed. Obviously it was just simple words, but it made the geniuses of these spirit halls fascinated. This is not only the power of Hu Lina's martial soul charm Heart Fox, but also a manifestation of her own charm. It is conceivable that when Hu Lina grows up, what kind of scene will be, it can be said that she is a demon girl who is a lure. I heard that this time I came here mainly for a genius named Qin He. The other party has a supernatural white tiger martial soul, and he is still full of soul power. Ziyu, like a small companion in class, leaned in front of Hu Lina to introduce her information she knew. However, when Qin He was mentioned, Xiaoyu inevitably showed a touch of disdain. Although I didn't see Qin He himself, but looking at the shabby teaching environment of Notting College, I knew that Qin He would definitely not be stronger. What's more, I heard that Qin He had refused the solicitation of Wuhan Palace without knowing what he was doing. Looking at the Douluo continent, who doesn't know that the Spirit Hall is the most powerful force and possesses the best training ability? This Qin He dared to refuse even the solicitation of the Spirit Hall. He must be a person with eyesight and no beads. What can such a guy achieve? Qin He? Maybe he has a good talent, but it's just a talent. Hu Lina smiled, as if Qin He was not worth mentioning. The exchange groups of Wuhandian Academy usually go to powerful academies. And Notting College is obviously not powerful. Being able to make Wuhandian high-level managers change their minds and reserve a place specifically for Notting College, indicating that Qin He is quite powerful. But Hu Lina is also a genius, how could he be convinced of him Qin He? On a lawn at Notting College, Master Yu Xiaogang wore a black robe, and his expression was rather complicated when he watched the appearance of the Wuhan Hall students. Little San, this time the Martial Spirit Temple Academy is here for an exchange visit, but are you ready for this great opportunity for your performance? Beside the master, Tang San's small face showed a strong color of determination. Master, I will definitely defeat them. Tang San is very confident. When the Wuhan Hall students walked over, Tang San drove the purple magic pupil and felt the breath of these students. What is the purple magic pupil? This purple magic pupil was a special ability that Tang San gained from practicing the Tang Sect's mysterious art, which could see through the enemy's weakness and even perceive the enemy's breath. Although the students of these Wuhan Hall are already very powerful, they are far behind Qin He. Purple Demon Eye's perception of breath is rather vague, but he always feels that Qin He's breath is not generally strong. After the battle with Qin He, even though Tang San lost the battle, he felt that his recent improvement in this period was undoubtedly very big. These Wuhandian students, who came to Notting College to communicate, are destined to be my stepping stones for Tang San. Don't be careless. Seeing Tang San's self-confident appearance, Master Yu Xiaogang couldn't help shaking his head. The Spirit Hall is not easy. In this golden generation, everyone is above you. Even if you lose, it's normal. Master Yu Xiaogang, but a person with a great story. The Pope Bibi Dong of the Soul Hall is one of the Master's ex-girlfriends. The Master himself, and even the Elder of the Soul Hall, has a deep understanding of the strength of the Soul Hall. Tang San is still too young, but Qin He. If Qin He is also at level 15, defeating the Golden Generation seems to be no problem. But Qin He is only level 10 now, there is still a gap. Chapter 14, I won't be on it. Director's Office. On the sofa at this time, Dean Zhaocheng and Qin Zhan sat. The Wuhandian Academy will actually send someone to my Notting to communicate. Dean Zhaocheng was sweating profusely, and his expression was nervous and excited. Notting College is the best college in Notting City. However, this academy is only a junior academy after all, and it has a poor reputation in the entire Douluo continent. And Wuhandian Academy is the best academy in Douluo continent. Among other things, it is said that the Golden Generation who sent people to participate in the competition this time, the Golden Seven Sons, all have different talents, which makes people feel envy, jealousy, and hate at a glance. Excited, Dean Zhaochang also reacted. This Wuhan Hall is for Qin He. The spirit of Wuhan Palace is not dead, and under such circumstances, he still wants to win over Qin He. Brother Zhao doesn't need to be impatient, the spirit hall is coming fiercely, but my son Qin He is not bad, as long as we can defeat a student sent by the spirit hall, our nodding college will not be ashamed. Qin Zhan smiled slightly, not worried at all. Indeed, Wuhandian Academy had exchanged countless academies, except for a few academies, it was able to play a few rounds with Wuhandian. Most academies, even the weakest one of the Golden Generation of Wuhan Palace can't beat it. And the Golden Generation of Wuhan Palace, the girl headed by Hulina, is the personal disciple of Pope Bibidong in Wuhan Palace, and the younger generation of Wuhan Palace's trump card has not been shot from beginning to end. No one thinks that Hulina is just a vase character. I'm afraid this young generation of Wuhan Palace will grow up, and it will be a very terrifying force. Your son Qin He is indeed not bad, but... Seeing Qin Zhan's leisurely and contented appearance, Zhao Chang was very depressed, but he did not dare to speak out. Everyone knows that Qin He awakens a martial arts spirit, but his character is very lazy. At Nodding College, except for the necessary courses, he spends most of his time sleeping in the dormitory. How lazy is Qin He? Obviously he is innately full of spirit power, and he can obviously hunt for spirit rings to improve his strength, but he still maintains the 10th level of spirit power, motionless. It is hard to imagine that this extremely lazy guy will take action at this Wuhan Hall exchange meeting. Brother Qin, let's do that. Our college recently awarded a scholarship. Your son defeated a student in the Spirit Hall. Our college rewards 1,000 gold soul coins. For each defeat, 1,000 more. If I can defeat Hulina, I personally reward a soul guide, how about? The rich rewards made Qin Zhan's eyes round. Soul guidance device? Isn't this too handcrafted? The soul guidance device, as the name suggests, is an extremely precious tool that is used with the power of martial soul. There are very few soul guides handed down, and most of them have no offensive effect. The Soul Master itself does not need weapons. Soul guidance devices can all be described as cultural relics. As for how they were produced and how they were made, they have long been lost. In the original book, Tang San, the protagonist, worshipped Master Yu Xiaogang as his teacher, and obtained the soul guidance device of 24-bridge Minjiu I. The 24-bridge Minjiu Knight, the function of this soul guidance device is to store things. With him, Tang San stored a large number of hidden weapons in it, and his combat effectiveness was greatly improved. Tang San obtained this equipment from Novice Village, but directly used it for the finale. All in all, the soul guidance device is an extremely precious existence that can be met but not sought. Haha, brother Qin Zhan, although the reward is good, Hulina is not so easy to win. 6 homes. Qin He was lying on the bed, squinting his eyes and taking a nap. He looked so cozy that people even wanted to beat him up. Everyone joins Nodding College at the same time, others are working hard, and you are sleeping. But the other people in Liashe looked reverent. As expected of Boss Qin, he is cultivating while sleeping. Yes, we usually see the boss in the dormitory, either sleeping or sleeping, but why does the boss's strength continue to grow? Obviously, sleeping is also a practice. Can you practice while sleeping? I can't do it anyway, Boss Qin He is too strong. The whispers of the crowd were naturally caught in Qin He's ears. At this time, Qin He couldn't help but twitched his mouth. What are you all whispering? Qin He sighed in his heart. Who said that dragon sets have low IQ? This group of little brothers, who are obviously only more than 10 level little soul masters, almost discovered the biggest secret of my Qin He cultivation. My Qin He does become stronger when I sleep, but that's a past tense. Now I am at full level, no matter how I sleep, I can't get stronger, there is no pursuit in life. Boss, something big happened in our college. At this moment, I saw a figure rushing in. Xiao Chenayu's expression was excited, and his eyes frantically cried out. Boss, a group of exchange groups came from Wuhandian Academy. The girl headed by that is called Hulina, she looks pretty. I think that girl is very suitable for the boss, do you want us to make a move in her over? Beauty is only worthy of the strong. Xiao Chenayu's slogan drew other Liaishe brothers excitedly to agree. I heard that this Wuhan Hall is the #1 academy in mainland China, I think the students there are just average. Those Wuhan Hall students are indeed arrogant, walking like crabs. The last time they bumped into me, they left without even apologizing. Yes, a bunch of rude guys. Our boss is the strongest. What kind of golden generation is not worth mentioning in the eyes of our boss? The people in Liaishe were all excited. The Wuhan Hall exchange group, Hulina. At this time, Qin He was also at a loss. Hulina, Qin He naturally knew that the best genius of the golden generation had forced Tang San to be very embarrassed in the Soul Master Elite competition in the whole continent. In the original work, the Spirit Hall did not appear in Notting College at this point in time. Hulina's strength at this point in time should be stronger than Tang San. No, this Wuhandian came to participate in the exchange meeting, is it possible to test my Qin He's strength? Was it still being watched by Wuhan Hall? Crossing to the Douluo continent, although Qin He didn't do anything, he unconsciously changed the plot. In this exchange meeting, we are experts at Notting College, so I won't go to it. Thinking of this, Qin He couldn't help but numb his scalp. Defeating the Wuhan Temple is undoubtedly a thankless thing. The golden generation is defeated, they will send the older generation, and then send the grandfather, send the elders, send the bishop. The children and grandchildren are endless, it is simply an annoying fly. During this period of time, Qin He has been working hard to learn how to control his soul power so as not to burst out too strong soul power and hurt others. However, the results achieved so far are quite average. Comparing with the younger generation in the Spirit Hall, you can't release the water too obviously, because the secretly observed must be high-level bosses in the Spirit Hall. Unlike Tang San, his strength was still low, so he was so foolish. With Qin He's current acting skills, if he doesn't perform well, he is afraid that something will happen. Chapter 15, Rattling. 6 homes. Xiao Chenayu and the other younger brothers walked out of the dormitory door looking at each other, looking confused. The boss said that this exchange meeting will not be held, does it have any deep meaning? In Liaishe, the younger brothers cast their eyes on Xiao Chenayu. Obviously, this exchange meeting with Wuhan Hall is the best opportunity for Qin He to become famous. Could it be said that Boss Qin He was afraid of the failure of the Wuhan Palace? What are you thinking about? Do you think it is the boss of Qin He who is afraid of the Spirit Hall? Xiao Chenayu sneered. Too naive, Qin Boss's meaning is obvious, this small Wuhan Palace, Qin Boss doesn't even bother to make a move. Having said that, Xiao Chenayu's eyes flashed with fanaticism. The boss of Qin He is the one who wants to do big things. This so-called Wuhan Palace competition is just like a child's play, so why bother? Temporary dormitory area of Wuhan Hall. Have you heard? Qin He announced that he will not participate in the exchange meeting. He thinks we are too weak to be his opponent. Ziyu's handsome face flashed with anger. It was obvious that the news that was inquired was very angry. According to the news heard, Qin He is known as a master of Notting College and can win without having to play. But actually, Xiaoyu has been visiting Notting College for a while recently. In this broken school, where the masters come from, they are all bare kids and waste materials. This Qin He, comparing them with the waste materials of Notting College, this is an insult to the Spirit Hall. Xiaoyu, what are you excited about? It's just a psychological war. As long as we defeat other people, will he not show up? On the side, Hulina's beautiful eyebrows bend like autumn water, and between her gestures, a faint charm revealed. That's it. This Qin he looks like he has big eyebrows and big eyes. It turns out to be so sinister. Xiaoyu couldn't help but suddenly realized. Nemas, your Heaven Do Empire says every day that our Wuhan temple is a villain, but our villain's heart is not as dirty as you. The exchange meeting hadn't started yet, and all the tactics had been used. If it weren't for Hulina's reminder, I would almost be irritated and affected the next battle. It's no wonder that our bishop and teacher take so seriously, Qin he is really terrifying. Hulina, who always had a charming smile on her face, looked serious now. Her martial soul charm fox, whose talent is charm, is essentially a means to play with people's hearts. However, this Qin he obviously does not have the relevant talented martial arts, but playing with people's hearts, he is more proficient than her fox. Sure enough, when you come to Notting College, you can learn a lot from that man. Hulina thought to herself. 7 homes. That fellow Qin he won't participate in the exchange meeting. Hearing this news, Tang San couldn't help but feel a touch of joy. Yes, boss, young Master Qin he said he didn't bother to participate in this kind of competition. The former elder Wang Sheng of Kishi added, with a touch of admiration in his expression. Wuhan Palace, what a powerful force! The students of the Wuhan Palace, they looked at from a distance, and they knew how powerful they were. But young Master Qin he didn't care at all. Do you disdain to participate? Damn! Hearing Wang Sheng's words, Tang San couldn't help but twitched. It's uncomfortable. I feel like I have been compared again. Although Tang San's strength had risen quite a bit during this period, he hunted a mandala snake of 100-year-old soul beast, breaking through his realm, and is now a 15th level soul master. But Qin he didn't go to the Tianda Great Forest, and he was still only a 10th level spirit master. However, the previous failure still hung over him like a shadow. Contending with Qin he, Tang San felt that the chance was small. In this exchange meeting, the academy offered huge rewards. Every time you defeated a Wuhan Hall student, you would be rewarded with 1,000 gold soul coins. As a poor working student, he felt that his opportunity to make money was here. Haha, it seems that Qin he is nothing more than that. He is afraid of Wuhan Hall, and I'm not afraid of Tang San. When I win the so-called golden generation of these Wuhan temples, I will come to Qin he to challenge. Tang San spoke confidently. In the entourage of Wuhan Hall, an old man with grey hair was dressed in humble linen, his body was imposing, his eyes sharp as a knife. Qin he doesn't plan to participate in the exchange meeting? Then, Salus, isn't it for nothing? Salus muttered to himself, his brows could not help but turn into Sichuan. Master Bishop, why are you here? On the side, the Knight Commander saw the figure of Salus, and was startled at first, then inconceivable. Bishop Salus, but a strong-titled Douluo, such a character would actually appear in a small place like Notting City. You know, in the entire Douluo continent, the number of titled Douluo is pitifully small, and Salus' status in the Hall of Souls, which is full of talents, is also extremely high. Moreover, Saras was in church before, didn't he mean that Qin he didn't have to be at heart? Ahem, don't say anything. Salus coughed awkwardly, her face very ugly. For Qin he, Salus said he was not curious, it was impossible. However, as the bishop of Wuhan Temple, if he goes to Notting City with great fanfare, he will undoubtedly make the entire Heaven Do Empire shake 3 times. Therefore, he chose to hide his identity in the entourage group, on the one hand to protect the golden generation of Wuhan Temple, on the other hand, he also wanted to secretly observe how much Qin he had hidden his strength. Unexpectedly, he was recognized by the Knight Commander. Knowing that, Salas should change to a more secret identity. That's it. The knight commander also waved his hand awkwardly, and left in a hurry. Although he said he was a knight commander and his name was very loud, he was actually just a bodyguard, and he was far from the status of the bishop. This Qin He is really not easy. Not only did the Wuhandian exchange group change its destination, but even the Platinum Bishop personally came to observe the ceremony. The big guys in Wuhan Hall, have they paid attention to this 6-year-old child to this degree? Nodding College. The morning sun was shining, cloudless and sunny. In the square, the Wuhan Hall side occupies a corner position, full of pomp. The 7 members of the Golden Generation headed by Hu Lina are no more than 12 years old, but all have reached the 15th level or above, and will soon be close to the 20th level, becoming a great soul master. On the other side, the exchange group sent by Nodding College is much worse. It is the students from Nodding College who have put together a lot of things, and there is even a senior in the 20th grade, who seems to be almost 30 years old. But even if they were older and had a slightly higher spirit power level, they didn't have much advantage. Wuhan fighting is not only based on the level, but the quality of the spirit is also very important. In the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, many great soul master level experts are just their defeated men, not to mention these students at Nodding College, not even great soul masters. Guests from afar, all students, Zhao Chong, Dean of Old Nodding College. On the high platform, the Dean of Nodding College looked solemn. After introducing the Wuhandian exchange group, he said some nonsense about friendship first and second in the game, and announced the start of the exchange meeting. The students underneath, with excitement flashing in their eyes, shouted words like cheer. In the next Lingri, 15th level Spirit Master, Wuhan Golden Crow. Please enlighten me from the students of Nodding College. At the same time, among the 7 members of the Golden Generation of Wuhan Palace, a black-haired boy walked out, about 12 years old. Chapter 16, If Qin He is not out, who will fight for the front? Ling Ri, 15th level Spirit Master, Wuhan Jinwu, aged 12 years old, is the weakest of the 7-man group in the Golden Generation of Wuhan Palace. His spirit has extremely high temperature, can burn opponents, and is very difficult to deal with. On the teacher's seat, Master Yu Xiaogang narrowed his eyes and told the students information. Golden Crow Wuhan, or Fireball Wuhan, is a rare beast Wuhan. 300 years ago, there was a sect called Dari sect, and its sect possessed Golden Crow martial spirits. The sect master was a 93-level title Douluo, and his strength was very powerful. However, this great sun sect later offended a certain mysterious force and was wiped out overnight, and the Golden Crow martial spirit also dissipated. Only a few people could still possess such a martial spirit. Moreover, the Golden Crow spirit can evolve. If it evolves into a 3-legged Golden Crow in the future, its temperature will be comparable to the power of the sun. With this spirit, it will not be a problem to become a titled Douluo. This transit is really good. It's a pity that I'm a little younger, so my spirit power level is not high. We at Nodding College still have a chance to win. On the side, Dean Zhao Chong smacked his lips, commenting on the incident. He glanced at the exchange group of Nodding College, and there was no Qin He among them. Zhao Chong's mouth twitched depressed. This son of Qin, can you have a sense of honor from the academy? It's a bit embarrassing to say that you can't come. The rules of the exchange meeting are very simple. The exchange groups of both sides will each send 7 people. If one party loses, then a new player will play. With the players from both sides on the field, the atmosphere instantly reached its peak. Fu Quan in the next, Wuhan Axe, 19th level weapon spirit master. At Nodding College, a tall and strong man stood up and summoned his martial spirit, a black axe. The axe made of soul power was held in the hand by the big man, adding a bit of ferocity to the big man. Haha, kid, give me an axe. Fu Chuan laughed proudly, unpretentiously, and threw an axe. Go with. At the same time, I saw the Lingri in the martial soul palace, but his eyes flashed with disdain, and immediately his body shook, and a fiery red creature bloomed from his side. A huge amount of heat radiated from Lingri's body. Facing the aggressive axe, I saw the firebird arrogantly tilting its head up, and suddenly a flame burst out. Call! The flame instantly swallowed the axe and burned it clean. Puff! Fu Chuan, who was attacked, hadn't reacted yet. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and the whole person went backwards several steps. Looking at Fu Chuan, the whole person was burnt to dust, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. One move. Only one trick. A 19th level spirit master was actually defeated by Ling Ri's attack. You know, Ling Ri is only a 15th level spirit master, and also the weakest existence in the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. In this scene, everyone present was stunned. I surrender. Fu Quan's face was unwilling to admit defeat and stepped down, because his spirit power was not much, and the axe summoned was burnt clean, and if he hit it again, it was just pure abuse. Under the ring, the atmosphere instantly became quiet. The students of Notting College, although they all know there is a gap between them and Wuhandian College. However, they never expected that the gap would be so big. A senior of a 19th level spirit master, in front of them, did not even have the qualifications to make a move, and judging from the performance of the senior, the other party had obviously done their best. So strong. On the side, Tang San, who was watching the game all the way, also had an ugly face, not to mention how depressed. His martial spirit Blue Silver Grass is extremely afraid of flames, and it can be said that he is naturally restrained. It is precisely because of this that even though he was added to the list at this exchange meeting, he did not play in the first time. In his opinion, other seniors at Notting College should have no problem dealing with this transit. But who would have thought that it would be so miserable? Next, come up. I'm in a hurry. On the stage, the young man named Lingri spoke blankly, his tone of arrogance was almost undisguised. No, this is an undisguised mockery, he is mocking the entire Notting College. Under Li Gang, an 18th level spirit master, a spirit cheetah. Another senior from Notting College came forward. However, this time, the opponent poured out faster, and the cheetah moved faster, but the golden crow summoned by the sun spit out fireballs faster. With one fireball technique, without resorting to the second one, the cheetah instantly turned into a ball of fire shadow, turning into ashes in the burning. Third place, fourth place, fifth place. After defeating 5 opponents of Notting College in a row, Ling Ri looked radiant, as if there was no fatigue at all. This martial soul palace, I didn't expect it to be so strong. Dean Zhaochong sat on the stage, almost like an ant on a hot pot. What a shame! What a shame! One were 5 by Notting College, they are all senior students with higher spirit power than the other. The remaining 2 are both junior students. Facing this kind of offensive, isn't it just looking for abuse? The golden generation of Wuhan Palace is indeed very good. If Xiao Saner grows up, he may be able to compete with the other party, but unfortunately it is still not good. Master Yu Xiaogang on the side also shook his head. Under the ring, Tang San's forehead was also in cold sweat. Tang San's martial spirit is Lan Yinko. It is not unreasonable that the spirit of Lan Yinko is considered to be a waste spirit by the Spirit Hall. At least in the early stage, Blue Silver Grass was inferior to other Wuhan too much in terms of combat effectiveness. In the later stage, even if it can catch up, the powerful martial souls in the early stage will only be stronger in the later stage. The reason Tang San became stronger in the later period was mainly because Blue Silver Grass evolved into Blue Silver Grass Emperor, and his strength was greatly improved. In the early stage, facing the Golden Crow martial spirit like Ling Ri, his Blue Silver Grass was just burnt to the end. President, hurry up and call Master Qin He, we have to win anyway. Notting College is too unbelievable. Although the Wuhan temple is powerful, but the will fight, somehow it must be won. Master Qin He may not win. You must know that Master Qin He is only at level 10 now, this Lingri is already at level 15. The golden generation geniuses of Wuhan Palace, each has the ability to leapfrog and challenge, and young Master Qin He has a lower soul power level than them, it is too difficult. By the way, isn't the famous Tang San yet to play? Maybe he can turn the tide. At this time, the students of Notting College were all talking about it one by one, casting their expectant eyes on Tang San. Chapter 17, Qin He, are you scared? In the arena, while the competition was going fiercely, at the resting position on the sidelines, the remaining 6 people of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace were chatting like no one, obviously not paying attention to the battle in front of them. Notting College turned out to be at this level, which is really disappointing. On the side, Lena yawned and glanced at the venue with a pair of charming eyes, but did not find Qin He's figure, and was a little disappointed. Hee, it's just a dying struggle. This Notting Academy's overall strength is so poor, presumably that famous Qin He is nothing more than that. Xiaoyu ridiculed her disdainfully, obviously not paying attention to Qin He. Big brother Ziyu is right, I see, the reason why Qin He didn't dare to take the stage was probably because he was afraid of our Wuhan Hall. Counting him, Qin He was acquainted, hiding early. If he comes on stage and loses as cleanly as the previous ones, wouldn't it be a shame? The golden generations of these Wuhan halls were obviously still young and didn't know what to save face, so they just said what they thought. The undisguised contempt made everyone at Notting College flushed. Too much deception. These little boys in the spirit hall are far from the realm of my boss Qin. On the side, Xiao Chinayu also spoke in an unyielding voice, but in his tone of voice, he showed no sense of awe to these martial arts palace's proud children. These little boys in the Wuhan Palace only know how to be popular. How can we know that our boss Qin wants more things than you think? Competing for fame? This is just naive behavior, too naive, living in the same sky as you scum of Wuhan Palace, it is simply lowering our IQ. Is the average education level of the golden generation of these Wuhan temples prenatal education? It's true, the IQs of the people in Wuhan Palace don't seem to be very good. Aside, the others in Liashe also nodded in agreement. Once upon a time, they were just like the little boys in the Wuhan Palace, they only knew how to be jealous and make trouble everywhere. But now, they have acquired too much knowledge from Qin Old University, and they understand what strategy is. These little boys in the Wuhan Palace are too rough in their work. They are villains. Which one, like them, put the word villain directly on his face? The road is narrowing. In Lower Tangsan, a level 15 spirit master, Wuhan Lan Yinko. At this moment, it was Tang San's turn to stand on the side of Notting College in the ring. When the other party reported his martial spirit, everyone's disappointment was directly on the surface. Haha, Lan Yinko is just a waste of martial arts spirit, so I dare to come on stage? Isn't there anyone at Notting College? In the arena, Ling Ri's 5-game winning streak became more and more triumphant, especially seeing Tang San appearing. Wuhan was actually recognized by the mainland as the blue-silver grass, even more dismissive. Hehe, the exchange meeting, the emphasis is on communication, this eldest brother please be merciful. Tang San spoke with a smile, looking harmless to humans and animals. Although he was beaten by Qin He, Tang San also learned a lot from Qin He. For example, Qin He is so powerful, but he still says that he is an ordinary martial arts spirit all day long. This is an extremely clever combat strategy. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, taking advantage of the carelessness of others, an instant thunder strike is really amazing. Lingri, be careful. This Tang San is a character that Qin He has praised, and he will use hidden weapons to be careful of overturning the ship in the gutter. At this moment, just listening to the ring, Lena's light and fluttering voice exploded in Ling Ri's ears, making Ling Ri in instant shock. So insidious. Almost fooled. Ling Ri's eyes instantly became vigilant, and his eyes cast behind Tang San's back. Fug. The female devil in the spirit hall is too cheating. Tang San was about to pull out his hidden weapon, but he was broken on the spot, and he was so angry that he almost didn't vomit blood. The hidden weapon of Tang sect is fascinating and powerful. With the hidden weapon, Tang San was still very sure of this transit. However, once the other party becomes vigilant and wants to hurt people with hidden weapons, it may not be so easy. Dragon's Needle. The arrow had to be sent on the string, and Tang Sanyun picked up the Xian Tian Gong, flipped his right hand, and saw dozens of thin needles, which were thrown out instantly. The raw material of the dragon beard needle is precious. It needs to use the slab gold crystal in the crystal as the raw material. It is extremely sharp and can be hidden between the fingers, making it secret. Once the dragon beard needle is used, it curls up after it is injected into the human body, twists the muscles, and requires special techniques to remove it. It specializes in breaking the inner qi, and it is very effective for the transit of low spirit. However, because of being reminded, Ling Ri had a reaction the moment Tang San made his move. As soon as he turned his body, although he was still shot by a dragon beard needle, most of the dragon beard needles were avoided by Ling Ri. Puff! A splash of blood poured out, making Ling Ri's face instantly extremely ugly. Was actually hurt? That hidden weapon is so terrible, even if there is a reminder, it is still hit. If Hu Lina hadn't reminded him just now, he would lose the game if he passed the sun to the effect. Hey, what a pity! On the high platform, Dean Zhaocheng couldn't help but shook his head. Originally thought that Tang San could give a little strength, somehow defeat an opponent. Now it seems that Ling Ri was hurt at most. In this way, Tang San is still the best performer right now. Tang San is still a low-grade freshman, and it is extremely rare to be able to do this step. I can hurt this Ling Sun, Xiao San has done a good job. Even Qin He, I'm afraid it will be at best. Aside, Master Yu Xiaogang also shook his head. In the Hall of Martial Spirits, the elite geniuses from all over the continent gathered together. And their nodding city is just a small city. Even if they have geniuses, they have been recruited by a good academy early, so how can they be compared with Wuhan Hall? Young Master Qin He may be able to, but he hasn't obtained the spirit ring yet, he is only at level 10 now. Use all your strength. Under the ring, Hu Lina continued to remind. Ling Ri's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, looking at Tang San's eyes, they were also quite unkind. The first soul ability, Burning Fire. Ling Ri's eyes were glowing with red light, and the next moment, I saw a huge flame that immediately surrounded Tang San with lightning speed. Shoo-hoo! Tang San stepped back a few steps, and the academic uniform on his body was also broken. I lost. Tang San looked at his opponent incredulously, his face flushed. Dragon beard needles are extremely precious. After playing the trump card like Dragon Bear Needle, he still lost to Ling Ri. The strength of this Wuhan Palace is also terrifying. Tang San was very depressed. With Tang San's surrender, the atmosphere of the entire Nodding College instantly became sluggish. Chapter 18, Can't See Through. Did Tang San also lose? Recently, Tang San's reputation is so loud, he hasn't defeated even one person in the Spirit Hall. This transit is really too strong. A Golden Crow martial arts soul can burn everything. I don't think there is a martial arts soul that can restrain him. The Wuhandian Academy is too fierce. Now we have only one spot left at Nodding Academy. Are we going to be worn out by 7? It's a shame to be pierced for 7 by 1, who is the last one? The remaining members of the Nodding College exchange group were already shaking with their legs, their faces pale, and cold sweat was streaming down. Now everyone in Nodding College has very simple ideas, not to mention the victory over the golden generation of Wuhandian College, as long as they can defeat one person. The transit on this stage seems to have been injured, maybe they still have a chance? However, the last person to appear on the stage has the greatest pressure. Fortunately, if you lose the competition, I am afraid that the entire Notting College will be sprayed with doubts. Qin He. Everyone at this time, only this name is in their hearts. Among the students of Notting College. This is over. Tang San, it's too bad. Anyway, kill an opponent. Xiao Chinayu smacked his lips with a look of contempt. Xiao Chinayu, you don't think your back hurts when you stand up and talk. Our boss, Tang, somehow injured the Lingri of the Wuhan Hall. How about you, young Master Qin He? Don't even dare to be on stage, I am ashamed to say. On the side, Wang Sheng of Kishi retorted angrily. 6 houses and 7 houses have always been rivals. Originally heard that young Master Qin He would not participate in this exchange meeting, and everyone in Kishi was secretly delighted. This opportunity to pretend is coming. In this exchange meeting, the winner not only won the college prize, but also became famous. Who wouldn't participate in such a good thing? But who would have thought that the golden generation of these spirit halls were not the legendary experience babies, all of them were terrifying big bad wolves. Even Tang San was defeated, and the only one who could defeat them was probably the only Master Qin He who had defeated Tang San. On the ring, with Tang San's defeat, Ling Ri's expression became even more arrogant. Is there anyone on stage? Where is the son of Qin He who is very good at Notting College? Ling Ri laughed, the contempt in his tone almost overflowed. Master Qin He shouldn't be afraid of our martial soul palace. He didn't even dare to take part in the exchange meeting, it's shameful. That's right. Although Ling Ri's actions were due to his own personality, someone secretly instructed him to force Qin He out. Notting College was originally not the purpose of their Wuhan Palace coming to exchange this time. The only thing they want to face is the rumbling Qin He. Young Master Qin He is here. At this moment, someone suddenly yelled out of nowhere in the crowd. Looking up, I saw a handsome figure appearing in everyone's eyes, and instantly aroused the cheers of everyone in Notting College. Sure enough, Master Qin He came at the most critical moment. Master Qin He, come on! Destroy the Wuhan Hall! Who said that young Master Qin He was a coward? Who said that? Young Master Qin He makes a move, how arrogant the martial soul palace is now. The students of Notting College, from the original low morale, instantly climbed to the top. Qin He, this little guy, really gave us old men a big surprise. On the rostrum, Zhao Chong's expression was rather complicated. Qin He chose to play at this time, undoubtedly the most pressure. This guy is usually very lazy and rarely sees him make any moves. Facing the experienced martial soul palace, I am afraid he will suffer. Notting College has lost 6 games in a row. If Qin He is unable to turn the tide, he might be sprayed to death by Notting College students next. As for Qin He was clearly only a 10th level spirit master, a full 5 level difference from Lingri's level. With this gap, the probability of wanting to win is almost 0. Brother Zhao, don't hold on too much hope. Qin He didn't come to participate in the competition voluntarily. He was forced by his father. Aside, Yu Xiaogang faintly reminded Zhao Chong as if he had been splashed with cold water on his head. I thought it was a king, but I didn't expect it to be bronze. Dean Zhao Chong's mouth twitched. Brother Qin Zhan, I'm afraid you are pitting your son. Your son is only 6 years old, and he was thrown directly into the ring by you to rival these fierce Wuhan Palace golden generations. Don't you feel sorry for your son at all? In the distance, Qin Zhan opened his mouth wide and showed a bright smile. Brother Zhao, don't thank me, this is what I should do. My child, he has to be tempered, and he can't keep him hiding. Is that fair? Even if I lose, I have to fall into the ring. Okay, you are really strong. Zhao Chong gave a thumbs up and looked at the unlovable Qin He on the stage, sighing. It's too difficult for me. On the ring, Qin He's unlovable expression was really not pretending, but really depressed and crying. As a low-key guy, Qin He didn't intend to participate in this exchange meeting. What are the benefits of participating in this exchange meeting? Golden soul coin? Soul guidance device? Reputation? Qin He has become a god. As a 1000-level boss, this kind of mortal thing is of no use to him. What if I get too strong and kill someone? Without participating in this competition, the benefits are too much. On the one hand, others will call Qin He a coward, and because of fear of Wuhan Temple, his reputation will decrease. Doesn't this meet Qin He's needs? More importantly, Qin He is lazy. If I have time to participate in this useless game, will it be bad to sleep more? Glancing at the enthusiastic golden generation of Wuhan Hall on the ring, Qin Hanyi sighed secretly, well, let me play with you. It's still an old routine, pretending to be dead and falling to the ground, to achieve your reputation as the golden generation of Wuhan Hall. Can he just put water and it's done? In the entourage of Wuhan Hall, Platinum Bishop Salas saw Qin He's first glance, and couldn't help squinting his eyes. A feeling of horror was sprouting in his heart. This is Qin He? It seems ordinary, but why does it give me a very dangerous feeling? Salas felt that there was something wrong with his sixth sense. He is a titled Douluo, a strong man of this level. Would he feel dangerous on a 6-year-old child? Old eyes are dim, I feel like it's out of order. Everyone, this Qin He looks decadent, but he has a deep heart. These are all pretends he is doing. You have to pay attention. Under the arena, Hulina had a pretty face, and a pair of phoenix eyes stared at Qin He's back, as if to penetrate the other party. Is this Qin He really only 6 years old? Why is his expression, his every move, Hulina cannot guess what he is thinking at all. Chapter 19, No, you are playing me. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. Although everyone said that Qin He was nothing but that, but with the appearance of Qin He, the cynical expressions on the faces of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace disappeared without a trace. When they were in the fight, they were still thinking about chatting. But at this time, their eyes were all focused on Qin He, as if to see through the man in front of him. In the next Lingri, 15th level Spirit Master, Wuhan Golden Crow. Please enlighten me from Brother Qin He. Ling Ri's expression was serious, and his eyes were sharp, staring at Qin He. The damage Tang San's dragon beard needle had caused him before was only minimal. The Golden Crow Wuhan itself possesses extremely strong self-healing ability. It's just that after resting for almost 10 minutes, at the moment of transit, the state is basically restored. Don't be so serious. In this exchange meeting, friendship is first and competition is second. Why is it so solemn? Qin He couldn't help but waved his hand, looking casual. This one is called Ling Ri. I have never heard his name before. It should be a little dragon in the Wuhan Hall. However, even if it was a dragon sleeve, the dragon sleeve of the Wuhan Palace was worthy of respect. Anyway, his Qin He just came over and walked through the scene, waiting for this transit to put a skill casually. Qin He directly pretended to be dead and fell to the ground. Hurry up and go back to sleep. Stop grind, make a quick decision. Brother Qin He, this surging golden crow martial spirit can burn everything. It's terrifying. Be careful. Below the ring, Tang San solemnly reminded him. The golden crow Wuhan can be regarded as a kind of top-quality Wuhan. This kind of Wuhan is really abnormal. Tang San felt very aggrieved. In fact, Tang San still had many ways to defeat this transit. Tang San possesses twin spirits, and another martial spirit Clear Sky Hammer, so he can leapfrog the challenge. Obviously talking about combat power, Tang San could also compete with this Lingri. But in the end, they could only choose to admit defeat. Burn everything, Golden Crow. After hearing Tang San's words, Qin He couldn't help showing a look of excitement. I originally thought that this transit was just bronze, but I didn't expect it to be a king. This is perfect. You are very strong in transit, which shows that it is normal and logical for my Qin He to lose to you. This is a logical failure, Wuhan Hall will not stare at me anymore. Qin He, you dare to underestimate me. Seeing Qin He's absent-minded expression, Ling Ri only felt anger rising. As a member of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, he has always been sought after and vigilant. But the Qin He in front of him didn't pay attention to him at all. In Qin He, a 10th level spirit master, an ordinary tiger with a martial arts spirit, who is very weak, won't be summoned. You can do it first. Qin He spoke casually. As a 1,000 level boss, Qin He's power control is not perfect. Last time I fought Tang San, summoning a martial soul, and knocked Tang San away. This time, facing the Ling Sun and everyone in the Wuhan Hall, Qin He felt that he still wouldn't summon the Wuhan, lest he lose control and hurt people again. Qin He intends to concede defeat. If this opponent can't stand it and is flew by his martial soul first, wouldn't the scene be embarrassing? Sure enough, I was underestimating me. Ling Ri couldn't help but roar, and a round of red sun rose slowly behind him. Qin He is only a 10th level spirit master, and Ling Ri is a genius of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, and even a 15th level spirit master. It's 5 levels of soul power, you didn't even put me in your eyes. Even Wuhan didn't even summon it. This is looking down on my fat tiger, cough cough, looking down on me Ling Ri. The first soul ability, Burning Fire. Facing Qin He, Ling Ri directly used the big move. In the Douluo continent, every time a spirit ring is obtained, the corresponding spirit ability will be awakened. Using spirit skills, compared to pure martial arts attacks, the power is much greater. Ling Ri was very confident in his soul ability. In his opinion, although Qin He is now a 10th level spirit master, he does not have a single spirit ability. Facing his offense, it can only end with hatred. What a great flame! Although it was not the first time I saw Ling Ri's spirit ability, the students at Notting College could not help but exclaim at this time. Countless flames, like leaping spirits, spewed out, rushing towards Qin He's direction. The air made a whirring sound, and the surrounding temperature instantly became extremely high. The hot air, like a dynamite bag that has ignited the fuse, will explode at any time. After being burned by the fire, how can I fall to the ground to appear more real? Such a thought flashed through Qin He's mind. After all, this transit was only a 15th level spirit master. The so-called burning fire was actually a small spark in Qin He's eyes. Not to mention hurting him, it is estimated that even a root of hair cannot be hurt. He had to pretend that he was burned very badly, which was to test of his acting skills. Ding! Sure enough, the flame hit Qin He's body and disappeared without a trace within a second. I'll go, this disappears too fast. Qin He stood there in a daze, quite at a loss. After a few seconds, Qin He pretended to be swaying, and put on a look of difficulty. Wow, it's amazing, it's a flame that burns everything. I feel that my soul power is exhausted. Oh, I'm dying, I'm going to fall to the ground. Qin He's voice is so sincere and so natural. Everyone present heard Qin He's words without missing a word. You. After Ling Ri heard this, a mouthful of old blood almost came out. Too much deception. It's deceiving too much. Qin He was clearly confessing what he said, but when he said it, combined with the scene in front of him, it seemed to be a mockery. Are you damned? No, your uncle. The flames that I have summoned so hard in the sky, you don't even need to summon a martial soul, you just blocked me all. It took a few seconds to pretend to be like this, too fake. If it's just like this, that's all, and the more important thing is that you haven't even hurt a corner of your clothes, and you vowed to say that your soul power is too much. A gust of wind passed, and the restless air seemed to become extremely cold. This Qin He is really treacherous. Under the ring, Hu Lina's gaze stared at Qin He, her charming eyes flashed with a deep color of admiration. Obviously he can easily defeat Lingri, but he deliberately provoked Lingri with words. A few words made Lingri confused. As the saying goes, killing people and punishing the heart, this Qin He is so powerful and knows how to use psychological tactics. He is really a terrifying opponent. Everyone in the Wuhan Hall also nodded in agreement. Stop pretending. What else do you Qin He pretend that your soul power is not enough, and you are crumbling? This is obviously to deliberately humiliate us in the ring, it is too much. Chapter 20, Take Me So Seriously, Qin He. Qin He, as expected, has hidden his strength. In the entourage of the Wuhan Palace, the old man Salas in sackcloths flashed a thick light in his eyes. In the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, Ling Ri is the weakest among them, but even the strongest Hu Lina, it is impossible to defeat Ling Ri like Ling Ri without summoning Wuhan. In particular, after Qin He defeated Ling Ri, he appeared to be able to do so, and under the public, he severely humiliated Ling Ri. Does this Qin He really only have 10th rank spirit power? No, it should be said that Qin He's spirit power quality is much higher than other spirit masters. Platinum Bishop Salas secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I came personally this time, otherwise, I guess I would treat this Qin He as an ordinary genius. An excitement flashed in Salas's eyes, and he looked at Qin He as if he had seen the beauty of the beauty. How could Wuhan Palace let such talents go? What? Qin He is unwilling to join the Wuhan Hall? It doesn't matter, the Martial Soul Palace has too many methods to make Qin He obediently submit. As the number one power in the Douluo continent, how could such a genius be left out? Don't get excited, everyone, Qin He is just a coincidence, or if you have another fireball, I will fall down immediately. Qin He spoke very sincerely. Salas was hiding well, but in front of Qin He's full-level strength, it was useless at all. Looking at the other party's excited eyes, Qin He was very clear in his heart that this Martial Soul Palace might be completely against himself. Under the ring, the cheers of everyone directly pushed Qin He to the forefront. No need. Qin He, you are good this time, I will admit defeat. Ling Ri stared at Qin He with resentment, as if he was about to swallow him. Too insidious. This Qin He said something like admit defeat, but this is actually a kind of irony. Could it be that Qin He thought I was a fool and couldn't hear this kind of mockery? If he Lingri continues to stay in this ring, he will probably be off by the opponent. I would rather surrender to Lingri than to be mocked by you like a fool in the ring. What's more, my Lingri is only the weakest of the 7 in Wuhan Palace, and my brother will avenge me. Of course, Ling Ri was also very clear that Qin He could bully him into this way if he hadn't summoned a martial soul. If he summoned a martial soul, he would have to step down. Instead of embarrassing, it is better to give up. Qin He wins. Seeing Ling Ri admit defeat, the referee hurriedly announced the result of the game. Awesome! Young Master Qin He didn't even summon a martial soul just now. In other words, young Master Qin He used almost negligible effort to defeat this transit. This is incredible. Master Qin He, obviously only has 10th level of spirit power. On the rostrum, Zhao Chong looked excited, but at the same time he was puzzled. In the Soul Master world, soul power is an important criterion. Although low-level spirit masters sometimes have the possibility of defeating the strong with the weak, it is often very difficult to win. For example, relying on soul bones, hidden weapons, anyway, our external side door means that can barely win. It is simply impossible to crush like Qin He. It's no wonder that Salas in Wuhan Palace is so excited. Everyone is a cultivator of martial arts, so why are you Qin He so beautiful? President Zhao, I guess, this young Master Qin He, the rank of Wuhan, is even higher than the golden generations of Wuhan Hall, and the suppression of Wuhan has caused this result. Master Yu Xiaogang said his guess, and he was amazed. Qin He's sacred white tiger should be a martial arts spirit of superb rank, and most of the golden generations of martial spirit hall are high-rank martial spirits, which are 2 levels behind. How can they compare? Even if their spirit power is higher than Qin He, but their talent is crushed. Master Yu Xiaogang is a well-known Wuhan theoretical researcher. If it is possible, he really wants to accept Qin He as a disciple. Qin He's martial spirit is not only rare, but also powerful. If you can carefully study Qin He's martial spirit, his martial spirit theory will undoubtedly get a huge breakthrough. However, young Master Qin He is still too good. So good, where can his Yu Xiaogang be able to match? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang's expression couldn't help showing a bit of regret. That's it. It's no wonder that young Master Qin He can also kill the golden generation of the Wuhan Hall with his 10th level of spirit power. I am afraid that this spirit can be called one of the strongest spirits in the mainland. Zhao Chong sighed. In Douluo continent, there are indeed some extremely domineering spirits that can make spirit masters defeat the strong with the weak. For example, the clear sky hammer, such as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, are the top martial arts that are famous in the mainland. However, in Zhao Chong's view, the sacred white tiger martial spirit of young Master Qin He, as a superb martial spirit, is obviously superior to the aforementioned martial spirit. It's no wonder that Qin He is valued by so many big forces. Even if Qin He is usually lazy and does not practice, his martial arts spirit is so domineering. The scorching gaze of everyone was naturally taken by Qin He. What did you guys make up for? Why do I feel a little flustered? At this time, Qin He can be said to be as big as a fight. It seems that I didn't have the action of summoning the spirit of martial arts and defeating the opponent just now. It's dangerous now. With so many people staring at me, I can't even release the water. Qin He's face was sorrowful. It can be said to be unspeakably heavy. In the Douluo continent, the fighting method of the soul master with full firepower is to summon the martial soul. Qin He didn't summon Wuhan, originally because he was afraid of hurting the opponent, but who would have thought that the opponent was too weak? Even if he hadn't summoned his martial spirit, his opponent's spirit abilities would not even break defenses. How could Qin He release the water perfectly? With such an understatement of defeating the opponent, Qin He is still looking serious. Is he not careless? Sure enough, the previous provocation was also a pretense. Hulina's little head seemed to be a mass of paste, and she kept analyzing the man in front of her. But the one in front of him is called Qin He, but it seems like a cloud of mist, making it impossible for people to find out the truth about him. Chen Xing, this second round of fighting against you, don't underestimate the enemy, try to consume Qin He's soul power. On the side, among the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, Xiaoyu also put away his cynical expression, looking at Qin He's back, like an enemy. This man is terrible. As soon as she appeared, she captured all the attention of Miss Hulina. He must be defeated, otherwise, Miss Hulina would be abducted by him. The flame of jealousy burst out from Xiaoyu. At this time, he wanted to burn Qin He to ashes. He followed Miss Hulina every day, but Miss Hulina was like a goddess and had never looked at him. When Qin He appeared, how many times did Miss Hulina mention your Qin He's name? Okay. I'm coming. The one called Chen Xing, although only 11 years old, had a strong stature like a hill. Chen Xing, Wuhan Earth Bear, level 16. On the ring, Chen Xing stomped lightly, and a faint footprint appeared on the concrete floor instantly. Roar! With a loud noise, behind Chen Xing, a phantom of a black giant bear instantly appeared, and a yellow halo appeared on his body. The atmosphere instantly solidified in place. Chapter 21, Scared to Pee. Chen Xing, one of the 7 sons of the golden generation of the Martial Soul Palace, the bear of the Martial Soul Earth, can summon the bear of the earth to fight with him, and his defense and attack power have been greatly improved. A very cruel martial soul. On the podium, although Yu Xiaogang was talking about cruelty, in fact, he appeared very calm. Unfortunately, I met Qin He's once-in-a-lifetime genius. This earth bear is still a bit short. Qin He's spirit is almost invincible. Yu Xiaogang's words are undoubtedly the best compliment to Qin He. You know, Master Yu Xiaogang, who has studied martial arts theories for many years, has always had a theory that martial arts can grow and restrain each other. There is no perfect martial arts in the world. However, facing Qin He's martial soul, he actually said the word invincible, which is enough to see how much Qin He's martial soul has brought to his three views. Master, is there such an exaggeration? I think Shen Xing, the spirit of the earth bear, is not bad. Ding Zhaocheng also looked at Master Yu Xiaogang somewhat unexpectedly. This old friend is not like a person who likes to blow up the atmosphere. Although his strength is a bit low, his research on martial arts is definitely the top of the mainland. If this is not the case, Yu Xiaogang is obviously only 25th level, just a small great spirit master, but in Douluo continent, he has the title of master and his status is lofty. It's just such an exaggeration. The spirit hall is coming over aggressively this time, and it is very likely that it will be worn by one. Master Yu Xiaogang said his own conclusion with certainty. He is not only good at studying martial arts, but also good at studying combat. In the arena, Qin Heun defeated Lingri lightly without breathing. And the one who came up from the spirit hall, summoning the bear of the earth, looked menacing, but in fact his back was already soaked in cold sweat, and he felt nervous. This kind of tension is caused by being frightened by Qin He's strength. Without summoning the martial soul, young Master Qin He would have such a great oppressive power, not to mention that once the battle started, young Master Qin He's martial soul would have great oppressive power in itself. This brother, I am going to summon Wuhan. In Xiaoqin He, Wuhan is an ordinary tiger, a level 10 spirit master. Qin He thought Chen Xing was nervous. What is the golden generation of your Wuhan palace nervous about? Qin He, although I won a game, I plan to lose to you all in the future. If I put a trick, Qin He, will pretend to be dead and fall down. Let's play a scene so that we can get together and stay away. Qin He spoke cautiously, for fear that the loud voice would scare the opponent away. Roar! Soul power circulated through Qin He's body, and saw the next one, Qin He's body, suddenly emitting a violent white light. A loud roar, with the mighty power of the mountains, resounded over the ring. With this roar, the sky seemed dim, the situation changed drastically, and the surrounding air seemed to be split by the roar. What a terrible roar! At this time, Chen Xing seemed to be stared at by an ancient fierce beast, and a horrible feeling surged in Chen Xing's heart. What? Chen Xing yelled and rolled his eyes, only to see him plop and fell to the floor, unconscious. There are faint traces of wetness between the legs. Fug! Under the ring, Tang San couldn't help but explode when he saw this scene. When Chen Xing summoned the bear of the earth, even Tang San had a tingling scalp. Although the earth bear is not an invincible martial soul, it is also a top-ranked soul beast. It can be said that it is a forest overlord. After Chen Xing possessed the bear martial spirit of the earth, not to mention, at least his courage would be greatly improved. Tang San thought that he had all the cards in his hole, and the battle with Chen Xing in front of him was nothing but a 5/5. But such a fierce soul beast, such a powerful Chen Xing, did not even survive a move, and was scared to pee when he was directly summoned by Qin He's spirit. On the ring, behind Qin He, a white tiger raised its proud head, and its eyes were like copper bells, exuding a terrifying aura. The white tiger is as tall as an ox, with a large king-shaped white spot on its forehead. It has sturdy limbs, claws sticking out of its toes, and a thick and long tail with black rings, which sway slightly like a steel whip. Its body is shrouded in a faint white halo, and the huge coercion unconsciously gives people a feeling of coldness. Even if Tang San was far away, he could feel the terrible place of this coercion. Fortunately, I am not stupid enough to challenge Qin He, this is simply looking for death. Originally, Tang San felt that his strength had improved and he was still very confident, and wanted to find Qin He another match. Now it seems that it is simply looking for abuse. Looking at Chen Xing on the ring, for some reason, Tang San actually gave birth to a pity mentality. Qin He, win again. The referee announced the result blankly. Looking at Chen Xing who had passed out, he couldn't help but shook his head. This baby, it is estimated that there should be a psychological shadow. It's not good to compare with someone, but you have to compare with young Master Qin He. Don't look at how genius and enchanting young Master Qin He is. Comparing with young Master Qin He in combat effectiveness, isn't this self-inflicted? Chen Xing was scared to pee. The golden generation of Wuhan Hall, everyone under the ring looked at each other. Qin He's martial spirit pressure did not release against them. Although they felt the martial spirit was terrifying, they didn't experience it personally, and the feeling was not too deep. However, they are not fools either. This Chen Xing was shocked in the ring. Could this fact prove that the guy named Qin He is terrible? Too despicable. He has such a powerful strength, but he hides it on purpose. This Qin He is really nothing. Below, Xiaoyu cursed angrily. Why don't you go? Hulina glanced at her beautiful eyes casually, and cast a blank glance at the other party with disdain. With a word, Xiaoyu's anger also came to an abrupt end. This Wuhan has no weaknesses at all. You can't win at all. Guilty. Xiaoyu usually claims to be the genius of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, second only to Hulina, but facing such a powerful Wuhan, he is also guilty. Dare to be on stage. Qin He just summoned the spirit of martial arts, and he was shocked to dare not come to power, the genius of the golden generation of martial arts hall, second only to Hulina. Obviously it is a 10th level spirit power, but Qin He, the oppressive power of this martial soul, is obviously on the same level as a 20th level Great Spirit Master. In the Wuhan Temple investigation team, as a title Douluo, Salas would naturally not be affected by pressure. However, even so, when Salas saw this scene, it was like getting a treasure, those scorching old eyes, as if to release flames, swallowing Qin River. Chapter 22, Brother Qin He is mighty. Sure enough, it is a blockbuster. I finally understand. On the podium, Yu Xiaogong's eyes flashed with admiration, as if he had realized something. Master, what do you understand? Zhao Chong on the side was still confused, but he couldn't help but ask. Dean, don't you understand? Prince Qin He was born with full spirit power. He should have hunted for spirit rings to upgrade his level long ago, but why didn't he choose to hunt for spirit rings and kept his original level? Yu Xiaogang asked rhetorically without hesitation. In Douluo continent, every 10th level, one needs to hunt down a spirit beast and obtain the spirit ring on their heads in order to continue to increase the spirit power level. Qin He has always maintained the 10th level of spirit power. If he doesn't hunt and kill the spirit beasts, many people are puzzled. Now it seems that Master Yu Xiaogang knows the answer? You mean, young Master Qin He is compressing his soul power to make the soul power of higher quality, and thus make his combat effectiveness stronger after the breakthrough. Dean Zhaochong was not a fool either, he reacted instantly, and immediately showed an incredible expression. How is this possible? How could this young Master Qin He accomplish this? As everyone knows, compressing soul power is an extremely complicated matter. You have worked so hard to compress your soul power, which can improve the quality of your soul power, but the improvement of your strength is not as fast as your soul power level. Most soul masters are keen to quickly upgrade their levels, and when their soul power is in place, they will hunt the soul beasts immediately. Slowly compress soul power? This method of improving strength is too boring and too long for them. Qin He was only 6 years old. A 6-year-old boy was able to withstand the boring compression process, and he also compressed his soul power to this point. With 10th level soul power, the strength of a 20th level Great Soul Master is brought into play. The quality of this compressed soul power is extremely high. Looking at the Wuhan temple entourage, everyone seemed to be aware of this, and everyone was shocked. Ha ha ha, Qin He, no matter how deep you hide it, you will be exposed after all. In the Wuhan temple entourage, my old man Salas had obviously thought of this too, and couldn't help laughing. Although Wuhan Palace lost 2 games in a row in this battle, in Salas's eyes, he finally saw the details of Qin He. Compressing soul power, this road is not easy. This Qin He has such a big ambition. Salas sighed. Constantly compressing soul power can continuously improve the quality of soul power. If a soul master uses this method of compressing soul power at every stage of his cultivation, then when this soul master becomes a level 99 ultimate Douluo, there is a high probability that he may defeat the gods. But, looking at the entire Douluo continent, no one can do this yet. Moreover, Douluo continent hasn't had a soul master to become for hundreds of years. How can it be so simple to defeat a god? But even so, Qin He has taken this step at least, and compared with those soul masters who have no ambitions, the gap is too big. Seeing everyone's sudden realization, Qin He's face was still confused at this time. You have realized again? What have you realized again? As a 1000 level god, the coercion of this is basically an existence that he can't control. A group of people present had various brain supplements. What do the ghosts know about their brain supplements? After all, this is how the world of Douluo continent is set up. If you want to know how strong other people are, you can't judge with aura, you have to look at the spirit rings on them. What Qin He showed was a state without a spirit ring. No matter how strong his aura was, they wouldn't think that Qin He was actually a 1000 level boss. Qin He is very uncomfortable now. Facing the coercion of the gods, a protagonist with a firm character like Tang San dared to attack him anyway. But the golden generation of these spirit halls, their hearts are too fragile. I didn't even do it. You scared me to pee first. What's going on? Qin He originally wanted to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, but everyone fainted. Would it be considered a humiliation to do so? Too difficult. I just want to lose the game, why is it so difficult? Prince Qin He is really amazing, Engels, admit defeat. At this moment, in the Golden Generation delegation of Wuhan Hall, only a tall man walked out and waved to Qin He politely. In Xia Yang Chen, he will not be humiliated by admitting that he has lost to young Master Qin He. Another member of the Wuhan Temple delegation stood up and announced surrender, with a bitter smile on his face. Under Zhang San, young Master Qin He, my Wuhan Temple Academy will defeat you one day. This man named Zhang San first let go of a cruel remark, then shook his head unwillingly, but gave up. As soon as Chen Xing came onto the stage, he was scared to pee, and in front of everyone, he simply lost his face. Fighting Qin He, although there is no danger, but such a shameful thing, their Wuhan Palace Golden Generation, is it shameless? Besides, this Qin He is so strong at first glance, and he is definitely not able to fight. If that is the case, why waste time? Seeing everyone in the Golden Generation of Wuhan Palace, one by one came to the stage to admit defeat, everyone was stunned. What's the matter with your Wuhan Hall? This is an exchange meeting. Friendship first, second in the game. Anyway, why do you give up? Yes, young Master Qin He is right. He values your masters in the Spirit Hall very much, why not come on stage? Students of Wuhan Hall, shouldn't you be scared? The students of Notting College, all of them exulted when they saw this scene. Before, everyone in the Wuhan Hall had their eyes higher than the top, and they didn't put their Notting Academy in their eyes. But now, as soon as young Master Qin He came out, one of them freaked out, and all the rest surrendered. This change is too fast. Haha, Boss Qin is awesome. Have you seen it? This is my boss. On the Liache side, Xiao Chinayu laughed excitedly, the enthusiasm in his eyes was even greater than before. In the past, young Master Qin He defeated Tang San, he was just a small person, what's so great? Now you see, even the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, the golden generation who swept countless academies in Douluo continent, are scared to admit defeat. What is a card face? This is called a card face. The atmosphere reached its peak in an instant. After 6 consecutive surrenders, even Qin He saw that something was wrong. At this time, Qin He's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Nima! What are you guys talking about? I want to keep a low profile. I want to live a peaceful life. Qin He kept complaining inwardly. Once through the 7 battles and defeated the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, once this happened, all the major forces in Douluo continent would probably walk next to him, Qin He, and he wouldn't relax a step. If so, how will he lead an ordinary life in the future? Glancing at the last person of the golden generation of Wuhan Hall, the girl Hulina, Qin He couldn't help taking a deep breath. Miss Hulina, do you have to give up too? I think your strength is no less than mine. Chapter 23, Is it so easy to be a girl? The golden generation of Wuhan Palace was very famous, but Qin He, who had read the original book, knew that there were not many that could play. But Hulina is different. This outstanding person of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, although immature right now, has shown a different style. Ms. Hulina looks so beautiful and has such great strength. Qin He admires me very much. Qin He looked serious. Ms. Hulina should be the first genius of the younger generation in the Wuhan Hall. Don't Ms. Hulina want to save the honor for the Wuhan Hall? Qin He directly praised, and talked about everything that sounds good. Please, don't give up like everyone else. If you give up, my reputation will be too loud. How can I live this day? Under the ring, Hulina's little Lolita's face was not moved by Qin He's words, but became more serious. Is this Qin He planning to use psychological tactics on me again? Sure enough, he is an unfathomable man, but my Hulina's martial arts soul is a charming fox, playing with people's hearts. I will not lose to him. Qin He. Although Hulina was only 6 years old now, she was adopted by Pope Bibidong of the Wuhan Temple since she was a child, and she was relatively early mature. Qin He's praise, to her, doesn't it seem to be to please her and want to soak up her performance? You know, Hulina possesses the spirit of a glamorous fox, and is born with a body of charm. On weekdays, many young boys express their love to her. Thinking in her heart, Hulina smiled charmingly and said, Qin He, don't you want to chase me? I can give you a chance. Qin He couldn't help but feel shocked by this look, like a blue water in autumn. I'm chasing you, big-headed ghost. 3 black lines appeared on Qin He's forehead, and he almost fainted. Looking at Hulina with a grim expression, Qin He didn't say a word. He really didn't understand, what was this little lowly thinking. The sisters in Douluo continent are really precocious. Tang San knew how to tease younger sisters at the age of 6, that's fine. This Hulina is not an ordinary dragon. When she grows up, the other party can be said to be one of the 10 most beautiful women in Douluo continent. In the original work, Hulina had a good impression of Tang San, but Hulina was born in Wuhan Palace, and Tang San only liked Xiao Wu, and turned a blind eye to Hulina's love. In the end, Hulina had a bad ending. The spirit hall was destroyed by Tang San, the person he liked. It was too miserable. Since crossing this world, if there is a chance in the future, Qin He doesn't mind helping her. However, this is definitely based on pure friendship. I just want to help you, you want me? And I'm still 6 years old. Qin He couldn't help but twitched. The atmosphere suddenly became very strange. Originally, Wuhan Hall and Notting College were fighting back at each other. But in a blink of an eye, the two of Hulina and Qin He seemed to be planning a blind date on the spot. The boss is really awesome. Aside, Xiao Chenihu couldn't help showing a clear look. Sure enough. What about the proud girl of heaven in Wuhan Palace? Under the charm of the boss, you still have to obediently surrender under the genes of the boss of Qin He. Look, the words of boss Qin He coaxing women are really a set, which is simply breathtaking. Damn love sour smell. Tang San also turned dark, almost crying with envy. This girl is very beautiful, so why did she fall in love with Qin He? No, this Qin He is too good at teasing sisters. In a few words, the cheeks of other girls are flushed. Not only is this Qin He good at training, why is he full of the skills of teasing sisters? The Hall of Martial Spirits is so insidious. Seeing that young Master Qin He could not be beaten, he actually resorted to a beautification trick in a despicable manner. The hero is saddened by the beauties, and Qin He will probably suffer. Master Yu Xiaogang spoke solemnly. Suffer? How can boys suffer? Master, you are afraid that you are thinking too much. Ding Zhaochang smiled and shook his head. Young Master Qin He should win honor for our nodding college. Somehow Hulina was also the strongest genius of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, and she was even a direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. If Qin He can get to the other side, he should have made a lot of money. How could he suffer? What's more, 2 children are only 6 years old, what big things can happen? This atmosphere is a bit wrong, is this okay? The Wuhan Palace is really hard to defend against. Qin Zhan in the distance also twitched the corners of his mouth slightly. When Qin He was young, he was cute, and he was very popular with those little sisters and little sisters. But now he is only 6 years old. At such a young age, he has started the road of making girls. If he grows up a little bit, he wants to become a humanoid self-propelled gun? Hulina and Qin He? It doesn't seem to be bad. If they can get to Qin He, it would be a good story for the two to get together. Platinum Bishop Salas flashed a ray of light in his eyes, as if he was already thinking about the possibility of this matter. Although Hulina was a direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong, she was only an orphan and was adopted and raised by Wuhan Hall. Marrying Qin He seems to be a high climb. After all, Qin He is the son of an earl and possesses an aristocratic identity. Listening to everyone's discussion, Qin He's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Although their discussions were quiet, they were even covered up with spirit power. But the problem is that Qin He is a thousand level boss, and his hearing is excellent. How can they hide Qin He's conversation? If you marry Hulina, it will definitely be a big trouble. No, it should be said that it is definitely a big trouble to get together with Wuhan Palace. As Qin He who wanted to live an ordinary life in the Douluo continent, it was important to marry a beautiful wife, but it was even more important to avoid trouble. To mess with Hulina is to mess with the Hall of Souls, and to get into the Hall of Souls is constant trouble. The ultimate goal of Wuhan Palace is to rule the Douluo continent. Could it be that Qin He really unified the mainland and gave it to her for a girl? It can be done, but it is too much trouble. Thinking of this, Hulina's figure blurred in Qin He's mind, and his spirit was clear. Miss Hulina, you are all misunderstood, I just want to compete with you. Qin He's eyes were clear and his voice was sincere. However, as soon as I said this, no one wanted to believe it at all. There were even many people who cast contemptuous glances at Qin He. Understood. We all understand the idea of the boss, we want to catch it. As expected to be our boss, a proper love saint. Could it be that the boss of Qin He intends to take advantage of Miss Hulina during the competition? Bah! How can you think of Qin He's boss so nasty? It's obviously to cultivate feelings. Isn't that a meaning? Learned a trick. If you like her, you pretend to invite her to compete. In the process of the competition, you will inevitably bump into each other, and the intimacy will rise decisively. It depends on the face, it is hopeless to look ugly. Nodding college, many students are talking about it. Chapter 24, What is he thinking? Haha. Qin He's trick is really amazing. The Spirit Hall Academy came over aggressively. 6 were beaten and surrendered, and 1 was soaked away. This is a shame in the Spirit Hall. Dean Zhaochang looked excited, and looked at Qin He's back, as if he was looking at his own grandson. Talent. Proper talent. Notting College Square. The exchange meeting between Wuhandian and Notting College is still going on in full swing. However, at this time, the atmosphere on the court was very warm. Moreover, it seems that it is going in another direction. Large-scale blind date scene? 2. This is the game site, can you converge? Beside, the referee spoke without changing his face. I'm too envious. Why is there a girl like Qin He wherever he goes, and even the proud girl of heaven in the Wuhan temple has a soft spot for him. It's so handsome. On the ring. Both sides are full of momentum. Game start. Both sides stand firmly. Brother Qin He, young woman Hulina, 18th level spirit master, Wuhan Meizen Fox. Hulina wore a black combat uniform today, with a faint charm on her beautiful and flowery face. With the other party's soft drink, I saw a noble red fox in front of Hulina, with a smooth body like a mirror, and soft hair close to him, appearing in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The fox's forehead, a blue gem, bloomed with a faint light, giving people an elegant feeling. The first soul skill charm. Hulina's charming fox did not seem to have a strong aura, but when her spirit appeared, almost everyone present was fascinated by it. Charming fox, a very peculiar martial soul, can charm and control the enemy, even facing a stronger opponent than her, it can temporarily delay the opponent's reaction time. Master Yu Xiaogong's research on Wuhan can be described as precious. Unlike other Wuhans, the attack method of this charming fox is biased towards mental attacks. If it is weak-willed, it is easy to be recruited. At this time, Hulina was still young, and the power of charm was not enough, but even so, it could affect a large part of the people around. When Hulina grows up, this fascinating ability can play an extremely terrifying effect. Thousands of years ago, there used to be a strange woman. Her spirit was the same charm fox as Hulina. Her spirit was only at the level of the Spirit Emperor at level 63, but with this spirit she controlled 10 more than level 80 spirit fights. Luo established a dynasty named Queen and set off a storm in Douluo continent. Of course, if you want to control others, the soul power consumed is also tremendous. At least Hulina currently, the glamorous fox can only control the enemy for a short while in battle, and it still can't reach the level of overwhelming power. The spirits of martial arts grow and fight each other. This Qin He, shouldn't it be a capsize? On the side, Dean Zhaochang couldn't help showing a little worry. Hulina's martial arts had little influence on these senior spirit masters. However, the lower grades of Notting College had already stared at Venus one by one at this time, and their saliva flowed out. What a nice view! They seem to have imagined something beautiful. At this time, they are already at a loss and have no other reaction. Haha, Hulina did a great job. Seeing this scene, the Platinum Bishop Salas underneath felt more determined to get the two together. If Hulina can control Qin He with the martial spirit of this charming fox in this fight, it means that Qin He is not without weaknesses. Salas also knows the horror of the charm fox. Although this kind of martial arts has little effect on determined soul masters, how many determined soul masters are there in the whole continent? You say that Qin He is a genius, and he has won 6 golden generations of Wuhan Palace before? Under Hulina's enchanting spirit, no matter what kind of hero you are, you have to kneel sooner or later. Hulina, if you can hold Qin He in your hands, the Pope will definitely be rewarded. Salas whispered to himself. My first soul ability is charm. With Qin He's strength, I will lose my mind for a long time if I hit my charm soul ability. Then I will take the opportunity to attack and I will definitely defeat Qin He. Hulina summoned a martial arts soul, glanced at the situation of the others in the ring, and couldn't help feeling a little proud. Most of the charm of the charm-hearted fox is directed at Qin He, and only a small part is under the ring. Even so, many of the audience were hit. And Qin He, bearing the most powerful charm, isn't he set to lose? On the ring, following the charm of the fox's forehead, the blue gem glowed with a blue light, and in a blink of an eye it rushed to the core of Qin He's Wuhan. Hit! Hulina couldn't help but feel happy. From beginning to end, she had a strong sense of vigilance towards Qin He. Especially Qin He, without a single move, had already hit the rest of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace completely, and it made Hulina pay more attention to Qin He. This Qin He, who is clearly so powerful, still uses this kind of psychological tactics. It is really difficult. However, if I can conquer such a powerful man, then I can reflect the power of Hulina. This thought flashed through Hulina's mind. The sacred white tiger martial spirit, which looks extremely powerful, originally had such a weakness. Relying on this weakness, no matter how strong Qin He is in the future, will he still obediently bow down under my skirt? Thinking of this, Hulina flushed with excitement. It is happy to defeat the enemy. Especially Qin He is still weak now, but in the future, he will definitely become the top powerhouse in Douluo continent. That is even more joyful. Perhaps, I can still be in the ring later and see Qin He talking nonsense like those audience members. Hulina smiled brightly, and her heart was surging. However, the smile on Hulina's face had not disappeared. The next moment, I saw the other's face changed. A ray of pink light bounced back from the sacred white tiger martial spirit above Qin He's head, and in a blink of an eye, it hit Hulina's head. At the next moment, Hulina was dizzy and her face pale as paper. My spirit! No, I'm under control. Hulina checked her martial spirit, and in her mind, a huge white tiger phantom occupied the core of her mind. The next moment, I saw Hulina's eyes blurred, her face flushed, and she looked uncontrollable. Obviously it was her Hulina who wanted Qin He to be ugly in the crowd. But in the end, it was her Hulina who got the move. Chapter 25, Oh, I got hit. What is this? Qin He stood still, watching Hulina's performance motionlessly. In fact, when Hulina's martial soul released a pink light, Qin He knew that this guy was finished. As a 1000 level boss, facing the skills of a small 18th level spirit master, the power of backlash is quite terrifying. Sure enough, the pink light bounced back intact and hit Hulina's face. Are you okay? Qin He couldn't help but asked. Although I don't know what Hulina's spirit ability is, it's embarrassing as if the opponent was killed by the force of the rebound. As everyone knows, this question made Hulina even more black to the bottom of the pot. It's too insidious. This Qin He, Ming Wuhan has magical rebound power, but deliberately didn't say it to lure me into being deceived. Are those things he said before just to make me paralyzed? Hulina wanted to cry without tears, but felt that life was gloomy. In the ring, Hulina felt her consciousness blurred. Qin He, I like you so much. I give up, will you marry me? Qin He, you are so handsome. All kinds of nonsense, spit out from Hulina's mouth. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Damn Qin He, what did he do to my goddess? On the stage, Xiaoyu's eyes breathed fire, almost burning Qin He to ashes. In the Wuhan Hall, Xiaoyu is usually very arrogant and indifferent to the rest of the golden generation. However, whenever she met Hulina, Xiyu murmured as if she was a different person. People who didn't know thought that Xiyu was caught by evil, but only Xiyu knew that Hulina was his sister, and that Xiyu actually had certain sister-controlled attributes. How can such a beautiful sister be given to others? This is the little cabbage he has raised for many years, but he was taken away by a pig. Nodding College Square. The atmosphere is actually inexplicably weird. When a wind blew, Qin He and Hulina looked at each other, summoning a martial soul, but they were motionless, as if in a daze. Have you been charmed? Platinum Bishop Salas secretly shared his voice. He watched the battle from the audience, but he was more anxious than Hulina. Charm. Charm, a big-headed ghost. Hulina's immature face almost overflowed with tears. After uttering such shameful words, Hulina's spirit power turned and she got rid of that weird state. But the scene just now has already appeared under the public, there is no way to delete it. It turns out that Qin He's martial spirit has the ability to rebound. No wonder I was hit. Hulina couldn't help but feel a deep sense of frustration. Obviously, the ability of her Hulina's spirit has long been known to everyone. And this Qin He, with deep thoughts, has hidden a lot of whole cards from beginning to end, so he pitted himself at a critical moment. Maybe her Hulina's behavior from beginning to end was what Qin He expected. Sure enough, he is a terrifying man, his ambition is bigger than he imagined. I surrender. Hulina looked at Salus with aggrieved eyes, causing the other party to twitch. The spirit of the charm-hearted fox, who used charm as the main attack method, was instead killed by Qin He's spirit. This Qin He is really terrible. Salus took a deep breath. His face was beaten and swollen. Tang Tang Wuhan Hall, on a 6-year-old child, suffered so many consecutive losses. This time the exchange meeting spread, the reputation of Wuhan Palace plummeted, and the golden generation became a joke. And all this was brought by Qin He. It is necessary to increase the level of attention to Qin He. Qin He is a member of the Heaven Do Empire. If he grows up, he will stand firmly in the Heaven Do Empire and fight against the Spirit Hall. It will definitely be difficult. Since Hulina has such a relationship with Qin He, how about doing a fake show? Nodding College, Qin Hessian. The referee gave Qin He a sour look and announced the result of the game depressedly. Damn, it's really annoying to have a fight and confession and show affection. Under the arena, everyone was also embarrassed by this sudden change. What happened? They didn't fight, and the two looked at the stage for a few moments. Did they play a fake match tacitly? The battle between Qin He and Wuhandian was carried out in the dark. On the bright side, Qin He seemed to be in a daze, doing nothing, and then deliberately gave in. How did Qin He win the game? On the rostrum, Master Yu Xiaogang sighed and looked shocked. No, according to my analysis, Hulina's charm is very powerful. Hulina is an 18th level spirit master and crushed Qin He's 10th level spirit master. The battle on this occasion was full of twists and turns, and the famous martial soul analysis master Yu Xiaogang was also confused. Master, you are really good at analyzing battles, but analyzing people's hearts, you are still a little bit close. Zhao Chong said with a smile, Hulina should have lost deliberately. As for the reason, I don't think I need to guess it. Dean Zhao Chong was very excited. I thought that Hulina and Qin He were innocent, but now it seems that they really have a story. Wuhandian Academy was originally the strongest academy in Douluo continent, and the Golden Generation was even the strongest group of students. Facing the Golden Generation of Wuhan Palace, it is normal to fight, and if you win, you will earn blood. However, Qin He just met Hulina and asked the other party to take the initiative to confess in the ring, which is simply incredible. This son of Qin He is really a love sage. After this game, he not only won the fame, but also got the girl. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. That's how it is. My boy, the method of teasing my sister is too rough, I must educate him when I go back. Aside, Qin Zhan's expression was stern, and he spoke solemnly. Don't pretend. Brother Qin Zhan, you probably laughed out loud in your heart long ago. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, really wishing to slap the one in front of him. The Qin family father and son of Nima are really carved out of the same mold, it is really annoying. Do you call this sultry trick rough? Your Qin He is only 6 years old this year. When the boss came out, did he find a sister-in-law for us? On the Liashe side, Xiao Chenaya was also taken aback for a while, and he never expected that on the arena, it would happen that the heavenly pride girl of the spirit hall confessed to Qin He boss. Below, the other people in Liashe were also talking about it. As expected, Qin He, even the proud girl of heaven in the martial soul palace can get it. With the boss, don't we have hope for leaving alone? Don't mention it, the boss is here, how could a girl like you? Chapter 26, Qin He's great cause has almost succeeded. Stop arguing. What do you know? The boss has always acted like a wild horse, and there must be deep meaning in it. At Liashe, Xiao Cheniyu frowned, stopping the annoying quarrel. Xiao Cheniyu looked at Qin He's back with a serious expression, and he couldn't help but feel a deep admiration in his heart. The strength of Qin He's boss is already very strong, and perhaps defeating Hulina's sister-in-law is just a matter of flicks. The show performed by Hulina in the arena is to marry, and it is also a fancy to the martial arts power behind the sister-in-law. Has the boss ambition really revealed the tip of the iceberg? First draw these noble children and genius students from Notting College, and then form an alliance with Wuhan Hall. When the boss raises his arms, maybe it is another big force that can compete with the two empires and Wuhan Hall. Unfortunately, it's hard to find a confidant. Only I understand the layout of the boss, and you people can only be errands. The Wuhandian exchange group arrived in Notting City, and its powerful strength is eye-catching. Master Qin He won the golden generation of Wuhan Hall in 7, Miss Hulina deliberately gave in for love and made a good story. Hulina, the arrogant woman of the martial soul palace, fights against young Master Qin He. In the Tiandu Empire, major newspapers and magazines updated the latest news, and Qin He's story became the headline of the Tiandu Empire with flying speed. Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Shameless. These shameless in the Wuhan Palace actually resorted to the trick of being a beauty. On the dragon chair, the old man in the dragon robe flushed with anger and patted the table fiercely. This is already the 7th table. The servants behind him watched their noses and stood motionless, but their hearts were stunned. Emperor Shuya, the ruler of the Heaven Do Empire, has always been happy and angry. As a wise emperor, Emperor Shuya will never be taken away by unnecessary emotions. This time, however, Emperor Shuya made an exception. He also made an exception for a 6-year-old child who was thousands of miles away. It seems that Qin He is really an amazing character. Yes, with the talent shown by young Master Qin He is destined to become the pillar of the Heaven Do Empire when he grows up. How can he not be angry if he is pried away by the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall of martial arts is really a huge pit. Didn't it just defeat a few children? As for to praise me so much. Sitting on the chair in the dormitory, Qin He sighed sadly. The original Qin He was at best known in Notting City. But since defeating the Wuhan Palace delegation, Qin He's reputation has spread throughout the small Tiandu Empire in a blink of an eye. After all, what Qin He defeated was the golden generation of the top Wuhandian academy in the mainland, and he was still a feat of wearing 7. It is said that after the exchange team returned, they all planned to replace the candidates of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. It is clear that Qin He wants to keep a low profile and live a peaceful life, but the development of things often exceeds his Qin He's expectations. 1 month passed. The limelight of the Wuhandian exchange meeting seemed to have passed. Qin He was lazily basking in the sun, squinting his eyes, and his expression was quite comfortable. In the college, it seemed that someone had already heard the wind of the fall of genius. Boss Qin He, are you thinking about how to hide your strength again? As Qin He was thinking about it, a figure rushed in. Seeing Qin He's expression of thought once again, the admiration in Xiao Cheniyu's eyes grew stronger. Worthy of being my boss. Even with impressive achievements, Master Qin He is still reflecting, still thinking about how to deliberately hide the clumsy. Today's Notting College, more than 70% of the students have recognized Boss Qin, but for Boss Qin, how can this be easily satisfied? The boss of Qin He is only 10th level, he is already so strong, obviously now the boss only needs to go to the soul hunting forest to hunt for the spirit ring, he will become stronger, but the boss deliberately drags not to hunt the soul beast. The boss must be brewing something big. It's Xiao Chinayu. What are you talking about? Hidden strength. Turning around, Qin He stared at Xiao Chinayu, who was infinitely replenishing his brain, and was taken aback. This kid is really hopeless. I'm thinking about how to fish. You hold your notebook as if you are following me. Are you planning to destroy yourself? A new day. In the morning at Notting College, the sun is shining and the air is clear. On this day, in the dean's office, Dean Zhaochang persuaded him gently. Master Qin He, your spirit power has reached the critical point of level 10. It's time to go to the hunting forest to hunt for a spirit ring. Our Notting College will organize a soul hunting conference in a few days. I wonder if young Master Qin He is willing to participate. In the Douluo continent, before the spirit master fights, the spirit masters first display the spirit, and then count the spirit rings on the spirit to distinguish between superior and inferior. A spirit ring is a special aura that appears after the death of a spirit beast. Every 10th level of a spirit master, he needs to hunt a spirit beast in the forest and absorb the spirit ring before he can continue to upgrade. Every soul master in the Douluo continent is thinking of quickly increasing the soul power, striving to reach the full level as soon as possible, and then hunting the soul beasts to obtain the soul ring. But this Qin He, with a leisurely and contented look, is obviously already full of soul power, and it has been so long, so he still doesn't care at all? During this period, many deans of other colleges came to inquire and asked him if Zhao Chong had abused Qin He, so that he deliberately did not upgrade. Then, by the way, I talked about talent training and transfer. What abused Qin He? This guy is pure laziness. It's been a month. As the dean, I have waited for so long, but you haven't moved at all. Obviously with such a good talent, he didn't rush to kill the soul beast to upgrade. Soul hunting forest. Does every Douluo continent player have a copy? A deep look of helplessness appeared on Qin He's little face. As a 1000 level boss, Qin He was born with a 1000th level, and he obviously hadn't experienced the feeling of hunting and killing spirit beasts with spirit rings. The spirit ring did not improve Qin He's strength, it was a waste of time. It must take more than 10 days to hunt in the Forest of Souls. It's too tired to sleep and eat in the wind. Especially wasting my sleep time. President, I feel that my spirit power is not pure enough, I need more time to refine. Qin He looked at Dean Zhaochang sincerely and spoke leisurely. Zhaochang's face turned dark. Master Qin He, are you kidding me? Being a human being, low-key is a good thing, but too low-key is a pretense. Your current spirit power, even the 20th level Great Spirit Master is not your opponent, and the golden generation of Wuhan Palace is not your opponent. How do you want to improve? Too pretending. This product is simply ode. I think I can improve again. Before Qin He finished speaking, Zhao Chong interrupted him directly. Needless to say, this is the case. If you don't hunt martial souls, do you plan to stay at Notting College for retirement? Chapter 27, When Qin He moved, all parties were shocked. Qin He is finally ready to leave the mountain. This news was learned by many forces in Douluo continent in a very short time. Wuhan Hall. Tiandu Empire Branch. Platinum Bishop Salas had a solemn expression. Below him, the Wuhan Hall staff who came to report the information. Master Bishop, Master Qin He is going to leave Notting College and go to the soul hunting forest to hunt for the soul ring. The intelligence personnel looked at Platinum Bishop Salas with a look of resentment, and almost did not cry. This Qin He, is this your son Salas? Let me report information every day, and even report what Qin He ate in the morning. Is it possible that Qin He is really a god? Since the golden generation of Wuhan Palace failed miserably at Notting College, the intelligence officers of the Heaven Do Empire have come and go in Notting College more frequently. Why pay attention to Qin He? Don't you have an ACD number in your heart? In the branch of Wuhan Hall, in the main position, Platinum Bishop Salus's eye muscles twitched fiercely, and he secretly complained. Unscientific. This Qin He, the 10th level spirit power, leapfrogged the challenge, defeated all the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, and seemed to be at ease. How much strength did he hide? Or, Qin He himself has a special cultivation method. It seems that he is lazy and hasn't practiced seriously. In fact, all this is a disguise? With such a powerful force in the spirit hall, the future holds the dream of unifying the mainland. With such a big goal, even a child can't see through it. Isn't this a joke? As for Qin He's information, the more we collect now, the more we will not appear passive in the future. If Qin He grows up and joins my spirit hall, it's fine. If he is an enemy of my spirit hall, then he will have to defend it. Why do we also find a soul master in Wuhan Hall to learn Qin He's cultivation method, sleeping cultivation method? Pay close attention to Qin He. His first choice of spirit ring is of great importance. Maybe it hides the secret of why Qin He is so strong. The golden generation of Wuhan Hall. Hulina looked at the sky with a confused gaze. Her stunning and delicate face was already a little pale, her long fiery red hair draped behind her, giving a pleasing beauty. Nana, are you still blaming yourself for losing to Qin He? Beside him, a handsome face leaned in front of Hulina, who was Hulina's brother, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu at this time is usually extremely calm, but when it comes to Qin He, she also gritted her teeth and said, although Qin He is better than us for the time being, he is extremely lazy. He has only acquired the first spirit ring now, and the speed at which he can improve in the future will definitely lag behind us. Moreover, Notting College is a small place. The spirit masters there have no way to help Qin He hunt high-level spirit rings. In time, the shame that Qin He gave us the golden generation of Wuhan Palace is destined to be returned as much. Xiaoyu is very confident. This is the pride of being a spirit master of the Wuhan Hall, and a strong sense of belonging to the Wuhan Hall. Xiaoyu's analysis seemed to make some sense. In Douluo continent, the choice of spirit ring of a spirit master is very important. The more advanced soul beasts you hunt, the higher the strength improvement it brings to the soul master. If the configured spirit ring attributes are wrong, the combat power of the spirit master will even drop. The students of Wuhandian Academy all have dedicated researchers who tailor the configuration plan of the spirit ring for them. And Notting College, probably hunting the soul beast, that is, just use whatever you catch. Of course, if Xiaoyu knew that Qin He was actually a 1000th level boss, he didn't need any spirit ring at all, he would probably cry out. Hulina glanced at Xiaoyu indifferently. Brother, are you so disinterested in Qin He? I think that this fellow Qin He is unfathomable. His hunt for the spirit ring this time will shock everyone. After speaking, Hulina's face blushed slightly. Naturally, Xiaoyu watched this scene completely. At this time, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn Qin He! Cursed you to be killed by the soul beast when you beat the soul beast. Notting College, in a classroom. Master Yu Xiaogang stood under the podium and taught to his only apprentice Tang San Chun Chun. Little San. Have you heard about Qin He's hunt for the first spirit ring? Yu Xiaogang looked very complicated. How talented is this young man who can crush the golden generation of Wuhan Hall with 10th level spirit power? However, what a waste of talent this guy is. After defeating the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, I was thinking about sleeping all day. How heartbreaking it was. Teacher, Qin He, is it really compressing soul power and deliberately not upgrading? Is there a problem with your martial arts theory? On the side, Tang San looked like a curious baby, obviously eager to try. Squeeze a big-headed ghost. Can you compare with Qin He? Yu Xiaogang reprimanded with a ferocious expression. Qin He, a guy who doesn't want to make progress, how about his talent? The cultivation of soul master level relies on meditation, and no laziness is allowed. With Qin He's attitude towards cultivation, no matter how talented he is, sooner or later, his genius will fall. That's it. This Qin He is just a small stumbling block in my life. He is so unpretentious, I will definitely surpass him in the future, Tang San. After hearing what Master Yu Xiaogang said, Tang San once again recovered his confidence. This is a famous master in Douluo continent, how could his theory be wrong? Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Emperor Shuiye frowned dissatisfiedly and said, "This is the latest information. Qin He was already full of soul power 2 months ago. It's been more than 2 months, he just went hunting for the first spirit ring. What does this teacher from Notting College do? He is a genius who wants to destroy my Heaven Do Empire." At the meeting, Emperor Shuiye was rarely angry with his ministers and urged the minister in charge of education to pay attention to the situation at Notting College. Send someone to check. Qin He hunted for the first spirit ring in the forest. This spirit hall will definitely not let go of this opportunity and get stuck. You have to protect Qin He. If he loses a hair, ask you for it. The peaceful Notting College is surging again. Hunting the forest. This is a forest kept by the Heaven Do Empire, and only a soul master who has a warrant issued by the Wuhan Temple can enter the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. As long as you are sure that your strength reaches the peak of a stage, you need a spirit ring to advance, and you get the guarantee of the 3 nobles. You can go to the hunting forest to hunt the soul beast and hunt the spirit ring. At the entrance, a group of Notting College stationed here. Chapter 28, Powerful Bamboo. Notting College has a large number of students, and they come to the hunting forest more often, so Dean Zhaochong is also used to it. Today's Dean Zhaochong, wearing a black robe, is full of energy, and his body is quite extraordinary. The breath of the 38th level soul exuded, and in this hunting forest, it was considered a small boss. Beside Dean Zhaochong, several middle-aged men surrounded him, all teachers from Notting College. Their breath is weaker, but they are all level 30 or higher. This time, Qin He was not the only one who went to the soul hunting forest to hunt for the soul beast. Xiao Chinayu, his spirit power has reached level 20, as long as he hunts a spirit ring, he can become a level 21 Great Spirit Master and officially graduated. At the same time, there are several junior students who are also Notting College, and they are also preparing to hunt for the first spirit ring. Students, although the hunting forest is a national captive forest, it is also full of danger. Soul beasts are not so easy to hunt. Some naturally powerful soul beasts, even if they have not cultivated for a long time, still have strong offensive power. In the open space, Zhao Chong's loud voice rang in everyone's ears, his tone full of seriousness. Even with my protection, if you come to hunt soul beasts every year, there will be no casualties. Those individual soul masters who have not joined the academy often need to team up to hunt down soul beasts, and they may not be able to succeed. Don't be careless. Do you understand? Zhao Chong's sharp eyes glanced at everyone. In the back row of the crowd, Qin He was sleepy-eyed, as if wandering away. Zhao Chong couldn't help shaking his head after seeing this scene. Go! A group of Notting College headed for the soul hunting forest. Along the way, as he entered the soul hunting forest for a while, the sky seemed to dim instantly under the shelter of the trees. But the forest is not peaceful. Insects and birds scream, and even the roar of wild beasts sounded one after another. Swipe! The sound of the branches swinging continuously sounded, giving people a feeling of rumbling. This is a 10-year lone bamboo, and it is also a soul beast, a plant-based soul beast. Lone bamboo is tough, and although it is not aggressive, it has a good defense. A spirit master with a plant system can choose him as the first spirit ring. Zhao Chong glanced at the students and said lightly, "Don't underestimate lone bamboo in the past 10 years. Although it is the lowest level soul beast, with your words, I am afraid that lone bamboo's defenses will not be broken. Notting College is a junior college. For most students of Notting College, this trip to the hunting forest was their first time out, and they all looked curious. Had it not been for Zhao Chong, who had severely warned them before setting off, most of them would have released themselves at this time. President, what you said is too exaggerated. Isn't it just a 10-year spirit beast? What's hard to kill? Xiao Chenyu spoke indifferently. Xiao Chenyu is the oldest of this group of students, 13 years old, 20th level spirit master, and the strongest besides Qin He. He followed Qin He and looked at Qin He from time to time, and found that his boss Qin He was absent-minded, and even yawned. The boss must act with profound meaning. This time the hunting of soul beasts, the boss seems to be not very caring from start to finish. If you want to come to these soul beasts, there is no pressure for the boss at all, and it does not look very powerful. Boss Qin doesn't bother to show up in such a limelight, and give me this opportunity. I have to perform well. I punched this lone bamboo soul beast to death, then I, Xiao Chenyu, will be famous. Even at Notting College, I can still get a lot of fans' worship. Thinking about it, Xiao Chenyu even drooled down. You don't believe it? Haha, if you don't believe it, then you try it. Zhao Chong smiled slightly, and gave Qin He a pointed look. Boy, your talent is good, you are awesome, but your appearance of being ready to fall asleep at any time really irritates me. Qin He, wait for me, I don't believe that you can't be cured. Although you Qin He defeated the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, and you still leapfrogged to challenge, the soul beast is different from the human. The body of the soul beast is far more exaggerated and terrifying than human. It's time to make you suffer. Why do you see me? Feeling Dean Zhao Chong's gaze, Qin He was a little inexplicable. Is the hunting forest dangerous? For ordinary spirit masters, this is indeed very dangerous. However, Qin He is a 1000-level boss. The spirit beasts here, no matter how strong they are, basically kill them with one punch. For example, this 10-year lone bamboo, this kind of soul beast, Qin He can fold it. Killing a soul beast like bamboo really didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. It is precisely because of this that Qin He looked absent-minded, and almost fell asleep as he walked. I am coming first. I am coming first. With the permission of Dean Zhao Chong, the other Notting College students are all eager to try. Panel Cloud Palm. Feng Shen Legs. The strongest and supreme warwolf of the martial arts spirit, possess. Go. The other students used their big moves one by one, punching and kicking the lone bamboo in front of them. Not far away, Dean Zhao Chong accompanied several teachers at Notting College, with a faint smile on his lips, and there seemed to be a hint of mockery in his smile. Soon, a few lower-grade students exhausted their spirit power, and stood panting next to the lone bamboo, looking at the tall bamboo with a look of despair. I come. Xiao Chenyu was fierce, and a lone wolf phantom behind him condensed on it. The first spirit ability. Lone Wolf Tianyan breaks. With a roar, Xiao Chenyu's figure was like electricity, with a faint cyan soul power attached to his fist, and he slammed into the bamboo. Ah! It hurts. At the next moment, Xiao Chenyu's face was twisted, and he shook his right hand vigorously, jumping and jumping, just like a monkey that was hit to the point. Is this a 10-year soul beast? This bamboo, let's hang it up. The wind is bleak, the bamboo leaves are fluttering, and the lone bamboo in front of you stands still here. As the wind swayed, the rustle of bamboo leaves seemed to mock the young soul master in front of him. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chenyu, how do you feel now? On the side, Dean Zhao Chong laughed innocently. Next, I will introduce to you the characteristics of the lone bamboo in the past 10 years, as well as the weakness of the lone bamboo. If you want this lone bamboo as a spirit ring, you have to listen carefully. Dean Zhao Chong spoke endlessly, and was preparing for a long talk. The next moment, he just felt that a flower suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 29, Are my eyes wrong? Call. Qin He let out a breath. This breath seemed plain and unremarkable. If you didn't take it seriously, no one knew what Qin He did. Because Qin He didn't summon Wuhan, nor did he move his steps, as if he was just playing soy sauce next to him. However, the next moment, I saw the tall lone bamboo, 10 meters long, suddenly cut off. Crack! With a crisp sound, I saw the tall bamboo, which was blown away and disappeared into the sky in an instant. In front of him, only a small section of bamboo roots remained exposed. Looking at the remaining bamboo body, the soul beast light that had lingered on the soul beast for 10 years had already disappeared without a trace. And this 10-year-old soul beast, lone bamboo, which was originally vigorous, is now dying. As long as it is touched, it will die directly. Dear students, lone bamboo is a tough and hard to kill soul beast. 10 years of lone bamboo usually requires a level 25 or higher spirit master or even a soul veteran to kill. I will maim this lone bamboo first. Time, about 20 minutes. Only halfway through the conversation, Zhao Chong's pupils went round instantly. Fuck! Where is this lone bamboo? Long legs run away. Zhao Chong's expression is like seeing a ghost. Soul beasts like lone bamboo do not have the slightest attack power and are often the target of many soul beasts. However, in the hunting forest, the lone bamboo has not been eaten and extinct for 10 years, mainly because the body of this lone bamboo is tough and not so easy to chew. Even if it is a 38th level soul sovereign like Zhao Chong, it takes a certain amount of time to kill a lone bamboo. But in front of me, a good-looking 10-year lone bamboo was killed instantly by someone. Lone bamboo is dead. Whoever belongs to the plant martial arts spirit, come quickly to absorb it. If you don't absorb the spirit ring, it will disappear. Qin He said lightly. He didn't want to make a move at first, but seeing Dean Zhaochong seems to have a tendency to talk about it. The knowledge of soul beasts is very important to ordinary soul masters, but for Qin He, it is useless at all. What spirit ring theory, what spirit configuration, it is better to save some time to sleep. Boss Qin He. It's me. My martial spirit is the Black Vine martial spirit, so it's just right to absorb this lone bamboo spirit ring. Nodding college, a Xiaozhang raised his hand too happily. His clothes were not expensive, he was obviously a commoner child. In the original work, Tang San encountered an opponent casually. The first spirit ring was 100 years old, and it looked like a century-old spirit ring was rotten to the street. In fact, as a commoner child, it is good to have a spirit ring. Don't talk about the spirit ring configuration, first mention the level. Some spirit masters even have a string of 10-year spirit rings, with white light, which is quite dazzling. Boss Qin He is awesome. Xiao Chinayo was taken aback for a moment, then his face flushed with excitement. As expected to be the boss of Qin, he has awakened his innate soul power and has been hiding his strength for 2 months. It turns out that the true strength of Qin He boss has reached this point. Killing 10-year spirit beasts casually is simply unfathomable. Qin He. Young Master Qin He? You killed the lone bamboo soul beast these 10 years. Dean Zhaochong's lips trembled slightly, and he couldn't say more complete words for a while. Dean Zhaochong was originally dissatisfied with Qin He's absent-minded attitude. Qin He is a martial arts spirit with outstanding talents and is well known. But anyway, you are just a 10th level little soul master without a spirit ring. Killing 10 years of lone bamboo casually, you martial soul, you are a little bit open. In Douluo continent, there hadn't been a martial spirit of supernatural rank for thousands of years. Could it be that the martial arts spirit is so powerful that people who sleep casually and don't work hard to practice can easily sling others? President Zhao, I saw it, Boss Qin He did it. Next to him, Xiao Chinayo looked excited. You 10th level spirit master, you can beat the disabled with one stroke of the lone bamboo for 10 years, is something wrong with you? Dean Zhaochong has an expression of irresistible love. His face was swollen. He is a soul sovereign. Facing this lone bamboo soul beast, he has to slowly grind to death. But Qin He, this guy, is it right? Ding Zhao, I didn't actually do this. The wind blew him away, do you believe it? Qin He looked at Ding Zhaochang with an innocent look. The wind blown away? You treat me as blind. This pretending to be a crime is really damnable. 20 minutes later. After the civilian student at Notting College absorbed the lone bamboo spirit ring in front of him, the team moved on. At this time, the atmosphere of the team had already changed. It's not just a 10-year soul beast, it's no big deal. In front of the team, Ding Zhaochang's face was blue and white, and he kept mumbling. Although Qin He's talent is enchanting, but in this soul-hunting forest, he wants a soul ring, and he definitely needs to hunt a 100-year-old soul beast. With his strength, it is certainly not possible to solve the 100-year soul beast alone, and I will still have to take action by the teacher at that time. Ding Zhaochang comforted. The soul beast is a very proud creature. No soul beast will allow itself to be captured. If it is severely injured by the enemy and wants to capture them, then the soul beast will choose its soul power to explode and commit suicide. However, how can human wisdom soul beasts compare? After many studies, the soul masters have found that the best way to hunt down the soul beast is to form a group to go to the location of the soul beast, and complete the final blow by themselves, so that they can obtain the soul ring. The reason why the lower grade students need the teacher to accompany them to get the spirit ring is here. In other words, the teacher is very important in the process of acquiring the spirit ring. It's not that anyone can find a powerful teacher to take you to hunt down the spirit ring. You know, Douluo continent has hundreds of millions of people, and the number of soul masters is really not many. Ding Zhaochang is a soul sovereign powerhouse who is often hired to help hunt and kill soul beasts, and he can get hundreds of gold soul coins in one shot. At this time, the sky was groggy, and in vaguely, more than 10 faint green light spots were approaching in their direction. It's the ghost wolf. Walking around in the forest all the year round, Ding Zhaochang has a serious face and a low voice, but he is not panicked. When I lifted my eyesight, I saw a total of 6 wolf-shaped soul beasts, all about 1 meter 6 in length, and the whole body was iron grey, and the green light was their eyes. The 6 ghost wolves, the one-headed is only the ghost wolf king, a 100-year soul beast. This is not easy to deal with. You all be careful. When you start to fight, I'm afraid there will be places that cannot be protected. Pay attention. Ding Zhaochang's loud voice rang, and the other middle-aged teachers were also ready. I deal with the big nether wolf king, and you are responsible for solving the other small ones. The target was quickly assigned, and when Ding Zhaochang's figure moved, he rushed out at lightning speed. Behind Ding Zhaochang, a huge phantom bear attached to it. It was Ding Zhaochang's martial spirit, the beast martial spirit Big Bear. Following Ding Zhaochang's spirit possession, the momentum on Ding Zhaochang's body also changed, his palm turned into a huge bear's paw, and he patted the Ghost Wolf King in front of him. Chapter 30, Ghost Wolf King. Nether wolf and dog have a similar body structure. They are known as the copper-headed iron bone tofu waist. Their waist is the most fragile vital part of the body. Ding Zhaochang obviously had a deep understanding of the knowledge of spirit beasts, and he moved to attack the vitals of the Nether Wolf King. However, the 100-year Wolf King, after all, was not comparable to ordinary spirit beasts, and the opponent's movement speed was very fast. Whenever Ding Zhaochang's bear paw was about to hit the Nether Wolf King, the opponent could always dodge it with a flexible body. Boom! The power of the huge bear's paw hit the ground, the sand was flying up, and a pit that was not too big or about 2 meters large appeared on the ground. On the other side, other middle-aged teachers, dealing with the ghost wolf for 10 years, obviously easier. Under the attack of these teachers, the ghost wolves were thrown up like broken sacks, and they fell directly more than 10 meters away. 2 ghost wolves hit the trunk with their waists, and they screamed, but they couldn't get up. Hurry up and make up for the last cut. This nether wolf is one of the more powerful beast spirits. Although it is a 10-year spirit ring, it is much better than other 10-year spirit rings. The teachers of Notting College beckoned the students to come over, ready to hunt the soul beasts to obtain the soul ring. The battle seemed fierce, but in fact it was easy to do. With so many soul sovereign level teachers present, a group of ghost wolves couldn't make any waves at all. Boss Qin He, a century-old ghost wolf king. This is a century-old martial spirit. Aside, Xiao Chenaihu's eyes lit up, looking very excited. Xiao Chenaihu was now at level 20, and his first spirit ring was only 10 years old. Everyone knows that the older the soul beast is, the better the condensed soul ring, but it is very difficult to meet a matching soul beast. Even for a noble child like Xiao Chenaihu, the first spirit ring was just a white spirit ring, enough to see how difficult it was to obtain a spirit ring. Moreover, Xiao Chenaihu's spirit is a lone wolf, and he is a perfect match with the Nether Wolf King in front of him, and there is no more suitable spirit ring than him. However, Qin He's martial spirit is the sacred white tiger, and it is also the beast martial soul. According to the theory of Douluo continent, the beast martial spirit absorbs the spirit ring of the animal type soul beast, and the plant martial soul absorbs the spirit ring of the plant type soul beast. The more common practice of soul masters. Well, except for Tang San, he followed Master Yu Xiaogang. Master Yu Xiaogang's theory, after all, is his own theory, and it will be a future thing to be popularized. 100-year soul beast? It looks like that. On the side, Qin He squinted his eyes, still looking uninterested, as if the fierce battle on the court had nothing to do with him. Indeed, this time coming to the hunting forest to get the spirit ring was a waste of time for Qin He. He is already a 1000-level boss, a soul-absorbing ring, at best, adding a special effect to his head, adding an aperture, does not improve his strength. So, just find a spirit ring in it. While Qin He was wandering around the world, an accident suddenly happened on the court. Wow! The 100 Years Wolf King was hung and beaten by Dean Zhaochong, and he was very frustrated, so he finally got angry. Especially, the tragic death of his own little brothers made the Nether Wolf King directly fall into a violent state. Looking up to the sky with a long whistle, I saw the red light from the eyes of the Ghost Wolf King, and the speed suddenly more than doubled. Wow! The body of the Nether Wolf King turned into an afterimage, rushing to the direction of Qin He and the students of Notting College with a thunderous force. Damn human! How dare I kill so many little brothers? I must take revenge. These old soul masters are not easy to provoke at first sight, I will let them go first. Those kids are very weak, but most of them are protected. It is not easy to succeed in a sneak attack. Hey? Is there a child? I stand so far away from an adult, and I'm still in a daze. Haha, how could there be such a stupid human in this world? Sure enough, the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds, how wonderful humans are. The Nether Wolf King's heart was very surging, and he decisively chose the weakest man. Qin He. That's right, you look delicious. Kill one person in 10 steps, never stay for 1,000 miles. I sneaked and killed one of your humans, and then ran away. With my speed, can you humans catch up? The perfect plan. Nether Wolf King opened his blood basin, swished, and rushed towards Qin He. All of this, the process of happening, is nothing but a flash of light. When Zhao Chong and others realized this, they were too late. Qin He, be careful. Get away. No, this Nether Wolf King is too cunning. He actually attacked. Dean Zhaochong's face changed drastically. The soul hunting forest is a national captive forest, and the soul beasts in it are not dangerous. But even so, the danger is still there. This group of Notting College students, other people suffered some casualties. Dean Zhaochong may be sad, but he won't care too much. But Qin He is different. This is a genius young man who has awakened a god-ranked martial spirit. Is he about to fall under 100-year-old spirit beast, and hang up without even getting the first spirit ring? This matter spread. Zhao Chong, the director, I am afraid he will have to take the blame and resign. No. The boss is going to be eaten by Nether Wolf King. Xiao Chenaiu's expression also changed. Xiao Chenaiu knew exactly how strong the 100 Years Wolf King was. After all, although Xiao Chenaiu did not participate in the previous battle under the protection of his teacher, he still watched the whole process. The ordinary ghost wolf of 10 years can be killed by the teachers with any trick. However, the 100-year-old Nether Wolf King in front of him has persisted for so long in front of a powerful soul like Ding Zhaochong, but only suffered a little injury. For every level of the soul beast, the strength is not the same. Ruined. At this moment, everyone is ashamed. At this moment, the Ghost Wolf King was very excited, as if the wolf life had reached the peak. Boom! Facing the menacing Nether Wolf King, Qin He's expression remained unchanged, as if frightened. The next moment, the hard body of the Nether Wolf King slammed into Qin He's body. Before touching a piece of Qin He's hair, I saw the Nether Wolf King in front of him, as if being blocked by a thin film. He could not move a single bit. Snapped. Immediately afterwards, the Nether Wolf King, the imposing Wolf King, was thrown up like a torn sack, and fell directly more than 10 meters away, with his waist hitting a tree trunk not far away. Patter! The trunk broke, and the Nether Wolf King in front of him kept moaning and wailing. There was blood flowing from his mouth and nose, and he couldn't stand up. Chapter 31, touched Xiao Chenaiu. Hey, controlling power, it is too difficult. Fortunately, the Nether Wolf King was not killed. When everyone at Notting College was tense, Qin He felt very tense. The Nether Wolf King in front of him, as a century-old soul beast, his spirit ring is not very useful to Qin He, but it is still very useful to his little brother Xiao Chenaiu. If Qin He made an all-out effort, the Nether Wolf King in front of him would probably not even have the ashes of the corpse left, let alone the spirit ring. In desperation, Qin He had no choice but to stand still, and severely injured the Nether Wolf King with the force of the counter shock, and with good luck, he did not directly kill the Nether Wolf King. What the hell? Am I dazzled? On the side, Ding Zhaochong's eyes were round again, and they were rounder than ever before. Nether Wolf King was seriously injured? Who on earth did it, and why was it somehow seriously injured? Could it be that Qin He in front of him did it? Impossible. In these 100 years of the Nether Wolf King, he Zhao Chong Tang 38th level Soul Sovereign, in order to defeat the opponent, he has fought for a long time. Qin He is only 10th level, how can he be so strong? There must be someone secretly shooting, or Qin He has a powerful treasure that can kill the Nether Wolf King. Ding Zhaochong had such thoughts in his mind, and he felt that this was the correct answer. Boss! Boss, are you okay? Not far away, Xiao Chenaiu originally closed his eyes, not daring to watch the next tragic scene. But the next moment, when he opened his eyes, he saw the Nether Wolf King in front of him, already lying on the ground and howling. As for Qin He, standing on the spot leisurely and unscathed, his whole person seemed so calm and gentle. A strong man secretly shot and seriously injured the Nether Wolf King. Xiao Chenaiu also reacted immediately, then looked at Qin He, his eyes showing admiration. As expected to be the boss of Qin He. On the surface of the hunting of the soul beast, only Ding Zhaochong and a few soul masters led them to obtain the soul ring. But in fact, with Qin He's identity, with Qin He's talent, there must be a lot of strong people secretly protecting Qin He's boss. However, although everyone knows that Qin He has strong protection around him, when a crisis comes, people's instinct is to be afraid. But the boss of Qin He, faced with such a brutal Nether Wolf King, was able to keep his face unchanged, and he didn't even feel nervous at all. This tough mind is simply terrifying. No wonder the boss Qin He is so powerful, although he didn't make a few shots, but every time he shot, it was a shock. Being able to follow the boss is really the luckiest thing in my life, Xiao Chenyu. Seeing Xiao Chenyu's eyes changed from excitement to worship, and finally became fanatical, Qin He was also taken aback. What did you think of, kid? Xiao Chenyu. What are you in a daze? The Nether Wolf King is seriously injured, don't you quickly kill it and absorb the spirit ring, what are you thinking? Qin He spoke in an angry voice. The Xiao Chenyu in the original work has always been a trick, and this is really not without reason. This IQ, this reaction is really too slow. If my Qin He does not cross over, I really doubt whether this product can survive to the end. However, when Qin He's words sounded in the ears of everyone at Notting College, everyone's eyes changed. I heard it right. Master Qin he actually wants to give up this century-old spirit ring to Xiao Chenyu. This is a century-old spirit ring. It can increase the power of a spirit master a lot. Many soul hunting squads have turned against each other for a century-old spirit ring. Young Master Qin He is too big, this Xiao Chenyu is just one of his little brothers, and young Master Qin He doesn't have the first spirit ring, so he let it out at will. The students of Notting College looked at Qin He in confusion. Even, many people felt that Xiao Chenyu was simply out of luck, and he actually worshipped such a good boss. Master Qin He? You should think about it. This first spirit ring is very important. 100-year spirit beast is not easy to find. On the side, Dean Zhaochong was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help but remind him. People are different from people. They were all students of Notting College. Dean Zhaochong took so many people out. Dean Zhaochong wouldn't care too much about whether other students could get the right spirit ring. But this Qin He is different. Qin He's father, Qin Zhan, is the lord of Notting City, and he is also a good friend of Zhaochong. With emotion and reason, he hoped that Qin He could get a good spirit ring. As for the first spirit ring, if he could possess the 100-year-old Nether Wolf King, that would be too great for Qin He's improvement. According to Yu Xiaogong's spirit ring theory, the maximum life of the first spirit ring is 100 years, and this Ghost Wolf King just meets Qin He's requirements. Even if it is a genius in the Spirit Hall, the first spirit ring is about this age. With this Nether Wolf King as the first spirit ring, the gap between Qin He and Wahundian Academy would not be too wide. Boss Qin, I can't accept this spirit ring, you need this spirit ring more than I do. Xiao Chenyu looked at Qin He firmly. Xiao Chenyu was very excited when he first heard that Qin He wanted to make the spirit ring. But soon, he calmed down. His boss, in order to enable him to have a good spirit ring, has actually achieved this. If Xiao Chenyu accepts it so heartlessly, wouldn't he become a white-eyed wolf? Boss Qin He has this heart, and I, the boss of Xiao Chenyu, won't lose sight of it. But this first spirit ring is related to the strength of Qin He boss. If it affects the big plan of Qin He boss because of letting this spirit ring, then Xiao Chenyu can be said to be dead. I'll go. Xiao Chenyu, you have a problem in your mind. This spirit ring is useless if I ask you to it, so why are you shirking me? Qin He twitched his mouth, wishing to slap Xiao Chenyu to death. This kid has a serious lack of IQ. Didn't you really want this spirit ring when the Nether Wolf King was not dead? I, Qin He, beat this Nether Wolf King half to death in order to control my strength. Is it easy for me? Such a good 100 years of spirit ring, you Xiao Chenyu said you don't want it, do you have a mine at home? I really can't take it. Boss Qin, if I take your spirit ring, I will be stabbed in the backbone. I, Xiao Chenyu, have always been loyal. Xiao Chenyu spoke loudly, but before he could finish his words, Qin He interrupted directly. Poke the spine? I want to poke your head now to see how much water you got in. You will use this spirit ring immediately. If you don't need it, I will throw it away. Qin He spoke harshly. If you don't this spirit ring, don't recognize me as the boss. I don't want a weak brother. Chapter 32, Thousand-Year Mandala Snake. Hiss. Nodding College, all the students and teachers present took a breath. This is a century-old spirit ring, you see one on weekdays, which one is not very precious. But right now, young Master Qin he actually spoiled his spirit ring so well, he said he didn't want it. In order for Xiao Cheniu to absorb this spirit ring, he unexpectedly released such cruel words, "This boss is too righteous to be a cloud. Prince Qin he has been forming forces at Nodding College, and wants us to call him the boss. I have been dissatisfied before. I just think Qin he is a little stronger. Can he do whatever he wants with the strength? Now that I think about it, I'm really too shallow. Young Master Qin he is not only powerful, but his opponent is so generous, he is simply the master of the world. With such a righteous boss, it's no wonder that young Master Qin he has so many people like it. Is this the charm of young Master Qin he? I admit, I am touched. After returning to the academy, I will also join Master Qin he's forces, and I will also be called the boss of Master Qin he." The students of Nodding College looked at Qin he with reverence. On the side, Xiao Cheniu was even more moved to tears. Buying people's hearts, this Qin he is buying people's hearts. Ding Zhaochang sighed and said, "Douluo continent, strength is the most important thing. Young Master Qin he is still young. If he is addicted to this game of buying people's hearts, he is destined to not go far in the future. Qin he. What are you all thinking? I just give it to others because I don't need a spirit ring. Why do you have so many small theaters in your head?" 20 minutes later. After Xiao Cheniu absorbed Nether Wolf King's spirit ring, he stood up from the ground. I saw Xiao Cheniu's body, faint spirit power fluctuations, and the aura on his body was much stronger than before. 21 level, now I am a 21 Great Soul Master. Xiao Cheniu took a deep breath, and while looking at Qin he in joy, he was full of gratitude. At the same time, 2 halos rose under Xiao Cheniu's feet, and walked back and forth on him. The first one was white, which was the original 10-year spirit ring, and the second one was yellow, which was obviously a century-old spirit ring. "Let's go." Ding Zhaochang glanced at Qin he with a complicated expression, and said. Although Qin he is usually lazy and annoying, but with his kind character, Ding Zhaochang felt that Qin he became more pleasing to his eyes. After all, there are powerful soul masters everywhere, but no matter who they are, they like to make friends with good soul masters, don't they? Master Qin he, next, we have to go to the depths of the soul hunting forest, and strive to find you also a century-old spirit ring. It's not easy to find a 100-year spirit ring. Tonight, we might have to live in the hunting forest. Zhao Chong had made up his mind in his heart. Qin he had given up the spirit ring for 100 years, and had already suffered a great loss. He couldn't let Qin he just a 10-year spirit ring and go out, so that would be tantamount to ruining Qin he's genius. Must help Qin he find a century-old spirit ring. The dean is right. Even if we find it for 3 days and 3 nights, we have to help Qin boss find a century-old spirit ring. Xiao Cheniu's eyes were extremely firm. Yes, right now we all have spirit rings, only Master Qin he does not have spirit rings. We have to help Master Qin he find the most matching spirit ring. You can't let young Master Qin he suffer. No matter how hard you are, you must help young Master Qin he find a good spirit ring. The students and teachers at Nodding College nodded in agreement. What are you talking about? Are you still looking for me for 3 days and 3 nights? After listening to the many students and teachers of Nodding College, Qin he almost didn't call it over. I can get a spirit ring at will. Otherwise, it would be too much trouble. The corner of Qin he's mouth twitched, trying to change everyone's mind. Master Qin he, you don't have to say much, we all understand. We will definitely find a good spirit ring for you. The others at Nodding College did not listen to Qin he's explanation before they finished speaking, no matter how many explanations they had, it was useless. You are embarrassing me, fat tiger. No, Qin He. At this time, Qin He looked helpless. The environment in this hunting forest is so bad that I will die if I stay a day. I help you play the spirit ring, not to stop wasting time. Go back to the college to sleep. You are harming me one by one. Hello, hello, hello. In the middle of the night, the Nodding College team set up a tent in the hunting forest, ready to set off tomorrow to continue searching for the soul beast. At this time, a sudden scream sounded, and the surrounding suddenly became silent. A rustle of voice came into Tang San's ears clearly, and vaguely. There seemed to be a bit of fishy smell in the air, not strong, even with a slight sweetness and tea fragrance. Toxic. Among the people at Nodding College, Dean Zhaochong took the lead in reacting, his body flashing again and again. Zhaochong waved his right hand repeatedly. This time, he exploded all the 3 auras on his body and looked vigilantly in the direction where the rustle came from. What kind of soul beast is that? The other teachers also stood up vigilantly, bursting out their spirit rings. The rustle stopped, and looked in that direction with the light of the spirit ring. Vaguely, everyone saw that there seemed to be a dark green 3-character snake head standing up in the bushes, and a pair of small ruby eyes were facing. They look in this direction. Someone took out a huachhizi and threw it in that direction. The fire was ignited in the wind, and the area was illuminated by the tumbling. This time, everyone finally saw the existence of the snake head and took a breath of cold breath. No, it's a mandala snake. There is more than one mandala snake, but 2. When that area was illuminated by the fire and the huge figure of 2 mandala snakes appeared in front of everyone, everyone took a breath. It's in danger. These 2 mandala snakes are obviously one male and one female, and they are spirit beasts over 1,000 years old. Their strength is terrifying. Dean Zhaochong's face suddenly became extremely ugly. 2,000-year soul beasts. 2 mandala snakes. The female one is okay, depending on its size, at most 1,000 years, but the male one is twice as big as the female one, at least 5,000 years. This area should still be in the outer area of the hunting forest. How could a soul beast such as a mandala snake suddenly appear here? Sisi, Sisi, as if being irritated by huachhizi, the snake's head slowly rose, making a faint sound towards everyone. At night, it seems that the mandala snake is hunting for food. Obviously, including the 38th level soul Venerable Zhaochong, they all seem to be used as food for mandala snakes. Chapter 33, Wait for Death, It's No Help. Mandala snake, what kind of monster is this? Xiao Chinayu looked at the behemoth in front of him, like a big snake like a huge mountain, and couldn't help trembling. He had just absorbed a new spirit ring and became a 21st level Great Spirit Master, much stronger than before. However, when faced with a terrifying soul beast like the 1,000-year soul beast mandala snake, Xiao Chinayu was still so powerless. Looking at the other students at Nodding College again, at this time, they were all trembling, and almost lost the courage to fight the monster in front of them. What to do? 2,000-year-old mandala snakes, is there a way to deal with them? At Nodding College, the teachers also had scalp numbness, and some people couldn't help but ask. To deal with 2,000-year-old mandala snakes? It's impossible. You take your children and go first. I will hold them for a while. Dean Zhaochong looked solemn. As the saying goes, there are more souls and more bones. Fight him with a wave, and if you have less souls, you will run away. When the number of your spirit rings and spirit bones obviously exceeds that of your opponents, then you must use your spirit skills and spirit power to launch an attack with all your strength to defeat the enemy completely. And when your spirit ring and spirit bone are obviously less than your opponent, then don't hesitate to run right away. Preserving life is the most important thing. The cultivation years of the mandala snake is also related to its own body size. With such a huge mandala snake, Dean Xiaochang couldn't stand it with one, and if two were to go together, Xiaochang might not even run away. But there is no way, the mandala snake has already greeted the door. He Xiaochang, as the strongest existence in Notting College, if he does not take action, this time I am afraid that other people will be wiped out. The first spirit ability, Giant Bear Power. The second spirit ability, the Giant Bear Erupts. The third spirit ability, the Giant Bear Charges. At the same time, the spirit ring on Zhao Chang's body exploded with powerful spirit power fluctuations, and the giant bear phantom above Zhao Chang's head seemed to be fused with Zhao Chang's own body. At this moment, Zhao Chang seemed to be an incarnation of a giant bear, and saw him rushing towards the mandala snake in front of him majestic. He chose the smaller mandala snake, which seemed to be more bullying. Boom! There was a violent roar. The dust on the ground rose slightly, and the next moment, I saw Zhao Chang's body, like a broken sack, flying upside down. Puff! A mouthful of black blood spurted out, and Zhao Chang's face paled a bit. Looking at the mandala snake again, there was not even a trace of the mark on his body, and the other party was proudly looking up at the snake's head, as if mocking the prey in front of him. The dean was injured. Xiao Chenai's face paled. The mandala snake is extremely toxic, not only has a paralyzing effect, but also has a strong destructive effect on the body's nerves. It is one of the most terrifying existence in the poisonous spirit beast. Moreover, the body of the mandala snake is extremely tough, and ordinary swords are hard to hurt. Only the mouth and eyes are the weak points. But the mandala snake has always been very good at protecting these two positions, and the speed is extremely fast. Zhao Chang's blow, originally intended to attack the eyes of the mandala snake, but was avoided by the opponent. Instead, Zhao Chang himself was seriously injured. Run! What are you doing in a daze? Run! Zhao Chang's look was terrifying, and the others realized that something was wrong. Boss Qin, let's run! Aside, Xiao Chenai grabbed Qin He and wanted to take him along, only to find that Qin He's body was like a tall pine tree, without moving at all. Looking at Qin He again, his expression was very strange at this time. Looking at Dean Xiaochang, there seemed to be a sense of inexplicability. Boss Qin, what do you think Dean Xiaochang is doing? Xiao Chenai was confused, but still persuaded. Boss Qin He, I know you are worried about the Dean, but in this situation, if there is no Master Dean to hold the mandala snake, we will all be killed by the mandala snake. This mandala snake is extremely aggressive. It will almost attack when encountering humans. It is fast. If you don't run quickly, it will be too late. Xiao Chenai's voice was loud, almost speaking in a roaring way, but Qin He remained motionless, even the expression on his face did not change. Qin He, don't care about me, run quickly. I, Zhao Chang, will die if I die. It's not a loss to be able to save your children. Xiao Chenai nodded, and said, Master Dean is right. It is better for us to run first, Master Dean is doomed to escape. At most, today next year, we will burn some paper money for Master Dean. The two sang and got together, causing the muscles on Qin He's face to twitch, and he almost didn't laugh. It's really a group of Taihanin. Qin He looked at Dean Xiaochang helplessly. As soon as this mandala snake appeared, you, the Dean, knowing that you can't beat it, you rushed up there with a wave of giant bears charging? The result is not only useless, but also shook myself. Master Dean, are you kidding me? I think this is not a giant bear charge, it is simply a giant bear convulsion. As a 1000 level boss, Qin He didn't take the mandala snake in front of him at all. All soul masters are afraid of the mandala snake, afraid of its speed and power, afraid of its toxicity, but in front of Qin He, it is not worth mentioning. However, before Qin He took the shot, I saw Dean Xiaochang go up without saying a word. It's really hard to say a lot. Xiaochang loves to hold back the pot. Qin He really admires this. Sai. The two mandala snakes were also in a condescending posture, looking down at the little human below. This couple of snakes are very happy, as if enjoying the process of struggling with their prey. There is a Tai-Han human who punches my wife? It seems to have little strength, it is a little painful, and it is shocking. Hey, there is another little human looking at me. Scared stupid. This little boy didn't run away like the other little ones, what a well-behaved prey. The mandala snake thought happily that the toxins on his body became more intense. Puff. At this time, Dean Zhaochang's complexion was also blue and purple, obviously he had inhaled the toxin of the mandala snake and was poisoned with a lot of poison. At this moment, he looked in the direction of Qin He with the corner of his eye, and he was even more out of breath. Wait. It's out of help. This Qin He, you are afraid that your brain is not good. I told you to run away, you are still in a daze here. Are you idle? Do you want to see other mandala snake show affection? Dean Zhaochang had an expression of lovelessness on his face. This group of silly students, can't take it. Chapter 34, What happened? Hello, mandala snake. I want to kill you, or beat you into mashed flesh, choose one. Qin He stood quietly, his body had begun to gather a trace of soul power. This trace of soul power seemed inconspicuous, but it was only 1/1000th of the total soul power in Qin He's body. However, Qin He once used this trace of soul power to punch the Tianda Great Forest into a deep pit, causing a large-scale earthquake. A trace of soul power, a bit too hard. However, my spirit power is also not well controlled, and I have worked very hard to be able to take a bit of it to beat people. Qin He couldn't help sighing in his heart. I'm too hard. Why can't these two mandala snakes be 10,000-year soul beasts? It's just like this, there is no sense of accomplishment at all. And this mandala snake looks so ugly, it doesn't feel good when it fights. Shaking his head, getting rid of these unnecessary thoughts, Qin He finally made a move. This should be Qin He's first official shot in this period of time. It seems to be a very memorable day. Gently stretched out a finger and pointed it in the void. There was no gorgeous light effect, no huge momentum burst, as if it was just a little random. The next moment, the surrounding space was torn apart, and the wind was like a knife, and the terrifying impact burst out in an instant. Qin He did not directly attack the mandala snake, but pointed to a small space beside the mandala snake. I saw that small piece of space, as if a nuclear bomb exploded, a mushroom cloud condensed by soul power rose out of thin air. Flap! In the air, the sweet smell of mandala snakes has disappeared without a trace. Where the mandala snake was originally located, the two huge mandala snake bodies have been broken into several pieces. The two snake corpses were mixed together, and it was almost impossible to tell who was who. Two faint purple light spots began to condense above the mandala snake body, one large and one small, not far apart. The purple halo produced by the mandala snake is very clear, and the light is much shining than the halo of the ghost wolf. Even if you don't touch it, you can clearly feel the huge energy contained in it. Well, it's dead. Qin He calmly looked at the two snake corpses on the ground and confirmed again. It's really dead. Show affection, die fast. Why do you two mandala snakes be so arrogant? What happened? In the dark night, no one could see Qin He's movements clearly. Such violent fluctuations in the air caused everyone at Notting College to take a breath. When they turned their heads and saw the mandala snake corpse that was broken into several pieces and the ground that seemed to have been cleaned up, everyone was silent. Did Boss Qin He do all of this? Xiao Chenihu stared at Qin He, who was standing in place with a calm expression. That thin figure stood in front of a pile of mandala snake corpses, and the pressure on the mandala snake corpses had not completely disappeared. This scene was indeed very shocking. Ha ha ha, there should be a strong person who passed by. I can't understand the mandala snake to do harm to the world, so let's clean it up. A student of Notting College guessed. Which powerhouse is idle, who specializes in killing soul beasts? It should be the hand of the powerhouse who secretly protects Qin He, said another student. It should be like this. Young Master Qin He is a rare super genius in the Douluo continent for thousands of years. It is only natural to protect someone in secret. Nodding college, a teacher seems to have qualitatively this matter. Where did the strong man go? Why did he kill the mandala snake without saying anything and just leave like this? Looking at this messy ground, Dean Zhaocheng also took a deep breath. Once upon a time, he felt that his old life was about to hang here. Who would have thought that in a blink of an eye, this thing would have changed so drastically? Such powerful 2,000-year-old mandala snakes were killed so casually by a certain strong man. Young Master Qin He, do you know what the strength of the strong one is to protect you? Spirit Douluo, or title Douluo. Zhao Chong looked at Qin He expectantly, and immediately burst into laughter. Haha, I'm stunned. How can a powerful person of this level care about my little soul lord? Haha. Haha. This level of power, young Master Qin He shouldn't know who it is. Dean Zhaocheng suddenly realized that he filled up the details in a blink of an eye. This strong man left immediately after killing the mandala snake. He is very low-key and does not ask about the world. Obviously, he does not want others to know his name. As for why this strong man did not leave any traces? Nonsense, the realm of the strong, can mortals be able to figure it out? Seeing Dean Zhaocheng talking to himself, Qin He's mouth muscles twitched. The powerhouse of this level stands in front of you, but you ignore it. But that's okay. With your brain supplement, I don't need to explain more. Hunting the forest. On a treetop a kilometer away from Qin He and the nodding college group of people, an old man in a white robe stood on it, and the breeze blew the old man's white robe, giving people a feeling of being extremely high. On the other treetop, an old man in a purple robe similarly squinted his eyes, and the faint spirit power fluctuations on his body were also very oppressive. The white-robed old man took the lead to speak. Under the dream god machine, the 86-level Contra, the black demon of martial spirit, comes from the heavenly Do imperial family. The purple-robed old man nodded. Salus, level 91 title Douluo, Wuhan Beam, from Wuhan Hall. Both of them had a tacit understanding not to mention the reason why they stood on the treetops of the hunting forest at night, and obviously, they all represented the forces of various parties. Coming for Qin He. Right now, the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire hadn't gotten to the point of tearing their skins apart, and the two of them wouldn't be stunned as soon as they met. What's more, their strength is already at the pinnacle level of the mainland, and it may not be so easy to tell the winner. You killed the mandala snake just now. Neither did you do it. The confrontation between the two did not last long. Soon, both of them asked the questions they wanted to ask. Glancing at each other, whether it's the Heaven Do imperial family or the Wuhan palace, the faces of both sides are full of shock. A third-party force is secretly taking action to help Qin He. Who is the master of this third-party force? I have concealed the perception of the two strong Douluo, and there is no trace. This force has no choice but to come up with a powerhouse of this level. It is certainly not small, but it has never been known before. No, I have to go back quickly and report this news. The expressions of the two became serious in an instant, and the air seemed more bleak. Chapter 35, I seem to have killed the fake soul beast. Hunting the forest. After such a big storm, everyone at this time, except Qin He, had lingering fears, feeling that this forest of hunting souls was simply perilous and terrifying. Shall we continue to stay in the hunting forest? Aside, a student asked weakly. He is just a civilian student at Nodding College, he has never seen such a big battle in his life. It only took a long time for the 1,000-year spirit beast to appear. If it stayed, would all the 1,000-year spirit beasts appear? Other Nodding College students have almost the same idea. As for the teachers, they are better, but the fear in their hearts is still not so easy to dissipate. Cowardly and incompetent guys! You cowards, can you learn from my boss? Xiao Chaniyu glanced at everyone with contempt and said. Realm. These ordinary people, compared with the realm of our Qin-He boss, are really too low-end. Xiao Chaniyu vaguely remembered that when the mandala snake was still alive, everyone was frightened and ran away. As long as the boss Qin-He didn't change his face, it seemed that the mandala snake was just waiting. When the mandala snake dies, Qin-He's boss is light and brisk again, as if all this is normal. Don't be surprised, this is a realm. It's easy to say, but how many people can do it? Learn from our boss Qin. Although this mandala snake was not killed by our boss, Qin, he stood there and forced Ge to go immediately, and he had a proper card face. Qin-He glanced at Xiao Chaniyu faintly. Actually, I killed these two mandala snakes. As soon as he said that, Xiao Chaniyu sighed. As expected to be the boss of Qin-He, he can make a joke so fresh and refined. When this sentence is said, although it is false, it seems that the boss of Qin-He seems to be how cool. That's right, if this matter spread out today, maybe a few students who don't know the truth were deceived and joined the team of Qin-He boss. For the sake of Qin-He's boss, sometimes it is understandable to lie. Xiao Chaniyu looked very understanding. Hey, no one believes me when I tell the truth, it's too difficult. Everyone, why don't you take the other students back first, and I will accompany Master Qin-He to continue looking for the soul beast. On the side, Dean Zhaocheng couldn't help but proposed. No need to fight, we just go back quickly. Qin-He squinted his eyes and directly interrupted the discussion. Speaking of which, this hunting forest is really not a place for people to stay. The conditions are so bad that Qin-He has long wanted to go back. Go back now? Young Master Qin-He, you haven't obtained the spirit ring yet. Upon hearing Qin-He's words, Dean Zhaocheng was also anxious. Go back? Are you kidding me? This is impossible to explain. Qin-He was too lazy to be able to, and finally came out once, did not obtain a spirit ring, and went back? This is going to make Qin-He go back. Next time the ghost knows when this guy is willing to come out again? Why don't you have a spirit ring? Isn't this a ready-made spirit ring right now? With a calm expression, Qin-He pointed to the mandala snake's corpse. The two purple spirit rings on it were so dazzling. With this finger, Zhaocheng and everyone at Notting College changed their expressions instantly. Master Qin-He, are you kidding me? The first soul ring of a soul master can only be 423 years at most. This is Master Yu Xiaogong's theory. A soul ring that is more than 1,000 years old will make the soul master unbearable. The spirit power of the 1,000-year spirit beast is extremely terrifying. The first spirit ring absorbs the 1,000-year spirit beast, which is simply suicide. As everyone was discussing, they saw Qin-He stepped forward and placed his hand on the spirit ring. Qin-He, stop quickly. You can't this spirit ring. Zhaocheng really almost didn't spit out a bit of old blood at this time. This Qin-He, whether he usually attends class or cultivates, is confused and sleepy, and this guy hasn't attended class at all. These two mandala snakes were killed by an unknown powerhouse, and rushing to absorb the spirit ring of the soul beast killed by others will cause violent conflict between the spirit ring, damage the spirit of the lighter, and go crazy for the heavy. Behind Qin-He, accompanied by a white halo, an imposing white tiger phantom emerged. Qin-He stretched out his hand and placed it on a smaller purple spirit ring. The purple halo came to the top of Qin-He's head, and did not give him any chance to react. The purple halo suddenly shrank, turning into a very solid halo the size of a bracelet, and it fell directly on the neck of the white tiger ghost. Condensation. The breath of the sacred white tiger gradually became deeper, and the white light around the white tiger's body spread out, and it has expanded several times compared to before. At this time, Qin-He's breath was not as aggressive as before, but when the white tiger martial spirit was summoned, it still made people feel unfathomable. Successful fusion? The boss's first spirit ring can actually fuse a 1,000-year-old spirit beast. Xiao Chenyu stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. The 1,000-year spirit ring was put on it, and it seemed that there was no pressure on Qin He. At this time, Qin He looked relaxed, as if he was not absorbing the spirit ring, but receiving a massage service. Let's hang it up. It's definitely broken. Throughout the Douluo continent, no matter which spirit master it is, there has never been a case where the first spirit ring is 1,000 years. The martial arts spirit of the divine rank is really extraordinary. My God, the golden generation of Wuhan Palace may not allow the first spirit ring to absorb such a high-level Wuhan. The 1,000-year mandala snake, this level of spirit ring, the boss Qin He casually absorbed it. It is really fierce. Boss Qin He is too courageous. This is the first case in Douluo continent. At Notting College, the students and teachers onlookers were all talking about it. For a time, shock and admiration were endless. Young Master Qin He's spirit power is rising rapidly. Level 11, Level 12. At this moment, Zhao Chong was also constantly pulling the muscles at the corners of his mouth. The scene in front of him really refreshed his three views. He took out a soul power tester from his pocket and pointed it in Qin He's direction. The soul power tester emits a violent light. Level 13, Level 14. Level 20 now. After a few breaths, the numbers on the spirit power tester kept rising, and in a blink of an eye Qin He became a level 20 spirit master. It was like reaching the sky in one step. You know, ordinary soul masters rely on basic meditations to improve their soul power, and the speed is extremely slow, and some soul masters may not improve their soul power by a few years. Of course, there are also some soul masters who can inherit part of the soul power of the soul beast when they absorb the soul ring of the soul beast, thus playing the role of quickly raising the level of the soul power. However, generally speaking, the way to inherit the spirit power of the soul beast is enough to raise you 2 or 3 levels at most, and this is the perfect situation. As for Qin he didn't need to cultivate, he was at level 20, wouldn't he be able to absorb the second spirit ring at this level? Chapter 36, Environmental Protection Ambassador, Qin He. Don't be so excited, it's just going up a little bit, it's normal. Seeing the dumbfounded appearance of everyone at Notting College, Qin He sighed slightly and spoke. He didn't want to take the spirit ring and immediately showed a level 20 cultivation base, but the conditions didn't allow it. With his invincible strength, after obtaining the spirit ring, it was already very rare to be able to suppress the strength at this level. Even, in order to maintain the appearance of level 20 and not break the spirit power tester, Qin He also worked very hard. This is just a little bit up. Dean Zhaochong's eyes widened, and he couldn't wait to tear the pretending guy in front of him to pieces. Is this guy talking human? At the age of 6 and 20, this kind of promotion speed has broken the limit of Notting College. Even in Douluo continent, there are very few such examples. More importantly, this guy Qin He didn't work hard to achieve such a high achievement. This guy sleeps in the academy all day, saying that it sounds good is to deliberately suppress soul power, deliberately hides clumsy, and that it sounds bad is lazy, not doing business. The boss is really amazing. Once the spirit power that has been suppressed for 2 months breaks out, what's weird about rising to level 20? Xiao Chenyu looked proud. However, at level 20, it seems that you can receive a second spirit ring. Xiao Chenyu's words were just casual words. He had never thought that a spirit master could get 2 spirit rings in a day. Just kidding? Spirit power cultivation must be done step by step. After you get your first spirit ring, how can your spirit power soar to the point where you can immediately acquire the second spirit ring? Wait, the second spirit ring? While Zhao Chong was stunned, he saw Qin He's claws stretched out to the second larger purple spirit ring. President, this has a 5,000-year spirit ring. If you don't absorb it, it will be wasted. Moreover, it will be too troublesome to come to the hunting forest next time, so let me smoke it by the way." After speaking, without waiting for director Zhao Chong to react, Qin He's hand once again rested on the second spirit ring. What Qin He said was the truth. For the 1000th level Qin He, the spirit ring is nothing more than an ostentatious thing. It seems that it has no effect on strength. However, the people in Douluo continent seemed to value spirit rings very much, and Qin He was reluctant to pretend it. Besides, suppressing spirit power is very hard work. It's easier to pretend to be level 30 than to pretend to be level 20. The ready-made spirit ring is in front of you, so you don't need to run around, why not use it quickly? What's more, the conditions in the chaotic place of the soul hunting forest are really bad, and they can't sleep well. Qin He didn't want to live another period of time, and was forced by the dean to go to the soul hunting forest again, and then he would have to live another period of such a bitter life. That being the case, it might as well be done in one step, and both spirit rings have been absorbed. Fuck. Damn it. Young Master Qin He is crazy. He has only absorbed 1000-year spirit ring, and in a blink of an eye he will absorb the second 5000-year spirit ring. This is the spirit ring. The foundation of the spirit master. This is not a hula hoop. Why no one stopped him? Who can stop him? The spirit ring absorption cannot be interrupted at will, otherwise the consequences are unpredictable. For a while, no matter the students or teachers at Notting College, as long as the people present, they all have scalp tingling when they see this scene. It's too troublesome for the gods, so that the gods don't waste the spirit ring, it together, Qin He, I'm your uncle. Dean Zhao Chong's forehead blew veins violently, apparently also the scalp numb by Qin He's operation show. For the sole master of Douluo continent, Qin He's approach was almost like death. After absorbing 2 spirit rings in a row, looking at the history books, no Taihan Han spirit master would do such crazy things. Boss Qin He wants to absorb the second spirit ring? I go, doesn't this mean that the boss's spirit master level will soon surpass me? On the side, Xiao Chinayu also looked at the scene in front of him dumbly, muttering to himself. Xiao Chinayu finally obtained a century-old spirit ring in the soul hunting forest and became a 21st level spirit master of the second ring. But in the blink of an eye, Qin He old Dalian sucked 2 spirit rings. This spirit power level was about to catch up? Worthy of being the boss. Although Xiao Chinayu knew that the boss's cultivation speed was very fast and sooner or later he would catch up with him, but after only a few days in the hunting forest, he immediately caught up. This is a bit too beautiful. Xiao Chinayu, you are a second hand. Is this a problem of keeping up? After hearing Xiao Chinayu's words, Dean Zhao Chong's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Xiao Chinayu suddenly realized, Master Dean, do you want to say that Master Qin He absorbed the second spirit ring to make full use of the resources of the soul beast, protect the environment, and protect the resources of the soul beast? Also, it turned out that young Master Qin He's actions had such a profound meaning. There are not many soul beasts in Douluo continent. A soul beast has grown to 100 years, and it is not easy to grow up to face the capture of a soul master in the forest, and the attacks of other soul beasts. And the soul master, who wants a suitable soul ring, goes to the forest to explore for a long time, and the soul beasts killed are probably piled up into mountains. The soul masters wantonly slaughtered, and the number of soul beasts is getting less and less. It is estimated that in a while, the soul beasts in the forest are estimated to be extinct. Without the soul beast, wouldn't the class of soul master disappear with it? So young Master Qin He had to absorb the second 5000 years spirit ring, although it was only a small step to protect the resources of the spirit beast, it had extremely far-reaching significance. Piss off! Dean Zhao Chong cursed sternly and didn't want to say a word. What is the protection of the environment? Although what you said is very reasonable, what does it matter to me to protect the environment? Don't you worry that Qin He sucked too much spirit ring and died suddenly? Puff! I saw Zhao He spit out blood, and the injuries from the previous battle with the mandala snake seemed to be aggravated by Qin He's operation. At the same time, on Qin He's side, when the opponent's hand touched the second spirit ring, he saw the mandala snake vaguely surging above the second spirit ring. A larger purple halo came to the top of Qin He's head. Without giving him any chance to react, the purple halo suddenly shrank, and once again set on Qin He's neck. There is no sense of rejection. No discomfort at all. The two purple spirit rings radiated dazzling light, as if to illuminate the entire dark hunting forest. Qin He's face was as calm as water, as if this was something that should be right. Has it succeeded? How could this be possible? Just succeeded so easily. Ding Zhaochang held his breath, and even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Chapter 37, he hung up. Ding Zhaochang wiped his eyes vigorously. The teacher beside him swallowed hard. The other students at Notting College, as long as they are not as second-hand as Xiao Chenyu, are all shocked, almost not passing out. Even in the face of the coercion of the 1,000-year-old mandala snake, there was no sensation caused by Qin He at this time. Not long ago, Qin He was just a small 10th level spirit master. But in the blink of an eye, the opponent absorbed the second spirit ring, and his strength skyrocketed. The soul power tester is on again. Young Master Qin He's spirit power is still rising. The violent spirit power fluctuations made Ding Zhaochang stunned. At this moment, his hands and feet trembled slightly, and he was obviously frightened by this scene caused by Qin He. Level 21, Level 22. Still rising, 23, 24, 25. Does this guy's spirit power need money? This is unscientific. When the spirit power tester showed that Qin He's spirit power had stopped at level 30, Ding Zhaochang's eyes were already pale and he looked suspicious of life. Level 30 Great Soul Master. In a short period of time, Qin He actually completed such a big leap, becoming a level 30 Great Soul Master. You know, Ding Zhaochang, who has the highest strength, is only a 38th level Soul Venerable. Ding Zhaochang's age is less than 50 years old, and there is not much room for improvement in the future. And Qin He is only 6 years old. Moreover, he had even become a level 30 Great Soul Master for at most 2 months at Notting College. Master Dean, Qin He can already be a teacher at Notting College. Aside, a middle-aged teacher couldn't help but sigh. Notting College is a junior college, and the ability to be a teacher is not very demanding. As long as the 25th grade is above, it is no problem to become a teacher at Notting College. But now the question is, Qin He is only 6 years old. Does this Douluo continent really have a 6-year-old teacher? The martial arts spirit is terrifying. It's no wonder that young Master Qin He was attracted by many big forces. The speed at which the martial arts spirit was upgraded was so terrifying. As long as there is a spirit ring, it can be upgraded, and the first spirit ring can withstand the purple spirit ring that has been used for 1,000 years. This is evident by the power of this spirit. Another middle-aged teacher also sighed. Qin He's current spirit power level already made them feel terrifying. They couldn't imagine that, in fact, Qin He had hidden his strength. If it really broke out, no one would be his enemy in the Douluo continent. 1,000 level strength, even if the gods of Douluo continent descended to the earth, it was just a punch. Show a little bit of strength, level 30. Qin He's face was so calm, as if all this was a trivial matter, so calm. In the eyes of Ding Zhaochang, this scene was so dazzling and so pretending. Is this still a 6-year-old child? This is simply a monster. Ding Zhaochang's mouth muscles twitched fiercely. He recalled that when he first obtained the spirit ring, he was so excited, so cheered, and laughed like a 300 jin fat man. Qin He, why is he not a bit excited? Doesn't he know that he has inadvertently accomplished a feat that the Soul Master of the entire Douluo continent has not accomplished? Master Dean, are there any extra soul beasts in this soul hunting forest? Or, I will kill one more and raise the level a little bit. The surface of Qin River was as calm as water, but he was also a little excited. Sure enough, with the spirit ring as a cover, Qin He, can release a little more power. To keep pressing the force without breaking out, and trying to control it all the time, for me, Qin He, is also a very tiring thing. This forest of hunting souls is here, so why don't you go all out? Enough. Qin He, it's getting late, since everyone has got the spirit ring they want, let's go out of the hunting forest first. Zhao Chong's face was black, and he felt that he might be mad at the little in front of him to live a few years less. Do you still want to upgrade? I beg you, Qin He, be a man, you are too much. The soul hunting forest is a place for hunting soul beasts in captivity in the country. The soul beasts inside will not be too old, and the highest will not exceed 10,000 years. The two mandala snakes, one for 1,000 years and the other for 5,000 years, can basically be regarded as the overlord of the hunting forest. With Qin He's strength, this third spirit ring would have to get a 10,000 years soul beast. And this 10,000 year soul beast, the hunting forest does not have this inventory. With this soul hunting forest, has been cleared by this goods in the blink of an eye. It's a beast. Zhao Chong's mouth twitched slightly, and the whole person felt bad. Entrance to the hunting forest. The teacher from Notting College who was in charge of the reception was waiting eagerly at the entrance. Early the next morning, the sun rose. Stayed in the hunting forest for one night, the next day, everyone at Notting College set off again, preparing to leave the hunting forest. About an hour or so, a group of Notting College including Qin He walked out of the hunting forest in a hurry. The teachers who responded were sharp-eyed, and they were all taken aback when they saw Notting College and the group. Master Dean came out? Why did he come out in a day? Master Dean is injured. It seems that the hunting of soul beasts in the hunting forest this time is very dangerous. Even the dean is injured, other students shouldn't have casualties. Someone couldn't help but change his face. Although hunting the soul beast in the hunting forest is a dangerous thing, it is not unusual to die in it. But this time, even Dean Zhao Chong went out in person at the soul hunting conference, and there was still such damage. You can imagine how dangerous the soul hunting forest is. However, as Dean Zhao Chong and others approached, the next moment, the teacher in charge guarding at the entrance of the hunting forest was all taken aback. The team of Notting College who went to the hunting forest, except for the Dean Zhao Chong who was injured, and the other people's clothes were a little messy, there was really no shortage of people. The list of students and teachers who entered the hunting forest this time is still in his hands. Are you all okay? Have you all obtained spirit rings? Yes, although it's a bit dangerous, but good luck. What about young Master Qin He? Young Master Qin He is more fierce, and has obtained 2 spirit rings. He is now at level 30. Haha, Lao Zhao, you're kidding me, I'm a 28th level Great Soul Master as a teacher. Although Qin He is a genius, he was only level 10 when he entered the soul hunting forest. What did I lie to you for? I lied to you to give birth to a child. Qin He is really level 30. He is dead. Chapter 38, Master's Philosophy. Brother Zhao, are you injured? Is my son Qin He okay? At the entrance of the hunting soul forest, a tall and burly middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe, his loud voice shook the air slightly. This middle-aged man is Qin He's father, the 54th level Soul King powerhouse, Qin Zhan. Zhao Chong's injury was not serious. After the detoxification, an auxiliary soul master had already stepped forward and gave Dean Zhao Chong several statuses. Dean Zhao Chong's expression immediately improved. Brother Qin Zhan, your son him. Dean Zhao Chong couldn't speak anymore. The hunting forest is so dangerous. My son was injured. An anxious look appeared on Qin Zhan's face. It's no wonder that Qin Zhan didn't worry about his son Qin He, who was the only seedling of his old Qin family. Moreover, the soul hunting forest is inherently extremely dangerous. I didn't see the 38th level soul sovereign like Director Zhao Chong, who suffered serious injuries. No matter how genius his son was, he was only a level 10 spirit master after all, and injuries were inevitable in the melee. No, Zhao Chong has such an ugly face. Is it possible that my son had an accident in the hunting forest? Qin Zhan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and a powerful aura burst out instantly. Your son was not injured. Moreover, your son has become a 30th level spirit master and can graduate. Seeing Qin Zhan's expression, Ding Zhaochong's mouth muscles twitched fiercely. This time, your son Qin He, in the hunt for the soul forest, it was nothing. My Ding Zhaochong was almost mad at him and almost vomited blood into a river. After briefly talking to Qin Zhan about what happened in the hunting forest, Ding Zhaochong couldn't hold it anymore and asked. Brother Qin, I take the liberty to ask, do you usually like to wear a green hat? Master Qin He doesn't look like you. Qin Zhan also twitched the corners of his mouth. Too enchanting. Qin He, his own son, is really evil. A 6-year-old child, a 10th level spirit master, entered the soul hunting forest, continuously absorbed 2,000-year-old spirit rings, and in a blink of an eye became a 30th level spirit master. Who would dare to believe this matter spread out? If it weren't for Qin he would stand here really. Qin Zhan really saw the spirit ring on Qin He's head. He couldn't believe this fact. Qin Zhan laughed. Ding Zhao, my son's talent for cultivation is just average. It's up to me. When I was young, it was the same for cultivation talent. Brother Zhao laughed. Ding Zhaochong. Piss off. You Qin family father and son, nothing is good. This is too shameless. Master Yu Xiaogang is giving a lecture in a classroom of Notting College. Little San, according to my spirit theory, every spirit master must be careful when absorbing spirit rings, and cannot absorb spirit beast spirit rings that are too old, because the result is often sudden death. Below, Tang San's small face was full of seriousness, nodding his head from time to time, feeling that what Master Yu Xiaogang said was too reasonable. When Tang San absorbed the first spirit ring, it was a century-old spirit ring. Two different powers merged with each other, but he suffered a lot. If he hadn't practiced Xian Tian Gong, his physical and psychological qualities were the pinnacle of a spirit master of the same level, and he might not be able to bear it. This fellow Qin He, who has been in the hunting forest for so long, shouldn't he understand the theory of spirit rings, so he can absorb a spirit ring casually? Tang San couldn't help thinking in his heart. For Qin He, for this great demon who destroyed his confidence time and time again, Tang San was in awe of him, but at the same time he was thinking about how to surpass him. Thinking that Qin He might be behind him for some reason, Tang San couldn't help but gloat. Although I know it's wrong to think this way, I can't help it. Tang San, after cultivating for such a long time, is now a level 16 spirit master. Even if Qin He obtains a powerful spirit ring, he can't keep up with my cultivation speed. At the speed of my cultivation, if I can reach the level of 20 spirit power at the age of 12, then I should be the youngest graduate of Notting College. Thinking about the scenery, honor, and applause of becoming the first person at Notting College in the future, Tang San felt very happy. Thinking about things, at this moment, I saw a loud noise outside the classroom. Young Master Qin He is back from the hunting forest. He absorbed 2 spirit rings in the hunting forest at once. The first one is for 1,000 years, and the second one is for 5,000 years. Young Master Qin He is now at level 30 of his spirit power, a 30-level Great Soul Master. Young Master Qin He is only 6 years old. Is he about to graduate? Graduated at the age of 6. Young Master Qin He broke the practice record and also broke the graduation record of all colleges in Douluo continent. When these people's discussions reached Tang San and Yu Xiaogong's ears, their expressions were as if they had knocked over a 5-flavored bottle. which was very exciting. There is nothing wrong with my ears. Master Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath. The face is too swollen. It's so uncomfortable. I just said that the spirit ring can't smoke indiscriminately, and the age is very important. In the blink of an eye, a negative teaching material will come. This fellow Qin He is simply hitting me. Yu Xiaogang, a martial arts research expert in the face. Whenever I, Yu Xiaogang, want to put forward a more powerful theory, this guy will always come up and tell him with facts that the theory has a fart. The spirit ring just and wears it casually, but it's still alive and kicking, so please respect my research results a little bit. Cheating. Young Master Qin He, your father Qin Zhan and I are still friends, so what hate do we have? Teacher, you said that young Master Qin He was very lazy about cultivation. As long as I work hard, one day I will catch up with him. Does it still count now? Tang San stared at Yu Xiaogang with shining eyes, his eyes lost, as if he was seeking encouragement from his teacher. Little San. Yu Xiaogang sighed deeply, and said, Teacher once had a great dream. He wanted to become a powerful soul master in Douluo continent. For this reason, I worked hard for the teacher. 10 years later, teacher, I finally... Tang San's eyes lit up. Teacher, you mean, as long as you work hard, as long as you have a dream, you will come true one day, right? What an inspirational story! My teacher Yu Xiaogang, the most powerful master of martial arts theory in Douluo continent, he is encouraging me. Yu Xiaogang shook his head and said, 10 years later, my martial soul Luo Sanpao told me that it was farting. The iron pestle is ground into a needle, and the wooden stick can only be ground into a toothpick. The material is wrong, no effort will be made. Don't keep your eyes on Qin He. With so many mainlanders in Douluo, why must you look for abuse? Tang San. Chapter 39, Qin He's Weakness. Wuhan Hall. Inside the Church of Tiandu Empire Branch. Qin He, the talent is terrible. At only 6 years old, he has absorbed 2 spirit rings in a row and reached level 30. His future achievements are really incalculable. Platinum Bishop Salas, compared to everyone at Notting College, has to get this news first. Because, when Qin He absorbed the spirit ring, he was observing the whole process in the dark, almost without blinking for a second. At that time, he, and Master Menchenji who came to investigate the Tiandu Empire, stood together, and the two of them were scared to death because of Qin He's actions. Even, it was almost exposed in front of everyone because it did not contain the breath. At this time, Platinum Bishop Salas had a bit sore eyes, but his mood was very excited. The cultivation of a soul master is an extremely important process before the age of 20. It can be said that the results before the age of 20 determine future achievements. 30th level is a threshold of 2 heavens. Before the age of 20, cross this threshold, then the future will be limitless. If you cannot cross at 20, then you will never be able to cross. Young is the advantage, young only has potential. The geniuses recruited by Wuhandian Academy are not because they are so powerful now, but because they are young. But Qin He? This guy is at level 30 at the age of 6. If he upgrades at this rate, how terrible will he be when he is 20? So shocking. Rao Salas himself is also a titled Douluo, well informed. At this time Qin He was shocked. I'm afraid I can't handle this Qin He matter. I have to report it to the Pope. Heaven Do Imperial Palace. The dream god machine who went to protect Qin He, the Contra powerhouse, had returned to the Imperial Palace at this time and was reporting the situation to Emperor Sui. Meng Lao, what are you talking about? This kid Qin He is now at level 30. On the dragon chair, the body of Emperor Shui Yat, who was aging and old, was shocked when he heard the news. The turbid eyes are shining brightly, and the unbelievable color contained in them can be said to be impossible to eliminate for a long time. Emperor Shui Yat couldn't believe his ears, couldn't believe what he heard. However, It was Meng Lao that brought him the news, the worship of the Tiandu imperial family, who was loyal to the Tiandu imperial family for life. There is no need for the other party to deceive him. Great. With his identity, it is even more impossible to do such a deceit. Your Majesty, young Master Qin He is a martial arts spirit. This kind of martial spirit is rare in the Douluo continent for thousands of years. There is a little bit of magic, and it doesn't seem strange. Meng Shenji, an 86-level Contra, also gave a wry smile at this time, and reluctantly explained. Indeed, the martial arts spirit has always been just a legend. Whether there is a martial arts spirit in this world, and what extent the martial arts spirit will achieve, there are very few records. 10,000 years ago, it seemed that there was a great Hongtian who was born with a martial arts spirit, and that great emperor ruled the Douluo continent for an extremely long period of time and left countless glories. At that time, there was only one emperor in the mainland, and the ancestors of the Heaven Do Empire had not yet been born. Those legends and records are only circulated among the people, and most of them are absurd, which seems to have no basis. But now that Qin He was born, will he be a new emperor? It's terrible. This Qin He's talent is really terrible. Emperor Shuiye couldn't help but show his vigilance. If Qin He is ambitious, will he be a more terrifying opponent than Wuhan Palace in the future? Your Majesty, the old man feels that this Qin He is still small and his weaknesses are obvious. For example, the Wuhan Palace has used the beauty trick to take the lead. If our Tiandu imperial family can exclude the martial Soul Palace and win over Qin He, it will be of great benefit. On the side, Meng Shenji shook his head and made suggestions. Qin He's talent is so terrifying, if it is just because he is afraid of the opponent's talent, he will kill him, and after it is spread, the reputation of the Tiandu Empire in the Spirit Master world will be ruined. What's more, this Qin He, not only the Heaven Do imperial family, is staring at him, but the Spirit Hall is also waiting for them to make mistakes. And the mysterious force that killed 2,000-year-old mandala snakes before and saved Qin He. No risk. Once you offend a future god-level powerhouse, the owner of the martial spirit, the Do Empire will really be over. Meng Lao makes sense. A hint of clarity flashed in the eyes of the great Emperor Sui. He took a deep breath, and smiled strongly. Feng Qin He is my Tiandu Empire Baron. In addition, after graduation, let him join the Tiandu Imperial Academy. In addition, send 10 more Contras to follow Qin He. Qin He's every move, even if he yawns in the morning, he will report to me one by one. At this time, the Sui Great Emperor was even more determined to win over Qin He, and his attention to Qin He instantly increased by countless orders of magnitude. Will Hundian sent a girl to win over Qin He? My Tiandu royal family, it is easy to find beautiful girls, how can I lose to you? No matter how bad, I can still give a princess. Anyway, Qin He is the owner of the martial arts spirit, and his bloodline must be very strong. After combining with my Shui family princess, the heirs born may also be talented, so you will make a lot of money. Wuhandian Academy. Impossible. This must be false news. How could this little kid Qin He become a level 30 spirit master in an instant? Xiaoyu, the great genius of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, issued an angry and unwilling roar at this time. Since Qin He was born, how could he be born with evil moon? If the golden generation of their Wuhan Palace is a genius, then what is Qin He? It is no longer possible to describe the terrible place of Qin He with genius. This guy is a monster. This fellow Qin He is now a 30th level spirit master. Hulina's pretty face showed a thick look of shock, almost no different from other people's reactions. Not long ago, they were still talking about Qin He's soul power increase too slowly. In a blink of an eye, he came out of the hunting forest and was promoted to 2 big ranks in a row. How did this guy do it? Miss Hulina, I heard that you confessed to Qin He when you and Qin He were in the Notting City exchange meeting. What do you think of Qin He? At the same time, Wuhandian Academy, a middle-aged teacher in grey robe, with a pleased smile on his mouth, said to Hulina. Beauty plan. This is an undisguised beauty plan. The Pope has her destiny. If Miss Hulina has time, talk to young Master Qin He. You are both young talents, so it must be very topical. Miss Hulina, don't disappoint the Pope's trust. Chapter 40, Xiao Wu appeared. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. The sensation Qin He caused in the hunting forest seems to be slowly fading over time. But the dark tide surging hidden under the darkness has never subsided. At this time, Qin He, at the center of the storm, was very calm. You should eat, drink, sleep, life is quite comfortable. After all, he is now at level 30. With his demonstrated strength, there is basically no teacher at Notting College who can teach him Qin He. In other words, on the surface, Qin He is still famous at Notting College, but in fact he is already a graduate. Of course, Qin He didn't want to graduate so early. Although Notting City is small, life here is comfortable. Going to a big city, with Qin He's reputation, it is estimated that there will be endless entertainment, which is too tired. As for Qin He, there have been a lot of little loli in the recent period, all of them are very cute and beautiful, and their appearance is at least 8 points. Even Xiao Chinayu and others are often surrounded by loli, it can be said that they are in troubles of happiness. Hey, people are too good, just have this trouble. Qin He squinted his eyes and looked disapproving. This Wuhan Palace, this heavenly Do Empire, it is too rough to draw me. Qin He. Qin He, is only 6 years old, no, just after his birthday, and only 7 years old. Even if I want to do something, I can't do it at all. What's more, Qin He, is a thousand level boss. Ordinary girls are delicate and soft. They are indeed pleasing to the eye, but they can't bear it. When Qin He grows up, if the other half is not a god, it would be impossible to be together. Boss Qin. While thinking about things, Xiao Chinayu rushed in at the door of Liashe. Boss, have you heard that? Recently, our Notting College transferred a very beautiful transfer student. Xiao Chinayu's red face caused Qin He to curl his lips. Notting College, recently transferred students, there are indeed a lot of them, and they are all girls, are you not used to it? Qin He shook his head, his face speechless. Xiao Chinayu smiled, but shook his head, and said, Boss Qin He, this transfer student is different from the previous one. This girl is very energetic, although she is young, she is in good shape, and it has only been a week since she transferred to Notting College, and she has done a great deal. Xiao Chinayu introduced with joy. Except for our 6 homes, she used her own efforts to challenge our senior students at Notting College, and they all won. And she also asked all students who lost to her to call her Xiaohu's sister. Now she is ready to point at our 6 houses, at our boss. I even challenged Boss Qin by name and surname. Our Boss Qin is so famous. Following Xiao Chinayu's introduction, especially when he heard the other party's name, Qin He also turned black, and the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. Xiao Wu? Why is she here too? Didn't I ask her to stay in the forest and not run around? Qin He muttered to himself, his voice vague. Seeing the complicated expression on Qin He's boss, Xiao Chinayu suddenly realized, so the boss knows this sister Xiaohu. Is this also a big sister? Thinking of this, Xiao Chinayu couldn't help showing his admiration. He wished to kneel down for Qin He. Boss Qin He, please teach me how to make a girl. Although Xiao Chinayu is a lone wolf, I don't want to be a single dog. Qin He. Does Qin He know Xiao Wu? Of course I knew it. When Qin He crossed the Douluo continent world, the plot inevitably changed dramatically. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast, living in the great forest of Heaven Do. How did Qin He know her? Probably not long ago, when he was idle, he went to the Tiandu Great Forest to stretch his fists, accidentally punched the Tianda Great Forest into a big hole, and also affected a few titled Douluo by the way. These titled Douluo were masters sent by the Spirit Hall, specifically to capture Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and obtain the soul ring and soul bone from her. However, they came unluckily, they were blown by Qin He, and now they can't even find their ashes. This matter was extremely secretive, Qin He kept concealing it, so much so that even the Spirit Hall is now confused. I don't know how those poor titled Douluos disappeared, maybe they are still looking for them all over the world? It is precisely because of this that Qin He and Xiao Wu, as well as the 100,000-year soul beasts in the Tianda Great Forest, all have some friendship. I have to check it out. A look of worry flashed across Qin He's face. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast, and it is said that the 100-year-old soul beast possesses a powerful force comparable to extreme Douluo. It's just that the 100,000-year soul beast has two evolutionary roots, one is not to change its shape, and continues to maintain its original strength, so that the 100,000-year soul beast can live for another 1,000 years. The other one is to transform into a human form and mix into human beings for cultivation. In this way, once a soul beast has cultivated to the 100th level like a human, it can also become an existence like a divine residence. However, the second path is extremely difficult. Although the spirit beast does not need to obtain the spirit ring for promotion like human beings, that is to say, there is no bottleneck in cultivation, the breath of the spirit beast can easily be discovered by the strong of the contra level. After transforming into a human form, the strength of the spirit beast will obviously be greatly reduced. And human beings are unscrupulous in order to obtain the spirit beast, especially the spirit ring of the 100,000-year spirit beast. In the original book, Xiao Wu chose the second way of transforming into a human form, and came to Notting College very early, but was arranged to live with Tang San and later became Tang San's wife. However, being with Tang San has always been extremely dangerous. In the later period, this Xiao Wu sacrificed herself and became a spirit ring of Tang San. Even Xiao Wu's friend Daming Erming, who had lived in the Tianda forest for 100,000 years, also became Tang San's spirit ring. In the later period of Tang San became a god, Xiao Wu was indeed resurrected, but at that time, Xiao Wu became the scabbard of Tang San Shura. In Qin He's view, this was similar to the existence of an accessory. Qin He didn't think the ending was perfect. Moreover, Qin He always felt unreliable to resurrect this thing. The Xiao Wu who came back to life was the original Xiao Wu, or was it just an inflatable doll with the memory of the original Xiao Wu? With his Qin He's strength, Xiao Wu certainly wouldn't be able to hang it once and then become a sword scabbard. Isn't this calculated by the gods of Douluo continent as props? Of course it's good for Xiao Wu to survive. The worst is Xiao Wu's soul beast friends, Da Ming and Er Ming. They have no human rights if they are ugly. Tang San probably doesn't remember these two anymore. Traveling to the world of Douluo continent, if tragedy can be avoided and the plot can be changed, Qin He still hopes to change as much as possible. Chapter 41, Green, So Dazzling. Qin He will not interfere with Xiao Wu's choice as to how Xiao Wu and Tang San will develop in the future. However, this Ming and Er Ming, one is the sky blue bull python and the other is the titan giant ape, both of them are 100,000-year-old soul beasts. They look scary, but they are actually very loyal and honest. Qin He also has a good relationship. Therefore, if Daming, Erming, and Xiao Wu had a death crisis like the original work, Qin He would still rescue them, at least not let them fall into death. Do you think you are playing a game if you die and live again? I thought Xiao Wu didn't appear in 7 Shelter, the plot should have changed. However, seeing this, the plot seems to be back on track again. This silly rabbit, I really served her. You shouldn't be called Xiao Wu, you should be Shiranui Wu's elder sister, you don't know how to live or die. This human world is extremely dangerous. How many soul masters are staring at the body of your soul beast, it's not a joke. Sighing, Qin He opened his mouth and said, Xiao Chenyu, where is the Xiao Wu you mentioned? I will meet her. Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Someone challenged Qin He, and she was still a 6-year-old girl? Xiao Wu. No kidding? Which force is this 6-year-old girl? On the dragon chair, Emperor Shuiyi's eyes widened, looking at the information coming. It was also a moment of loss. Notting College has recently transferred a lot of female lowly students, gentle, cute, petite, and have various personalities, most of which are the handwriting of the Heaven Do Empire and the Wuhan Temple. There are a small number of sects and small families of the Tiandu Empire, and they are also under the control of Emperor Sui. After all, this is the Heaven Do Empire, and even the Spirit Hall does not dare to be presumptuous, and any disturbance can't hide him from this Supreme King. However, now, under the eyes of Emperor Shuiyat, a little girl appeared inexplicably, and Emperor Shuiyat, with so many intelligence networks, could not find out which power she was from. Your Majesty, there is something wrong with this little girl. And she actually dared to challenge young Master Qin He, this is even more wrong. Menchenji also frowned, lost in thought. Qin He was only 6 years old now, but he was already a 30th level Great Spirit Master when he manifested himself, and he was only short of acquiring a spirit ring to become a strong soul. As for the children of the same age as Qin He, at this time the most powerful is at least 20th grade. Challenge Qin He, this is obviously looking for abuse. As long as you are not a fool, you would never make such a move. Of course, older students may be able to challenge Qin He, but that is undoubtedly an act of bullying. Winning is nothing great, losing is even more embarrassing, and most people will not do this stupid thing. And this girl named Xiao Wu did it without hesitation. What purpose does she have? For a long time, I saw the pupils of the Great Sui shrink instantly, and said, no matter what the purpose of this Xiao Wu challenged Qin He, this guy must have been sent by a certain force. The purpose is to get close to Qin He. Make a beauty. Our Heaven Do Empire girls must work harder too. We can't let that power succeed. Wuhan Hall. Tiandu Empire Branch. Platinum Bishop Salas frowned, this Qin He, how come there is another beautiful little Lolita beside him? It's so envious, no, it's so hateful. Hulina has something to do with Qin He. Do you want Hulina to transfer to Notting College to cultivate your relationship first? Wuhandian Academy. Xiaoyu looked at her sister with a complicated expression, and said leisurely, little Nana, are you free? Hulina looked at Ziyu inexplicably, brother, what's the matter? Something. Xiaoyu nodded gravely, well, I want to take you to see the grassland. What's so nice about the grassland? Hulina glanced at her brother Xiaoyu in a puzzled way, brother, my goal now is to catch up with Qin He, so I have to practice hard. Ziyu's brows frowned and became Chuan words, the matter of chasing Qin He is not in a hurry, let's talk about the grassland first. Look at that grassland, how green, green, shiny green, bright green. Hey, my silly sister. I have reminded you to this extent, you have a long snack. There is a coquettish named Xiao Wu, who has lurked by the Qin He, you are going green. Inside the classroom of Notting College. Tang San held his head tiredly, with 2 big dark circles on his eyes, as if he was not getting enough sleep. Little San, haven't you slept well recently? Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San quite unexpectedly, to cultivate soul power, hard work is very important, but work and rest must be combined. This guy Qin He is really not comparable to ordinary people. Look at him, Ying Ying Yan Yan next to him, he is the winner in life. Buried in the powder pile all day, sooner or later the mind will be consumed, and the genius will fall. Yu Xiaogang's heart also seemed to have deep resentment. Teacher, I know. Tang San rubbed his swollen head and said. Teacher, I actually didn't get enough sleep because of practice. But I have been dreaming recently, dreaming that my blue silver grass has changed color and turned into green silver grass. What does this dream show? Yu Xiaogang looked dumbfounded. I am a master of Wuhan theory research. Not a fortune teller. Can't interpret dreams either. After a long silence, Yu Xiaogang said leisurely, maybe you are malnourished, eating more green vegetables will be better. Since you dream of the blue-silver grass turning green, it means that green may be your destiny. Or if you try to wear green clothes and go out, maybe you will transfer it to speed up your practice. Tang San's face was convinced, as if he had found the crux. His expression was excited, as expected of the teacher. It turns out that a little dream has so many secrets. Thank you, teacher. After the class, I will try it right away. Tournament venue in Notting City. I saw a pretty young girl standing there, about the same age as Qin He. Her pretty little face was white and red, and her pink and tender appearance was like a ripe peach, which made people very urged to take a bite. The long black hair was combed into a scorpion braid and hung over the hips, and the big watery eyes seemed to discharge. Just standing there without talking, unconsciously, became the focus of the audience. Sister Xiaowu is so handsome. Sister Xiaowu's cultivation talent is also great, but can you win the challenge to Master Qin He? Sister Xiaowu, we've already gone to notify Master Qin He. Master Qin He is coming soon. Around Xiaowu, most of them were little fans in the lower grades. At this time, they surrounded Xiaowu and flattered. Chapter 42, Zhan Xiaowu. It turns out Master Qin He is really here. Great! At the same time, Xiaowu stood there with a pretty face, her big eyes flickering, watching the surrounding crowd curiously. For Xiaowu, it was the first time she went to a human town, and she was full of curiosity about everything about humans. Of course, the most curious thing was Master Qin He, who had rescued her in the Tiandu forest. Xiaowu wants to know more than anyone, Master Qin He's past. Is this the place where Master Qin He lived? It turns out that human life is so interesting. Xiaowu was full of enthusiasm, listening to the praise of many little fans. She felt like floating in the clouds. Far away from the martial arts field, the boys at Notting College were also whispering. I'm going, this girl is on time. Sister Xiaowu. Don't look at her weak, she can be brutal when she fights. It's terrible to break my 3 ribs with just one punch. I heard that this girl is here to find Boss Qin He, so Boss Qin He can control her. Boss Qin He is simply a love saint. There is a portrait of Boss Qin He in my room. I worship 3 times a day. After paying homage to Qin He, my cultivation speed has become faster, and finding a girlfriend has become easier. It's true, or should I try it too? The boys' discussion was obviously a lot quieter, and many people had blue noses and swollen faces, and they were obviously hurt by this humanoid beast named Xiaowu. Is not it? The body of this Xiaowu is a 100,000-year soft and charming bone rabbit, which is stronger than a 100,000-year soul beast. Isn't this looking for abuse? Boss Qin He is here. Suddenly, I didn't know who yelled, and everyone immediately gave way. During the discussion, a handsome figure came out in a corner of the martial arts field, followed by a large group of people. Qin He appeared. At this moment, the atmosphere instantly reached its peak. Everyone's eyes, everybody's focus, were on Qin He's body. Master Qin He, I finally found you. Xiaowu's bright eyes revealed excitement and worship. You want to challenge me? Qin He glanced at it with no expression on his face. But in his heart, Qin He was also dumbfounded, making various complaints. After all, Xiaowu chose to transform into a soul beast and enter the human town. After the transformation, as long as she can retrain her soul power, then Xiaowu can become a by virtue of her cultivation and have an eternal lifespan. This choice is bold for other spirit beasts, and even so many spirit beasts have died. However, this may be the most suitable for Xiaowu, although Xiaowu, as a soul beast, could easily be discovered by the human titled Douluo powerhouse and then hunted down. However, as long as Xiao Wu is by Qin He, with Qin He's invincible strength, who can find something wrong with Xiao Wu? Besides, what if you find it? The rabbit Qin He wanted to keep, really couldn't keep it. Master Qin He, yes. I'm here to challenge you. Xiao Wu exudes an unwavering aura, just listening to her speak. Master Qin He, let's make a bet. What exactly is going on? This is not the Xiao Wu in my mind at all. What bet? Qin He had a numb scalp. Xiao Wu grinned, her smile blooming like a flower bud, and said, Boss Qin He, if you win, I will marry you, if you lose, I will marry you, how about? All the onlookers were in an uproar. It turns out that Sister Xiao Wu is not to challenge Qin He's boss, but to confess. Too insidious. Actually deliberately pretended to be a match, and then took the opportunity to confess. Why didn't I think that this guy would be the first to board? I even called her Xiaohu's sister, but I didn't expect that she wanted to steal my husband. A word made Qin He's mouth twitching. Been molested. Qin He was molested by a 100,000-year-old soul beast in the crowd? No, although Qin He and Xiao Wu did stay in the Tianda Great Forest for a while, but in such a short time, Qin He didn't deliberately tease my sister. How could this Xiao Wu like me inexplicably? Qin He said, Xiao Wu, don't talk stupid. We have known each other for so long. You should have heard the stories I told you. The story of the white snake and Su Xian, you should have heard it several times, have you forgotten? When in the Tianda forest, Qin He occasionally told Xiao Wu stories, such as the legend of the white snake. In fact, telling this story is meaningful. Su Xian and the snake are together, what is the result? How to fall in love with different races, those who fall in love will not end well. The grassy hero Su Xian, the emperor of the royal fox, Shang Zhou, is too miserable. So subtle, when Xiao Wu meets Tang San in the future, she has to think about it. Speaking of Tang San's family is also quite bad. The whole family started with Tang San's father. Humans didn't like it, but they liked to marry a 100,000-year soul beast. This tradition has lasted for tens of thousands of years, and the descendants of Tang San are like this. When reading the original work, Qin He doubted whether the female 100,000-year soul beasts of the entire Douluo continent were all wiped out by their family. The soul beast is really miserable, either killed or snapped. Not far away, I saw Xiao Wu staring at Qin He happily, and said with a smile, Master Qin He, we have known each other since we were young. We are the same kind, why can't we be together? The body of Lord Qin He should be a sacred white tiger, Lord Qin He is a soul beast, and my Xiao Wu's body is a rabbit and a soul beast. Isn't this a perfect match? Xiao Wu's words meant something, and Qin He couldn't help but pat his forehead. When Qin He appeared in the Tianda Great Forest, although he was in a human form, he did not have a spirit ring on his body, so Xiao Wu and the others mistakenly thought it was a spirit beast. After all, Qin He punched title Douluo to death at will. This kind of destructive power was not something that a human soul master could possess, it must be a soul beast. Indeed, if it is a normal spirit master and sees a spirit beast, which one is not shouting and screaming and wanting to take away their spirit bones and spirit rings? Only the same soul beast clan can help each other. No wonder you look weird in my eyes. Qin He only felt a tingling scalp. When you look at me like this, I don't know what you set up for me. Master Qin He, take the move. At the same time, Xiao Wu Jiao screamed, and she rushed up quickly like a ghost. Before Qin He could react, her right leg was already bent, her toes popped out instantly, and she kicked straight to Qin He's chest. This blow did not seem to be very powerful, but the speed was very fast. The people around seemed to see only an afterimage passing by, and Xiao Wu's figure approached Qin He in a blink of an eye. Chapter 43, Qin He's Big Plan. What? Facing Xiao Wu's imposing kick, Qin He's expression remained unchanged, and he grabbed his right hand. In the eyes of others, Xiao Wu's movements are fast and lightning fast. However, in Qin He's eyes, Xiao Wu's speed was almost slow. With a casual grasp, Bainan's ankle was already controlled in Qin He's palm, and the powerful force was instantly disintegrated. Catch it! Before Qin He finished speaking, he suddenly felt that his hand slipped, and the catch that he was bound to win had missed. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Wu's kicked leg moved horizontally, and it was already on his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Wu's whole body weight was weighed on Qin He's body. With the help of Qin He's shoulder with her right foot, the other leg also lifted up and climbed onto Qin He's shoulder. She looked very strange at this time. Xiao Wu's two legs were wrapped around Qin He's neck. With the help of Qin He's shoulders, her upper body leaned back, her palms resting on the ground, her soft legs were like it's just like a spring, and it's actually hanging Qin He's neck like that. A kind of slippery peculiar to a girl's skin came from the tender calf, which immediately caused Qin He's mood to fluctuate, and his face could not help but blush. The posture of the two of them is really ambiguous. Where is the fight? It's like a couple playing games. Hey, okay, stop making trouble. Qin He shook slightly, and saw Xiao Wu's entangled legs immediately bounced away, and his whole body turned over in the air and landed on the ground. With Xiao Wu's strength, it was not Qin He's enemy at all. The main reason why the opponent was able to entangle Qin He was mainly because Qin He didn't dare to use force for fear of hurting him. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast. Although incarnate in a human form, his physical fitness was still extremely good, so Qin He shook slightly without causing Xiao Wu to be injured. It deserves to be a 100,000-year soul beast. Physical fitness is good. Qin He secretly said with emotion, with his physical fitness, maybe he will grow up in the future, and it is probably impossible to find ordinary humans, so he can really only find soul beasts? So this little dance? I lost. Xiao Wu smiled and didn't mean to be annoyed by losing the game, but happily said, Master Qin He, the little girl who lost the game will only be yours in the future. The air, at that moment, became extremely quiet. The students of Notting College who were onlookers, almost every boy, looked at Qin He with envy and jealousy, wishing to kill Qin He with his eyes. Ah! My little dance goddess! Why do all the girls like Qin He, and finally a new transfer student, who is also the childhood sweetheart of young Master Qin He? I'm so envious. I really want to die. Prince Qin He is really a winner in life. With such a good talent, he is liked by a goddess casually, and his family identity is still noble. Why doesn't Xiao Wu like me? Not far away, Xiao Chinayu looked at Qin He's back with worshipping eyes, and was extremely excited. Boss Qin He, is this another sister-in-law? Moreover, this sister-in-law seems to be quite powerful, it's not easy to see her identity. On the side, a little brother leaned forward and asked rather uninterestingly, Brother Xiao, you are the confidant of the boss. Tell me, the boss has found another sister-in-law. Is there any deep meaning in this? Also, Miss Hulina is from Wuhan Hall. She heard that the boss has found another girl to go home. Will she be jealous? When the younger brother asked such words, Xiao Chinayu glared at them fiercely and scolded. Shut up! The boss's matter, the boss's profound meaning, how can you easily understand it? Xiao Chinayu showed a look of zhizu in his hand, his eyes like torches, deep and profound. The boss of Qin He is so good, isn't it because there are not many girls who pursue the boss at Notting College? But look at the boss of Qin He, on weekdays, he ever promised any girl's confession. With the wisdom of Qin He boss, every time I look for my sister-in-law, there must be something different about this sister-in-law. This sister-in-law's Iao must also represent a certain force, but we don't know it for the time being. Xiao Chinayu admired secretly. Sure enough, the boss of Qin He has a far-reaching layout, even if he wants to secretly develop his power, he will not put his eggs in a basket. Nodding College's students are part of it, Hulina of Wuhan Temple is also part of it, and this little dance sister-in-law. Continuing to develop, our Qinhe Old General Assembly will not one day rule the Douluo continent and become the legendary emperor. At that time, I, Xiao Chenyu, can also make the family rise with the help of the dragon. Xiao Chenyu thought about it, and immediately his expression became serious again. Boss Qin he has a big plan. Next, I will follow the boss from time to time and take care of the boss. Only in this way can I understand the boss's intentions more deeply and not miss major events. Qin he. Xiao Chenyu, what are you thinking about? I, Qin he, just want to be a salted fish and find a quiet place to sleep. I really don't have that big dream. Qin he defeated Xiao Wu, and there was another girl's intelligence around him, spreading among the major forces in Douluo continent at the fastest speed. Wuhan Hall, the branch of Tiandu Empire. Platinum Bishop Salas, looking solemnly at the portrait of Xiao Wu on the information, and related descriptions. At this moment, he couldn't help taking a sigh of relief, and said, which force was this girl named Xiao Wu sent out? A big deal. With hundreds of students in Nodding College, Xiao Wu can beat everyone except Qin he, which is enough to show her talent. If such a talented girl is cultivated, it will not be a problem to achieve Contra in the future. However, this Xiao Wu was thrown out so casually, as a tool to win over Qin he, it can be seen that the forces behind this Xiao Wu have a long way to go. Is this Xiao Wu related to the mysterious force that killed the 1,000-year-old mandala snake when Qin he was in the hunting forest? This information is very important. You must report it to the Pope as soon as possible. This Xiao Wu, I am afraid it will threaten Hulina's status, so I have to guard against it. Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Emperor Sui angrily slashed a table. Absurd. It is absurd. What the do you do? It is Sui great strategy to win over Qin he with beauty. However, Qin he's vision is extremely high. With so many girls by Qin he's side, no one has ever been attracted by Qin he. I thought Qin he would accept the sister of the Tiandu imperial family sooner or later. Who would have thought that inserting a small dance in a blink of an eye would directly disrupt all the plans of the great Sui? There is Hulina in the Wuhan Hall, and that mysterious force has this so-called Xiao Wu. They are making good progress. I am such a big Tiandu empire, can't find a beauty that can be used to win young Master Qin he. Chapter 44, You Fell. Nodding College. Inside the dean's office, Dean Zhaocheng and Qin Zhan chatted around the big table. Hey, my son, I'm so sad. Qin Zhan frowned and sighed. Brother Qin Zhan, what are you worried about? Dean Zhaocheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. As the Earl of the Heaven Do Empire and the Lord of Nodding City, Qin Zhan's life has never been more pleasant. Moreover, the more important thing is that his son Qin he recently picked up a beautiful girl, who was still upside down. Qin Zhan sighed leisurely, I'm worrying about the life events of my son. Do you think, my son Qin he, which one should I choose? I think, Hulina, the saint of Wuhan Hall, is not beautiful enough, and not noble enough. That Xiao Wu, pretty is a bit more beautiful, a bit more talented, but a bit too clingy. It's not great. There are so many beautiful girls who insist on pestering my son. How can this be done? Qin Zhan spoke, and everyone present really wanted to take a hammer and knock this product to death. Enough of you. Qin Zhan. If you continue to act like this, you won't come to my Zhaocheng's office in the future. The trails of Nodding College. Qin he and his group walked vigorously, gaining the respect of the group. Young Master Qin he is here. Next to Master Qin he, there is another beautiful girl. Sister Xiao Wu really walked with young Master Qin he. Beside Qin he, Xiao Wu wore a short pink skirt and her youthful and pretty face made people feel a heartbeat. I saw her smiling next to Qin he, walking briskly, with a blushing face and a very happy appearance. But Qin He was sleepy and absent-minded, as if he wasn't a young and beautiful girl with him, but a root of wood. Sorrowful. When everyone saw this scene, they were naturally jealous and hated. If they couldn't beat Qin He, they would really want to swallow Qin He. Sister Xiaohu's charm is really extraordinary. Since Xiaohu's sister-in-law and Qin's boss are together, many girls have also been conquered by Xiaohu's charm. If this continues, we will unify the dream of all the students of Notting College. Achieved. On the side, Xiao Chenihu sighed with emotion, only feeling that his boss Qin He was really unfathomable. It seems that he didn't do anything, but before he knew it, he gathered the hearts of most of the students of Notting College. You know, these students don't seem to be a big deal now. But after this group of students graduated, they joined other intermediate and advanced colleges. When they grow up, this is undoubtedly a very large force. What is Xiao Chenihu thinking? What did I do? Seeing Xiao Chenihu's frantic eyes, Qin He couldn't help but twitch. What on earth did this little brother make up? It doesn't matter to him, it just doesn't disturb my sleep anyway. Well, this time, it happened to be when I went back to the dorm to sleep. Just thinking about things, suddenly, in front of Qin He, a handsome young man walked up. The young man looked firm, and shouted in a voice that hates iron but not steel. Qin He, you are depraved. An angry curse made the nearby Notting College students stunned. The boss of Qin He is already the uncrowned king of Notting College, a well-deserved existence of the gangster level. At Notting College, there are still people who dare not die and come to insult boss Qin He? Isn't this looking for death? When he fixed his eyes, Qin He was also stunned. It turned out that the young man with a firm expression was Tang San. Tang San, what are you talking nonsense? Xiao Chenihu narrowed his eyes, and a burst of anger burst out. This little Tang San has been against our boss Qin He all day long, and I don't care about it. This time, he is still stuck in the road of boss Qin He. This Tang San, although he can be regarded as one of the best genius soul masters in Notting College, compared with our Qin He boss, it is really far behind. Where does his courage come from? Tang San sneered disdainfully, and immediately glanced at Xiao Wu behind Qin He, angrily said, Qin He, do you know that soul master cultivation is the most important thing before the age of 20? You are only 6 years old now, but you are obsessed with female all day long, willing to fall, and don't want to cultivate. Don't look at you now with 30th level spirit power, I, Tang San, will surpass you sooner or later. Tang San's righteous words made Qin He twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yes, you are right, is there anything else to say? Qin He looked careless. You Tang San is very good, come on, I am optimistic about you. However, don't disturb my sleep, can't this force me Qin He to pretend to you? If you continue to speak harshly, I will never refute you. Haha, Tang San, do you want to surpass my boss? Xiao Chenihu laughed presumptuously on the side. As expected to be the boss of Qin He. This guy Tang San, recklessly, provoked boss Qin He, but boss Qin He looked at him like an ant and didn't care at all. What is the use of this provocation, no matter how loud it is? It's nothing more than the wailing of the weak. Aside, Xiao Wu's face flushed red, and she cursed angrily, where is the idiot? What's the matter between me and young Master Qin He, you're idiot? How could there be such a person at Notting College? Not to mention whether my Xiao Wu will affect Master Qin He, just say Master Qin He himself is strong, you fellow, you will never catch up in your life. In this scene, in Qin He's eyes, the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. Sure enough, this Tang San is innately at odds with my aura. Obviously I don't bother to care about this stuff. Notting College is so big. Tang San always looks at me upset. Is this God's will? Qin He was full of emotion. I didn't do anything bad to Tang San. At most, it was a wave of slaps on his face and a wave of his wives. It shouldn't be a big deal. I have to say that Tang San really has the protagonist's aura, and Qin He's appearance has actually made Tang San's original growth opportunities disappear in many cases. But the opponent can always get new opportunities from other places, such as the opponent's Tang sect hidden weapon, which seems to be much better than the original. Qin He, you wait for me! Tang San yelled angrily. An ocean of uncontrollable spirit power overflowed, and the green spirit power set off the surrounding ground very brightly. Damn Qin He! He actually dared to look down on me, Tang San. Although Tang San didn't know why he said the above words to Qin He inexplicably, he just felt that since Qin He appeared, he seemed to be born out of Qin He. Obviously I knew Qin He's terrible, but the hostility he was born with could not be eliminated by any means. Qin He, this guy is blocking my way. As long as I can defeat Qin He, Tang San will eventually stand on top of the mainland. Tang San firmly clenched his fist and vowed in secret. Chapter 45, Trouble Me Again? Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Wu merged into Qin He's life, and time passed. 4 years have passed, Qin He's body has grown a little bit, and the 11-year-old little Qin He is no different from before. All this seems to be so common. Not in college. Qin He lay lazily on the chair, and everything was so warm with the morning sun on him. Xiao Wu stood by Qin He, practicing a set of soft skills, but from time to time she turned her eyes to Qin He's direction. Boss Qin He! At the same time, Xiao Chenai's figure came from a distance, breaking the atmosphere. I saw the other person speak excitedly. Boss Qin He, our Notting City will host a multi-school competition recently. As soon as he heard the words great by, Qin He's eyes narrowed, and the whole person became energetic. Sorry, I'm not free. It's better than I won't participate. Qin He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. He was on the recliner, as if he was lazy again. No, in the original book, at this point in time, there seems to be no competition like a big competition. Qin He was uncomfortable. Maybe, this game is also included in the original book. After all, Tang San's 6 years at Notting College belonged to the kind that passed by in a flash, and the details were not so specific. What's more, after Qin He crossed over, the plot has already undergone tremendous changes. The ghost knows when there is another multi-school competition. Multi-school competition? Xiao Wu showed a puzzled look. The multi-school competition refers to the competition jointly organized by the junior colleges of multiple cities in the Tiandu Empire. In a sense, this can be regarded as an exchange game. And this time the champion of the big competition has the opportunity to obtain the soul bone of a powerful soul beast named Mammoth Colossus. What is soul bone? Soul bone is a very special thing. In other words, he is the most desired item in the soul master's dream. Similar to a soul ring, the soul bone also comes from a soul beast. But the spirit bone is very different from the spirit ring. The chance of appearance of soul bone is only 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Generally speaking, only soul beasts that are extremely powerful and experience some special circumstances at the time of death are likely to appear soul bones after death. A soul beast will appear like a soul ring. Therefore, spirit bones become extremely rare and extremely precious. Another difference between soul bone and soul ring is that it does not need to be used by whoever kills the soul beast like a soul ring. After the soul bone is obtained, it can even be used for sale, and the required soul bone can be purchased in some special places. Any piece of spirit bone, no matter how ordinary it is a sky-high price, and there is still no market. It's no wonder that this multi-school competition has attracted countless low-level spirit masters in droves. However, it is not so easy to win the championship. In the Tiandu Empire, among the junior colleges, in addition to the Wuhandian Junior College, there are many prestigious colleges. For example, in the Four Elements Academy, Tang San only saw senior academies in the original work. In fact, they also had junior college departments. Notting City is indeed a real junior college. As expected of Qin He boss. When Xiao Chenyu heard Qin He's refusal, a fanatical color appeared in his eyes. For the boss of Qin He, a mere soul bone is nothing at all. But boss, I, Xiao Chenyu, want to participate in this multi-school competition. Xiao Chenyu, I, will never tolerate that my strength is so weak. I want to win first place. When he said something, Xiao Chenyu's body seemed to emit a colorful light. To win? It's easy to say, but in fact, Xiao Chenyu has made great progress compared with the original work. At this time in the original book, Xiao Chenyu did not break through the 20th level and became a great soul master. He was just a role as a stepping stone for the dragon, and the second soul ring he obtained was a white soul ring of the most popular. But because of Qin He's appearance, the opponent's second spirit ring acquired a century-old spirit ring, and Xiao Chenyu's cultivation effort was much greater than the original. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Chenyu now is much stronger than before. However, even if Xiao Chenyu is much stronger than before, this multi-school competition is not so easy to win. Hu Lina, the first genius of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. The Four Elements Academy, Tiandu Royal Academy. Even in Notting College, there is a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. Under this circumstance, Xiao Chenyu wanted to counterattack. It was harder than reaching the sky. Do you want to take first place? Qin He glanced at his disciple in surprise, and couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Then you go grab it. This Xiao Chenyu, it seems that he drank some fake wine, it was a little overwhelming. However, he loves to win the first place, so take it. Anyway, this Erbai boy, staying by his side all day is doing things. As long as I don't disturb my Qin He's sleep, you love it. Boss, did you agree? An expression of excitement suddenly appeared on Xiao Chenyu's face. What did I promise? At this time, Qin He looked blank. Xiao Chenyu bowed solemnly, thank you, boss, I will definitely follow the boss and learn how to quickly improve soul power. Thanks to the boss for giving me this opportunity. Master is here. Qin He, I don't have. What did I just say? I obviously mean, if you want to win the first place, go for it. When will I accept disciples? Xiao Wu blinked at the side. Xiao Chenyu, have you taken the wrong medicine? Xiao Chenyu shook his head with a look of approval, and said, Sister-in-law, you don't understand our boss's foresight. Xiao Chenyu sighed and began to explain. Boss Qin He, you are testing me. Actually I know everything. Understand every sentence, even Sister Xiao Wu was at a loss. Big brother Qin He, isn't that amazing? Isn't it just a small game? Xiao Chenyu's strategizing look. Sister Xiaohu, don't you know our boss Qin He's ambition to rule the Douluo continent? When he said something, Qin He's face turned greener. No, I have not. The 6 words that boss Qin He just said, then you go grab it. It seems simple, but it actually contains a lot of deep meaning. Then you go. The 4 words mean affirmation. The boss is telling me that since the decision has been made, then you must stick to it and not give up halfway. Grab the word, there is a meaning of contention. Qin He is telling me that this multi-school competition is a sure field. If you want to win, you have to fight. Of course, the boss of Qin He is so strong, once he makes a move, others don't have to fight, so the boss of Qin He doesn't make a move, but if the boss of Qin He doesn't make a move, how can others know the purpose of the boss of Qin He? So, boss Qin He needs a spokesperson, and that's me, Xiao Chenyu. Boss Qin He must want to train me to play, win the championship, and become famous in one fell swoop, so that the entire Tiandu Empire will surrender to the hands of boss Qin He. Chapter 46, Xiao Chenyu is funny. Xiao Chenyu's endless speeches shocked Xiao Wu. Master Qin He, you hid the identity of the soul beast and entered the human world. Did you intend to accomplish such a feat? Sister Xiaowu's eyes were blurred, full of admiration, full of fanaticism and admiration. What an ambition to unify the Douluo continent! For a long time, even humans have been unable to achieve this. The Douluo continent is full of wars and killings, and Master Qin He intends to accomplish the great cause that Douluo continent has not seen in thousands of years with his own power. Thinking about the situation of soul beasts now, countless soul beasts are lingering in the forest, being hunted and killed by the soul master to take away the soul ring. If Master Qin He, who is a soul beast, becomes the emperor, then the situation of the soul beast will undoubtedly be much better. Moreover, if Master Qin He is the emperor, isn't Xiaowu a queen? When I thought of this, a faint crimson color appeared on Xiaowu's face, and she was obviously plunged into a happy fantasy. Xiao Chenyu, get out of here! Qin He, who was sleeping on a recliner, almost lost his nose at this moment. Sure enough, it was Xiao Chenyu who had a pitfall in his head. I really wanted to shoot him to death for his understanding. God's unified Douluo continent, Qin He, just want to sleep. I just want to be an ordinary spirit master, and I don't want to unify this ghost Douluo continent. After all, Qin He has 1,000 level strength, and if he wants to unify the mainland, it seems not difficult. But is it unified? In addition to making countless people worship, it seems that he wouldn't be an emperor, and he didn't even bother to care about the life and death of so many people in Douluo continent. Moreover, if Qin He used his strength to smash the Douluo continent with one punch, or wiped out everyone, could he let Qin He rule a ruin? Xiao Chenyu, can you do it? Xiao Wu was so drunk by Qin He, and soon recovered from her original fantasy. That's not right, although Xiao Chenyu has been following Master Qin He for so long, this does not mean that Xiao Chenyu is a roundworm in Master Qin He's belly. Seeing Master Qin He being so angry, it should be Xiao Chenyu who got it wrong, and then was scolded by Master Qin He. You see, Master Qin He was so angry that he almost couldn't control his spirit power and shot Xiao Chenyu to death. How angry it is! However, before Xiao Wu could react, Xiao Chenyu's eyes suddenly brightened, and an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Thank you, Master Qin He. I understand, I understand. Immediately, Xiao Chenyu made an amazing move. Have you heard? Master Qin He actually took a disciple. Master Qin He is only 7 years old, can he be a teacher at 7? Hehe, you know what a shit. Although Master Qin He is only 7 years old, at Notting College, some teachers are not as capable as Master Qin He. Why can't Master Qin He be a teacher? He accepts disciples? Who accepts disciples? It's Master Qin He's younger brother, Xiao Chenyu. I'm going. The second one can be spotted by Master Qin He. I must be blind. Why is Xiao Chenyu second? This guy is pretty handsome. Ha ha ha, handsome you big-headed ghost, go to the playground and see, this Xiao Chenyu is rolling on the playground. Notting College, at this time, has fallen into a boil. Xiao Chenyu, a dignified 21st Great Soul Master. No, since the last time he obtained the Spirit Ring, 4 years have passed, Xiao Chenyu is already 22. In this multi-school competition, Xiao Chenyu has been listed as a seed student by Notting College. After all, Notting College is a junior college, and in a big country like the Heaven Do Empire, it's just an ordinary college. Xiao Chenyu was able to cultivate to the 22nd level at this age. It is not too exaggerated to say that he is a little genius. However, it's such a genius, who somehow became a funny girl somehow, and it was a funny girl rolling on the playground. The cultivation of a soul master depends entirely on meditation. The improvement of a soul master's level, some rely on devouring the soul power of a soul beast, and some rely on absorbing the soul ring. I have never heard of rolling to improve strength. Notting College, Master Yu Xiaogang, a Wuhan research expert, sternly scolded. Xiao Chinayu, I'm afraid you are crazy. Qin He never said that rolling can improve your strength. Ding Zhaochang's eye muscles twitched fiercely, and he wanted to slap the fool on the playground to death. Ding Zhaochang also went to find out what happened. He used to think that Xiao Chinayu, worshipping Qin He, is no big deal. After all, Qin He is a soul master genius, and his cultivation speed is rapid, so learning from good students is not a good thing. But now, Ding Zhaochang just wants to say, let's stop Mom's stupid fans. Obviously Qin He just casually said something to let him go. This guy really went out, and he was still in the playground for several days. This Xiao Chinayu hasn't meditated for 10 days. If he doesn't practice in a good day, he will go to the playground when he has nothing to do. This is already a category where his mind is pitted. My son Qin He, what a crime! Qin Zhan also twitched the corners of his mouth, not knowing what to say. Qin he won't participate in this multi-school competition. He plans to train an apprentice to participate in the competition. Tang San's eye muscles twitched fiercely, one can imagine the depression in his heart. 4 years have passed. During this period of time, Tang San worked hard to cultivate, trying to defeat Qin He all the time, and wanted to prove to Qin He that Tang San was the strongest. However, what has Qin He done in the past 4 years? He didn't work hard to cultivate, didn't hunt down the soul beasts, and just slept all day long. However, even so, Qin He's strength is still the strongest in the entire Notting College, and even the entire Heaven Do Empire is rare. Level 30. Qin He did not hunt for the third spirit ring, but still maintained his level 30 cultivation base, but as long as he is not a fool, he can know that Qin He is definitely pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, hiding his strength. In this multi-school competition, there is no level 30 genius in the junior college. If Qin He participates in the competition, it will definitely be crushed. However, Qin He didn't participate in the competition, so he was so big. What can Xiao Chinayu accomplish if he cultivates a little dragon at random? What's more, this Xiao Chinayu seems to have a pit in his head, and he is rolling around on the playground all day. Even if you want to learn Qin He, you must learn to sleep. Qin He, wait for me. Although I, Tang San, is not as good as you now, your little brother Xiao Chinayu is really too weak. This time the multi-school competition, I must make your little brother Xiao Chinayu a shame. I want everyone to know that your Qin He is actually nothing more than that. Chapter 47, He, but so. Wuhandian Junior College. This time the multi-school competition, Qin He is not going to participate. He is planning to train that guy named Xiao Chinayu to participate. After receiving the news from Notting City, Xiaoyu's face was very ugly. 4 years later, the golden generation of Wuhan Palace began to grow. Some people came in, some people went out. The golden generation does not mean that you can stay on forever if you enter this echelon. If your growth is not as good as others, you will be driven off the throne of the golden generation. 4 years have passed. Once upon a time, his Xiaoyu was also an opponent who could compete with Qin He. But now, even though Xiaoyu is still in the echelon of the golden generation, Qin He is already 1 level higher than them, and he has actually begun to be a teacher. Brother, that Xiao Chinayu is the follower who stays with Qin He all day. 4 years later, Hulina, dressed in red, has a fiery figure, and her charm is stronger than 4 years ago, and she has a faintly charming temperament. At this time, a faint bewilderment appeared in her eyes. Obviously, she had a slight impression of Xiao Chinayu's name, but her impression was not that much. Ha ha ha, Xiao Nana, that's right, this Xiao Chinayu is the waste material following Qin He. Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. Xiao Chinayu, who has been with Qin He for so long, has only now reached the 22nd level. This kind of talent can be regarded as a waste in their Wuhan Temple Academy. He Ziyu was much younger than Xiao Chinayu, and now he has a 28th level cultivation base. What's more, his Xiaoyu's martial soul is much more powerful than Xiao Chenyu. Brother, do you want to participate in this competition? Hu Lina's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, as if lost in thought. This time the multi-school competition, most of the golden generation of their Wuhan Palace, did not bother to participate. In fact, many powerful academies have not sent the most talented academy to participate. Soul bones may be precious to civilian soul masters, but those true geniuses, soul bones needed for cultivation, have long been hunted for them by professionals, and they are the kind that suits them best. The spirit bones of the mammoth giants in this multi-school competition are like chicken ribs to those geniuses. Moreover, Qin He did not participate in the competition, Hu Lina and others. It seems that there is no need to participate in this kind of competition. Hu Lina shook her head and secretly said in her heart, what's the point of my going to this game that Qin He doesn't participate in? Moreover, this guy Qin He has a deep thought, hiding behind this time, he must be calculating something again. Hu Lina will not be fooled. Ha ha ha, participate. Why don't you participate? Qin He didn't make a move this time. It was just a small Xiao Chenyu. Once Iziyu participated, I would definitely teach him a lesson on the court. At that time, his little brother Qin He is embarrassed. How can there be light on Qin He's face? Ziyu's eyes also glowed with confidence. Can't beat you Qin He, can't you beat your little brother? For a time, the Heaven Do Empire, countless young soul masters, and Xiaoyu, who had the same idea, all signed up for this multi-school competition. Has the number of applicants exceeded 500 soul masters? Salus, Platinum Bishop of Wuhan Palace, pondered for a while, looked at the information sent by his subordinates, and sighed slightly. In the past 4 years, the younger generation of Wuhan Palace has gradually grown up, and most of them already have certain strength. But even though 4 years have passed, the younger generation of Spirit Hall still has no young spirit masters above the 30th level. As for Qin He, he had obviously received numerous invitations from the Senior Soul Master Academy, but the other party was still reluctant to go to the Senior Academy for further studies, instead staying at Notting College. Moreover, Qin He's spirit power level, showing a state of 30, seems to have been a long time. If it were before, Salus might feel that some genius had fallen. But Qin He has the habit of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Didn't he know that Salus? Master Bishop, this is the case. This time, Master Qin He will not participate, and I heard that Master Qin He has trained an apprentice, his younger brother Xiao Chenyu, and he is going to let his younger brother Xiao Chenyu participate. And the goal is to win the first place. Next to him, Platinum Bishop Salus's men carefully explained. Qin He won't participate in the competition? This guy can really hide. Platinum Bishop Salus twitched, took a deep breath, said. In the past 4 years, Wuhan Palace had no knowledge of Qin He's cultivation progress during this period. Countless spies were sent to inquire about Qin He's cultivation progress, and all the reports were that Qin He was sleeping, sleeping, sleeping. I haven't seen Qin He make a move. Who knows what this guy's real strength is? Unexpectedly, the multi-school competition this time not only did not become an opportunity for Qin He to make a move, Qin He actually chose to send an apprentice to participate. He, Qin He is only 11 years old. Can he be a teacher when he is 11? How talented is this Xiao Chenyu? Out of respect for Qin He, Salus couldn't help but ask more. Don't underestimate Qin He. Although this Xiao Chenyu's name reveals a strong aura of dragons, there must be something extraordinary in it that Qin He can admire. It seems that I have to inform the students of the Spirit Hall to be careful. Xiao Chenyu, it's not bad at Notting College, but there is something wrong with his brain. Recently, some spies reported that Xiao Chenyu has been rolling in the playground. The spies beside him hesitated to tell the news of the inquiries. Salus. What are you kidding me? This Qin He, is this multi-school competition ready to send such a funny comparison to shame everyone? It must be paralyzing our martial soul palace. Qin He, this kid, has a deep mind. Sal's eyes flashed with a thick color of admiration, and besides admiring, he couldn't help but sigh. This Qin He must feel that his strength is too strong, for fear of causing fear in our spirit hall. So he deliberately didn't play, and deliberately sent such a Xiao Chinayu with no combat power to fight. The purpose is to make our Wuhan palace feel that he is nothing but this. But Qin He's plan has been completely seen by me. After all, he is only an 11-year-old child, and there are still flaws in his work. Salus looked like Shizu in his hand. Since this Xiao Chinayu is just a cover, there is no need to spend more time on him. Just a clown. The task of your spies is to pay attention to Qin He, and don't let the people of the Heaven Do Empire preempt it. Chapter 48, Qin He is too bad. Recommendation ticket. Tiandu Royal Academy. This academy was founded by the imperial family, and the students enrolled are all high-ranking nobles of the Tiandu Empire, with the best teachers and teaching environment in the entire Tiandu Empire. The dean of this academy is concurrently served by Emperor Sui, and his background can be described as profound. Countless nobles, even the princes and princes of the Tiandu Empire, will study at the Tiandu Imperial Academy. Here, a brick to kill a noble is really not a joke. At this time, on the playground of Tiandu Royal Academy, two elderly men were walking. An old man wore a white brocade robe, grey hair, and a pedantic appearance, but his aura was quite extraordinary. He was one of the college's deputy deans, the 86-level Contra Dream magic machine. And such a noble existence, but respectfully followed an old man in a bright yellow robe, with a humble smile on his face. Your Majesty, why did you have time to visit Tiandu Royal Academy today? Menchenji asked. It turned out that the old man in yellow robe was the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, the Great Shuiyat. Emperor Sui manages a huge Tiandu Empire, and it has a lot of opportunities. Although the name of the Dean of the Tiandu Royal Academy is nominally hung, in fact, the daily management of the Tiandu Royal Academy is managed by Menchenji and several other elders and deputy CEO managed by the Dean. Emperor Sui rarely visited Tiandu Imperial Academy, and the students at Tiandu Imperial Academy were not the top class. There was Wuhandian Academy pressed on it, and the Four Element Academy was also eyeing it. The younger generation of Tiandu Royal Academy seemed to be missing something. At this time, Emperor Sui squinted his eyes and said, I have nothing to do, just stroll around. After this multi-school competition is over, Qin He will be almost 12 years old. By then, he should be able to join our Tiandu Royal Academy. The tone of Emperor Shuiya was unwavering, as if saying something very plain. But the dream machine next to him seemed to feel a strong pressure, and the cold sweat was flowing down. Emperor Shuiya is expressing his dissatisfaction with the students of Tiandu Imperial Academy. Even expressing dissatisfaction with him as the deputy dean. You know, the faculty and teaching conditions of the Tiandu Royal Academy are definitely far beyond the Wuhan Palace. However, in this case, the Heaven Do Imperial Academy was firmly suppressed by the Wuhan Palace, and it was not even comparable to some non-governmental academies. As the actual helm of the Heaven Do Empire, the Shuiya Great Emperor, can he not be depressed? Of course, if you want to improve the strength of the college, recruiting talents is the most important thing. In this way, Qin He, who has always been concerned by Emperor Sui, can be described as Jianzai's heart. If it weren't for Qin He's never wanting to graduate, Tiandu Royal High Academy would even break the rules for many years and enroll Qin He in an exceptional way 4 years ago. Your Majesty, Lord Qin He, we are already actively drawing in. The conditions set by our Tiandu Royal Academy are absolutely far superior to all academies. A confident expression appeared on Menchenji's face. In fact, when Qin He joined Tiandu Royal Academy, Meng Shenji was 80% sure. Of course, For this reason, Dream Machine has also signed a lot of unequal treaties, and they are all tears. Yes, not bad. Hearing such good news, the corner of Emperor Shui's mouth moved slightly, a touch of satisfaction emerged, and he immediately took it back, and said solemnly, however, although Qin He is great, but our Tiandu Royal Academy, the study of other students, also can't fall. Soul master fighting is not a matter of one person. A truly excellent soul hunting group should consist of at least 5 parts. The food type spirit master is responsible for the supply, and the restoration type spirit master is responsible for the state and soul power recovery. The agility type soul war master is responsible for reconnaissance, the strength type soul war master is responsible for resisting, and the attack type soul war master is responsible for destroying the enemy. A group composed of these 5 parts can be regarded as a complete group. Moreover, the cooperation between each other cannot be formed in a day or 2. The imperceptible process alone requires at least several years of cooperation. More importantly, members of the same group must trust each other, absolutely trust. Otherwise, in the event of danger, it is easy to instantly collapse. Qin He's martial spirit Sacred White Tiger, as an attack-type war spirit master, is extremely powerful. But if Qin He's teammates are too pitted, then it is one with 4 pits, and it is easy to fall into a situation of fighting alone. This will not win the Wuhan Palace. You know, the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, everyone is a genius, and everyone is extremely powerful. Menchengji smiled and said, Your Majesty, you can come to our training ground to observe, the children are still working hard. While they were talking, the two came to the playground of the Heaven Do Empire. An 11-year-old boy, dressed in a bright yellow brocade robe, with a youthful smile on his immature face. At this moment, he was rolling in the playground of the college, his face was dusty. Avalanche, Your Highness Avalanche. Seeing this scene, the original confident smile of Menchengji immediately condensed, and his face became extremely pale. I just said that the children worked very hard, and immediately saw Your Majesty's children playing rolling games on the playground. This hit not only the face of Dream Machine, but also the face of Your Majesty. Emperor Shui's lips trembled slightly. Shuebeng. Call me this rebel. With chilly eyes, he glanced at the Dream Machine quietly, which seemed to mean, is this the effort you are talking about? 10 minutes later, His Royal Highness Shuebeng jumped over happily. His body is dusty, and the mud on his face has not been wiped off. Father, are you looking for something to do with me? Shuebeng looked blank. What were you doing on the playground? Emperor Shuiye said coldly. Father, did you find out? Shuebeng's eyes flashed with excitement. Father, I learned this trick from young Master Qin He. I named him the rolling cultivation method. Before I finished speaking, I saw that Emperor Shui's face was flushed and his beard was standing up. Nizai, do you dare to lie to me? Qin He, the child's intelligence, do I know less about your father than you? Rolling practice method? It's obviously that you are thinking about it. If you don't want to practice, you just want to play. Come here, bring me a stick, I want to kill this rebel. The eruption of the volcano, the aura of the Emperor Shuiye was fully exploded, making Prince Shuebeng shiver too. Emperor Shuiye, although he looks old, he is actually a 98-level title Douluo. Father, you are not kidding me. Shuebeng's face instantly turned pale. Father, don't. Chapter 49, Confidence Xiao Chinayu. 30 minutes later. His Royal Highness Shuebeng with a blue nose and swollen face, with an extremely gloomy expression, followed his father Shuiye into the office of the college without tears. You said, Qin He won't participate in this multi-school competition, but instead sent a younger brother named Xiao Chinayu to participate. This Xiao Chinayu uses the method of rolling and practicing. A trace of confusion flashed through the muddy eyes of the great Emperor Shuiye, and he immediately retracted it again. There was no wave on his face and no emotions could be seen. The Tiandu Empire's intelligence did mention Xiao Chenayu's abnormal behavior. However, at the time, Emperor Shuiye thought it was Xiao Chenayu's brain convulsions, and would never have thought that rolling and cultivating soul power had even the slightest connection. Your Majesty, this rolling practice method has no basis at all. If it is useful, Xiao Chenayu is said to have been rolling for 10 days. How can he have a breakthrough in his spirit power level? On the side, Dream Machine started to speculate that the so-called rolling practice method is not very optimistic in words. Nonsense, the Soul Master of Douluo continent has been passed on for so many years, and I have never heard of anyone breaking through the level by rolling. What's more, Qin He is a cultivation genius and possesses a martial arts spirit of supernatural rank, but his ability to guide others cannot be so top-notch. What kind of rolling practice? If this wonderful method of cultivation is useful, would the panda who likes rolling around in the world be the most powerful? Meng Lao. This may not be true. Master Qin He's rolling practice method must have a matching mental method, and if the rolling practice method is useless, will Master Qin He pit his little brother? Stupid enough to ignore other people's rumors every day, are you rolling on the playground every day? His Royal Highness Xuebeng grunted unconvincingly and retorted loudly. You adults always think that I'm a child, don't understand anything? I think it's because your adults have rigid thinking. This rolling cultivation method is clearly a cultivation method that is unique in a million. Since my avalanche practice and rolling, I feel a lot lighter, and every time I stand up after rolling, I feel a sense of ecstasy. It should be a breakthrough. Xuebeng felt very wronged. From childhood to adulthood, he was the kind of being reprimanded to grow up. Every time he wanted to do anything, he would be beaten up by his father, Emperor Sui. Then, after the beating, Emperor Shuiye will say, "Learn from Qin He." However, this time, his avalanche was extremely wronged. Obviously he is studying like Qin He, isn't this what your Majesty Sui said? Why am I still beaten? Rolling? Useful. On the side, the corners of Emperor Sui's mouth twitched for a long time, and he didn't know what to say for a while. The child Xuebeng is completely disabled when he grows up. He is usually no different from the dude. What business will he do? But this ridiculous rolling practice method was plausibly spoken by the other party, and Qin He, a child of someone else's family as a guarantee, did not look like a fake. Your Majesty, it doesn't hurt to roll around anyway. Since His Highness Xuebeng wants to try, let him try. Aside, Menchenji Menglao secretly shook his head and sentenced Xuebeng to death. This baby is hopeless. The Heaven Do Empire, the only prince who can live to adulthood, are His Highness Xuebeng and His Highness Xueqing He. His Royal Highness Xueqing He, at a young age, has already revealed the best martial arts soul and outstanding talents, but this avalanche has become this look. Hey, let him go. Anyway, the Heaven Do Empire has His Royal Highness Xueqing He, this avalanche will behave badly, but it will be better, so as to avoid the tragedy of the royal family. Try what? Come here, call me. The Great Sui said with a stern face, and said, this kid, just can't be a weapon without a fight. If he hadn't beaten him before, how did this kid know that he would learn from Qin He? What's more, how well is the dignified son rolling in the crowds? Even if this rolling practice method was passed on by young Master Qin He, wouldn't you find a remote place to roll? Wouldn't you ask someone to try it first? So rolling in a hurry, avalanche, isn't your martial arts a ball? Avalanche. Qin He, your sister. What a shame. Naturally, Qin He didn't know. He was lying in Notting College, just sleeping all day, and inexplicably caused so many troubles. Time goes by, and the days of multi-school competition are getting closer. Brother Qin He, Xiao Chenayu has been rolling on the playground for a month. Can this rolling practice really help Xiao Chenayu improve his strength? Aside, Sister Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Chenai rolling around on the playground with a worried expression, her eyebrows trembled fiercely. This has been rolling for more than a month. It stands to reason that if this trick is useful, Xiao Chenai should immediately break through his soul power level, right? No matter how bad it is, Xiao Chenai's spirit power should be more condensed than before. However, Xiao Wu, as a 100,000-year soul beast, has a keen observation ability. After this month, Xiao Chenai seems to have not changed anything. The level did not improve, the soul power did not improve, and he was laughed at and returned to the dormitory all day. What are you talking about? Roll away. The corner of Qin He's mouth twitched, and the whole person fell into a state of confusion. When did I tell you Xiao Chenai to roll around? I just told you to get out, don't disturb my sleep. Where did your Xiao Chenai brain make up? This product really has perseverance, actually rolled in the playground of Notting College for a month. Looking at the diligent figure, and then at Qin He himself, lying lazily on the chair, Qin He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of self-blame. Why do I try a little bit harder? Originally, I had to sleep for 24 hours a day, but this time, change it to 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Different from what Qin He imagined, Xiao Chenai on the playground at this time, after a month of rolling career, not only did not degenerate, but the whole person looked radiant. Ha ha ha, I am worthy of being the boss of Qin He, who just casually taught me the practice method of rolling and rolling, which can actually increase my strength so much. Fanaticism. Happy. Xiao Chenai clenched his fist in excitement, and while grateful to Qin He, his eyes showed a strong confidence. This time in the multi-school competition, no matter what opponent is coming, as long as Qin He's boss doesn't go down, I, Xiao Chenai, will already be invincible. The first place this time, the soul bone this time, must belong to Xiao Chenai. Chapter 50, Tang San. Notting College Playground. At this time, the playground was already bustling, crowded with onlookers, and there were many powerful teachers who were in charge of maintaining order. On the VIP table, there were also a lot of spirit masters with extraordinary aura, all of them family members of students. On the high platform, Dean Zhaochang's hearty voice resounded through the ears of every student. For this multi-school competition, we have 10 people from Notting College who signed up. The first round of competitions needs to be carried out at my Notting College to determine the strongest. The strongest will represent our Notting Academy, go to the Heaven-Do Imperial City, and compete for the championship with soul masters from other academies. The rules are simple. Moreover, those who dare to register for the competition this time at Notting College are all confident of their own strength, otherwise, they would not register at all. After all, the ring duel was conducted under a large crowd. It would be embarrassing if it was defeated in full view. This Xiao Chenai looks very confident. Did my son Qin He really teach him something amazing? On the VIP table, Qin Zhan leaned his head and said to the master Yu Xiaogang on the side. Are you kidding? Brother Qin Zhan, you are also a well-known Soul King powerhouse. In the process of your cultivation, how can you improve by rolling in the playground? Master Yu Xiaogang shook his head. In this competition, his disciple Tang San also signed up for the competition. In the multi-school competition, the reward was a soul bone. For Tang San, whether it was used by himself or sold, it was a steady and uncompromising deal. If Qin He participated, Yu Xiaogang might have some concerns about his apprentice winning the championship. But this Xiao Chenai? It's not that Yu Xiaogang looks down on Xiao Chenai. If Xiao Chenai can win the championship, I, Yu Xiaogang, can eat the cup in front of me. By the way, where is Qin He? In the corner of the ring, Qin He squinted his eyes slightly, and said to Xiao Chenai beside him, Xiao, I have to tell you the truth, this rolling practice method is actually useless. Seeing Xiao Chenai with frenzied eyes, Qin He couldn't help but speak. These two guys, with a confident look, are so embarrassing to be beaten by Tang San when they get on stage. Especially, Tang San still participated in this multi-school competition. Who is Tang San? This guy is simply the existence of the chosen son. Through Qin He's perception, Tang San had already cultivated to the 28th level at this time, and he seemed to have more hidden weapons in his hands that hadn't appeared in the original work at this point in time. This guy is the real protagonist. Leapfrogging challenges are not a problem, let alone Xiao Chenyu is now only 22. Boss, rest assured, I know, this rolling practice method is useless at all. Xiao Chenyu suddenly realized. That's right, Qin He's boss is still thoughtful. This rolling practice method has improved the strength of the soul masters so obviously, if it spreads out, how can I, Xiao Chenyu, maintain the advantage? I heard that in the imperial city of the Heaven Do Empire, someone had already seen the benefits of this rolling practice method and tried to imitate it. It seemed that they already had a bit of essence. Make a fortune in a muffled voice, that is the kingly way. You know? What do you know? Qin He looked at Xiao Chenyu's fanatical expression with a foggy look, and fell into deep thought. The first round of draws, start. On the high platform, Dean Zhaocheng glanced helplessly in Qin He's direction, and pulled out a note from a cardboard box. Number 1, Xiao Chenyu. On the note, the name of Xiao Chenyu was written impressively. Immediately afterwards, Zhaocheng continued to put his hand into the carton and took out the second note. Number 2, Tang San. As soon as the name was spoken, everyone in the audience suddenly exclaimed. What is a fight? This is the battle. At Notting College, Qin He's strength will always give people an unfathomable feeling. It can be said to be the first and only class among the students of Notting College. But under Qin He, there are many familiar names. Xiao Chenyu is one, but the reason why he is famous is mostly because he is with Qin He. But Tang San was different. He actually rose to the 28th level when he was 11, and he was a well-deserved genius. In the Heaven Do Empire, many excellent high-level academies have already issued invitation letters to him. Compared with Qin He's conditions, it is only a little bit worse. This Xiao Chenyu is really unlucky. Yes, I met Tang San in the first round. Tang San is the favorite to win this time. If you didn't meet Tang San, Xiao Chenyu's strength would be one of the best, even though he was addicted to rolling during this time and didn't concentrate on cultivating. It's too unscientific to rank the strong in the first round. The students of Notting College started to talk at the moment when their opponents were released in the first round. Xiao Chenyu, you are not worthy of being my opponent. Tang San's expression was as cold as frost. After learning about his opponent in the first round, he just shook his head in disdain, but stared at the audience where Qin He was. In his Tang San's view, in 4 years of cultivation, Tang San had already cultivated to the 28th level. Although it was lower than Qin He's level, it was not much worse. In addition, his Tang sect hidden weapon is capable of leapfrogging challenges, so in fact, he is not far behind Qin He. But because Qin He didn't participate in the competition, the current Tang San could only fight against Xiao Chenyu like a dragon suit. This was a waste of time. Of course, even if he didn't like Xiao Chenyu in his heart, on the surface, Tang San was still waiting. Xiao Chenyu was equally confident. Tang San, you are just the weakest opponent in this multi-school competition. Against you, Xiao Chenyu is really effortless. How much fake wine is this? Qin He shook his head secretly, and continued to complain in his heart. It's okay, Xiao Chenyu is embarrassed. What is it to Qin He? Blue-silver grass's first spirit ability entangling. A green spirit power bloomed from Tang San's body, looking full of power. At the same time, I saw Tang San's side, a green with black vine, rushing towards Xiao Chenyu's direction with lightning speed. Tang San, the 28th level Great Spirit Master's spirit power burst out, magnificent, it can be said that it scared everyone. The vines quickly entangled Xiao Chinayu like a poisonous snake. After a few breaths, I saw Xiao Chinayu's body completely covered by green vines. Blue Silver Grass's second spirit ability Parasite. Chapter 51, What spirit ability is this? I have to say that Tang San acted very quickly. Facing Xiao Chinayu, whose strength was significantly lower than him, he did not take it lightly, but directly resorted to a big move. At least, all the big tricks he can use on the face have already been used. As long as you use this Blue Silver Grass's two spirit abilities to defeat Xiao Chinayu, it shouldn't be a problem. Tang San secretly said in his heart. It is indeed extremely rare for a soul master to use both soul abilities as soon as he comes up. When the green and black vines were wrapped around Xiao Chinayu's body, bursts of black air came out of Xiao Chinayu's body. Xiao Chinayu is dangerous now. Tang San's second spirit ability is called Parasitic. This spirit ability is inherited from a creature called Ghost Vine, which can attach toxins to enemies and absorb the opponent's body. Soul Power. Under the ring, Ding Zhaochong couldn't help but slapped his lips and commented on his feat. This Tang San's second spirit ring was still obtained with the help of Ding Zhaochong himself, and Ding Zhaochong naturally knew the characteristics of the Ghost Vine. At this moment, Xiao Chinayu's face had already faintly revealed a black air, which was a sign of poisoning. Coupled with Ghost Vine's ability to absorb spirit power, and if he continues to fight, Xiao Chinayu won't hold on for long before he will be drained of spirit power and fail. Yes. Xiao San has made great progress in the past 4 years, even if it is not as good as Qin He, but in the entire Heaven Do Empire, I am afraid that even the golden generation of Wuhan Palace will not be his opponent. Yu Xiaogang on the side also exclaimed proudly. Tang San did an outstanding job. He, a master, naturally has light on his face. Especially Tang San's cultivation talent is also powerful. Like Xiao Chinayu, it took 4 years to only improve his spirit power by 1 level. This was not because Xiao Chinayu didn't work hard, but the opponent's spirit power was originally not fast. Most of the spirit masters, after reaching the 20th level, the speed of cultivating their spirit power will drastically slow down, and it is easy to encounter some bottlenecks. It will be difficult to break through a level in a few decades. And Tang San, younger than Xiao Chinayu, had become a 28th level Great Soul Master, and his talent was already on par with that of the golden generation of Spirit Hall. Is there anything to praise for defeating Xiao Chinayu? Aside, Qin Zhan also pouted his lips, quite disdainful. This Xiao Chinayu was just a small follower of his son Qin He. Not as talented as Tang San, and losing to Tang San doesn't seem to be a big deal. Why are you so happy? Is it possible that because they lose to Qin He every day, people nowadays are happy to be like this as long as they can defeat anyone around Qin He? Xiao Chinayu, fight for your breath. Under the ring, Xiao Wu also showed anxious expression in her beautiful eyes, wishing she would go to the stage for a fight. To be honest, with Xiao Wu's violent personality, if it weren't for Qin He, she would have participated in the multi-school competition this time, and it would be lively. The discussion in the audience kept on. In fact, the atmosphere in the arena had already been heated up. Tang San, is this your full strength? At this time, black air gushed over Xiao Chinayu's face, and his body seemed to be crumbling. However, at this moment, I saw Xiao Chinayu's face with an expression of disdain unexpectedly. This expression seemed to be mocking Tang San's irresponsibility. What? At the same time, Tang San's eyes suddenly widened, and he obviously didn't react. The first spirit ability Alone Wolf Possession. Xiao Chinayu roared, and saw a blue giant wolf appearing behind him, and a huge aura instantly enveloped Xiao Chinayu. The body shook, and saw the green vines around Xiao Chinayu, as if being cut by a knife, as if torn apart. Think beautiful. Tang Sanyi gritted his teeth and increased the input speed of soul power. I saw that the chopped vines grew again and once again enveloped Xiao Chenyu. It's useless. My vines can continuously regenerate. As long as my soul power is not consumed, no one can beat me. Tang San spoke in excitement. He enjoyed the feeling of the enemy dying and struggling under his attack. Tang San is a traverser, with Tang sect heritage. He is destined to reach the peak of the mainland in the future. In particular, he secretly learned the secret knowledge of the Tang sect's inner sect, Xiantian Bailu, which also enabled him to recover his spirit power faster than the average spirit masters in Douluo continent. No matter which way it is compared, Xiao Chenyu has absolutely no possibility of defeating himself. Others didn't have the Tang sect's unique knowledge, but Tang San had. A sense of superiority over others instantly rushed to his face. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Every time Xiao Chenyu chopped Tang San's blue-silver grass vines, Tang San would replenish them again. After a few rounds, Xiao Chenyu was panting, but Tang San's performance was still full of energy. Moreover, Tang San still has a hidden weapon in his whole cards, which he has not used yet. Although everyone knew that Tang San had a hidden weapon, and if the hidden weapon was mentioned, it was not a hidden weapon, it was called a bright weapon, but everyone knew about the lethality of this thing, and it was indeed very powerful. The bells and whistles. Xiao Chenyu sneered and said, Tang San, you are too careless, do you think this is my full strength? With a loud shout, I saw Xiao Chenyu's blue giant wolf spirit above the sky, suddenly roaring into the sky, and immediately turned into a stream of light. I'm going, now even Xiao Chenyu will play some hidden cards, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? I haven't heard of Xiao Chenyu's amazing tricks. Seeing this scene, Qin He in the audience was also taken aback. In the original book, this Xiao Chenyu is just a trick to get rid of by seconds. Who cares that Xiao Chenyu is actually quite powerful, and he usually cultivates very hard. Moreover, as the Qin River crossed over, the style of painting on the Douluo continent had completely changed. Thinking back then, the people in Douluo continent were so simple and honest, the soul master liked to find someone to fight when he was idle, it was like a mentally handicapped style. Now what? One by one, they came to ambush in the bushes at every turn, with hidden cards. Ordinary soul masters are really getting more and more difficult. Does Xiao Chenyu still have a whole card? It's not just Qin He who thinks so, the crowd onlookers also shook their heads. How many caddies do you have, Xiao Chenyu? Everyone is at Notting College, don't you have any points in your heart? Return cards? I don't believe it anymore, you Xiao Chenyu, a 22nd level Great Spirit Master. Your martial arts spirit or the wolf martial arts spirit of the Rotten Street, is it possible to counterattack Tang San? Take it. Mutated soul skill. While talking, Xiao Chenyu's momentum instantly condensed. Chapter 52, Doubt Life. Mutated spirit ability? What is this? Under the arena, Master Yu Xiaogang was confused and rubbed his eyes vigorously, wanting to see Xiao Chenyu's actions clearly. As an expert in the theory of the martial soul of the Douluo continent, he knows what combination soul abilities and fusion soul abilities have, but he has never heard of any mutant soul abilities. The term closest to the mutant spirit ability should be the mutant skill. I heard that the spirit ability of the 10,000-year spirit ring can mutate, produce new mutation skills, and greatly increase the power of the spirit ability. However, Xiao Chenyu is now only level 20, and he has a spirit ring for at most 100 years. How could such a high-end operation be possible? It's nonsense. Changing the spirit of the martial arts casually, is it a mutated spirit ability? It's just a joke. Ding Zhaochang couldn't help but shook his head. If this Xiao Chenyu could really mutate spirit abilities, it would be equivalent to being a level 20 spirit master, who had directly learned level 50 skills. This would be a fight, so who could stand it? Mutation skills, how harsh are the conditions for awakening, and being able to awaken mutation skills is a symbol of genius. In Douluo continent, comparing the genius level of a soul master is not only based on the cultivation speed of the soul master, but also the quality of the spirit, combat effectiveness, etc. And possessing mutation skills is inherently a level higher than ordinary spirit masters. Such talents are quite accomplished in spirit skills and are extremely rare, and they are definitely the target of major spirit master academies. What the hell? This Xiao Chenai's aura seems to have suddenly become stronger. At this moment, Tang San, who was standing on the ring, was not as relaxed as the audience in the audience, but frowned. All of this happened between lightning and flint, even if Tang San was wary, but he was still young after all, and he was not Tang San who would experience countless battles in the future. His response is still too late. Mutated Soul Skill Big Wolf Ball. In the sky, Xiao Chenai's lone wolf spirit suddenly curled up into a blue spherical object, crashing into Tang San's direction at a speed hard to see with the naked eye. Boom! With a loud noise, I saw Tang San's body colliding with the cyan ball of light. All this, even if Tang San Yun raised the purple pole demon eye, he didn't react at all. Is this really a mutant spirit ability? What a fast speed, what a destructive power! Under the ring, Master Yu Xiaogang could not help but exclaim. The powerful impact caused Tang San's body to fly upside down almost completely uncontrollably. And before Tang San could stabilize his figure, he saw the cyan ball of light hitting hard again. This cyan ball of light is very strange. It is obvious that the pressure on the martial soul is not strong, but it seems to have a natural repulsive effect. Everything it hits has flew 5 meters away. Boom! Tang San's body was directly knocked off the ring. However, even though he was knocked off the ring, Tang San didn't show any injuries on his body, but was full of energy. Immediately afterwards, the cyan light ball turned into a lone wolf martial soul again and returned to Xiao Chenai's body. Looking at Xiao Chenai's face again, it was obviously already extremely pale, and the consumption of Xiao Chenai's mutated spirit ability this time was obviously not light. This mutated spirit ability is too weird. It comes with a knockback effect, but it can't hurt people, but will consume more spirit power. What use is this spirit ability mutated? Under the ring, Ding Zhaochang's mouth twitched. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Xiao Chenai's state at this time is far worse than Tang San. Seeing that Xiao Chenai's spirit power was about to be exhausted, he was trembling, and he was about to fall down on the ring. And what about Tang San? Although he fell off the ring, he was so radiant, there was nothing wrong with playing hundreds of rounds. This mutated soul ability, which taught Xiao Chenai, isn't this a trick? Is it my son Qin He? Did Xiao Chenai realize such a ghost after rolling on the playground for a month? Qin Zhan was also dumbfounded, and didn't know what to say for a while. Scolding Xiao Chenai for his victory? However, the competition in the arena is to rely on your own means. As long as you become the final winner, there is nothing to say. What's more, even if you scratch your head, no one would have thought that Xiao Chenai would inexplicably awaken such a weird mutant spirit ability. My son Qin He, his teaching ability is so unique. This spirit ability, under the unexpected circumstances, the Yin Ren used it, it is really perfect. But once he was prepared, he wanted to beat Tang San out of the ring, it was simply impossible. Everything is luck and coincidence. I can only say that this Tang San is too unlucky. Xiao Chenai wins. The referee on the sidelines announced the final result blankly. The one who falls out of the ring is defeated. No matter how many whole cards or soul power you have in Tang San, Tang San loses in this competition. You are deceiving. You can't win. Under the ring, Tang San looked suspicious of life, looking at Xiao Chenai triumphantly, really wishing to shoot him to death. Too careless. Tang San, didn't expect that Xiao Chenai would definitely play tricks after following the insidious Qin He for so long. Tang San used to be calm before, but it depends on the situation. In this situation, it's like someone snatched the paper while wiping his butt. Can Tang San not jump? Wouldn't it be over if I ordered a set of concealed weapons earlier? I just feel that Xiao Chenyu is not worthy of my big move. This Nemes is really annoying. Even Qin He on the side could not help covering his face. Don't say this is my little brother, it's so embarrassing. This rolling practice method is clearly something Xiao Chenyu's brain made up. Even Qin He himself did not expect that although Xiao Chenyu's speed in cultivating soul power was not that great, his understanding was really abnormal. This strange spirit ability called Big Wolf Ball seems to be amusing, but in some cases, it might really be able to play a big role. Besides, the mutant spirit ability, what kind of Chinese cabbage do you think it is? You can comprehend it casually? You have to be talented. Anyway, if he killed him Qin He, it is impossible to realize what the is this. While thinking about things, Xiao Chenyu spoke triumphantly on the ring. Tang San, you are a defeated general, even Xiao Chenyu can't beat me, do you still have the face to fight against my boss Qin He? Failure is not terrible, the terrible thing is that you still believe this sentence. What a shame. Chapter 53, Rolling really useful? Ridicule. This is simply the ultimate mockery of Tang San. However, Xiao Chenyu was so arrogant, everyone present could not say a word of refutation. Victory is not martial? I also said that you Tang San hurt people with hidden weapons. As long as you can win, no matter what means you use to win, you can develop such a mutant spirit ability if you have the ability. Although Xiao Chenyu's words are not pleasant and arrogant, in the ears of the students of Notting College, it makes sense no matter how they hear them. Xiao Chenyu is usually inconspicuous. Why does he look so handsome today? Is this young master Qin He's ability? Not only is he strong, he is also so good at teaching others to practice. I think at the beginning, this Xiao Chenyu was just a waste material, just because he followed Qin He and became a dog by his side, there was such a drastic change. You are envious, jealous, and hate. If you have a chance, who would not be willing to follow Master Qin He? Young Master Qin He, it's so easy to take over. I heard that it will be subject to strict examination, you are late. While everyone praised Xiao Chenyu, they also raised Qin He's reputation to the pinnacle. No matter how great you are, Xiao Chenyu, but who is behind you? It's Qin He. Without Qin He, you Xiao Chenyu would be a fart. Qin He felt very uncomfortable. Xiao Chenyu, are you enough? Come down to me and stop talking nonsense. With a loud scolding, it exploded in the ears of everyone. Qin He's expression was very ugly, it was so dark that it was about to smoke. This Xiao Chenyu was utterly uttering in the arena, and was so proud that Qin He had also considered this situation. He Xiao Chenyu was originally a little dragon, and the character of the dragon is generally like this. He is superficial and ignorant, and he is mad with aspirations. It seems there is nothing wrong with this. It was Tang San who was the protagonist, who could be calm, mature and steady, showing the protagonist's style. But the problem is, you are calm and calm, you have a good personality, but you lose. Tang San is the protagonist, why did you lose? Winner and loser, the protagonist who loses is called prudent and courageous, and courage is called timid, and Xiao Chenyu, on the contrary, has a domineering demeanor. My reputation is really getting bigger and bigger. To be honest, I didn't even want to cultivate this Xiao Chenyu. I have allowed him to fend for himself for so long. Qin He couldn't help but complain. Didn't do anything, got a reputation for being a good teacher inexplicably, isn't this making yourself trouble? Thinking of the future, Qin He shuddered when all the big powers rushed to send his son over and let himself be a teacher. Does this make people keep a low profile? However, this scene, in the eyes of the onlookers, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Young Master Qin He is still not satisfied? Xiao Chenyu challenged and defeated a powerful enemy like Tang San. Under the ring, Ding Zhaochang couldn't help but shake his eyelids, with an unbelievable look. This Qin He, are you sure this is not pretending? Haha, this is my son's teaching idea, which makes everyone laugh. Yan teacher is a good disciple, this Xiao Chenai who only achieved a little bit of grades, so arrogant, it is indeed time to reprimand. Of course, it's not good if it's too strict. It's just enough, just enough. There was a faint smile on the corner of Qin Zhan's mouth. This smile made many teachers present feel a little uncomfortable. You bad old man is so bad. Mixed loading force. It's not enough for your son to pretend to be coercive. You are a dad, so hypocritical, it's nothing. Of course, many teachers have already reflected in their hearts whether they are too tolerant to their students. Look at Xiao Chenaiyu, such waste materials can be tuned into masters who overpower Tang San, and his disciples, can't they take off? For a time, many nodding college students just felt chilly. As expected, it is brother Qin He, just tapping at will, let Xiao Chenaiyu this fool master the mutant soul ability. On the side, Xiao Wu's eyes were braving stars, and almost her whole person was completely fallen. Xiao Wu knew the strength of Master Qin He best. On the surface, Lord Qin He was just an ordinary level 30 Great Spirit Master, but in reality, Lord Qin He killed the titled Douluo at will in the Heaven Do Forest. He is hidden in the human society, he must have his own foresight. Perhaps others thought that this was Xiao Chenaiyu's own savvy, which made him comprehend the mutated soul ability, but would Xiao Wu not know it herself? How Xiao Chenaiyu was instructed in the first place, Xiao Wu stood by her side, it can be said to be vivid. Damn Qin He, is he demonstrating? Tang San was depressed and almost didn't vomit blood. Lost again. This time, he lost even worse than the last time. Even Qin He didn't take any action personally, he was defeated by his little brother. From beginning to end, Qin He didn't even look at him. I'm afraid in his heart, Tang San doesn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. The idea of developing this mutant spirit ability is amazing. Turn the spirit into a sphere and launch an attack. If this spherical spirit ability can be used on other spirits, then Douluo continent's spirit ability might happen. An earth-shaking revolution. Under the arena, Yu Xiaogang could no longer comfort his disciple Tang San's defeat. He stared in Xiao Chenaiyu's direction with bright eyes, as if he had seen a rare treasure. That's enough. The wisdom of my boss, Qin He, is naturally extraordinary. It's a pity that my Xiao Chenaiyu is dull. It took a month to comprehend a mutant spirit ability, hey. After being reprimanded by Qin He, Xiao Chenaiyu also suddenly realized. Yes, Xiao Chenaiyu, are still too excited, the city mansion is too shallow, only to win a little Tang San, so proud. You know, this Tang San is just a dragon-like character. The little character who was slammed by Qin He a few years ago, won him, what is there to be proud of? Besides, if there is no Qin He boss, I am afraid that even such a small role would not be able to defeat. The realm of Qin He's boss is really too high, when will I be like the boss of Qin He, strong, humble, restrained, foresight? It only took a month. After hearing Xiao Chenaiyu's words, Yu Xiaogang's mouth twitched more severely. Some soul masters can hardly comprehend such a thing as a mutant soul ability in their entire lives. It took you a month to comprehend it, and you still look disgusted? Wrong. All this is not your Xiao Chenaiyu's credit at all. Yu Xiao Chenaiyu is just a soy sauce maker. Qin He behind him is probably no less than my Yu Xiaogang on the road of Wuhan research. Chapter 54, Unconsciously became a master. As expected to be young Master Qin He, I didn't expect young Master Qin He to be ingenious and actually invented a new way to cultivate soul skills. Yu Xiaogang said with emotion. In the Wuhan theoretical research community, a useful result can actually be called a master. And such masters are often over 40 years old and have studied countless martial arts before they came up with a relatively powerful result. And Qin He? He is only 11 this year. It is not easy for every master to become famous, but Qin He did it easily. 11-year-old master, what a terrible thing this is. Moreover, many of the masters of Wuhan theory research are mainly because they have no talent in the way of Wuhan cultivation and have no choice but to change to cultivation. As for Qin he was originally a genius for cultivation, and he was also proficient in martial arts research. How many abilities did this guy hide? Qin He Master Qin He? Is it that exaggerated? On the side, Dean Zhaocheng was also taken aback. Obviously he did not react. My son didn't do anything, he became a master. Qin Zhan also took a deep breath. The name of a master cannot be obtained casually. In Qin Zhan's impression, the masters are all that kind of calm and wise image, such as Master Yu Xiaogang in front of him. Many of the various martial arts theories he put forward have become the teaching materials of various colleges. As for Qin He's appearance, he said that he could be a genius in cultivation, and that he was also talented in the study of Wuhan theory. Brother Qin Zhan, Yu Xiaogang, didn't joke. A bright light flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, and sharp colors flashed through the gold-framed glasses. Wuhan Huaqiu, this is a brand new soul ability design idea. As we all know, the spherical shape is not only beautiful, but also arched from all directions, which has the characteristic of bearing great weight. Whether it is a human head or a soul beast head, why are most of them spherical? This structure can obviously protect himself better. Moreover, after Xiao Chenai's spirit is transformed into a spherical shape, the movement speed and impact force have also been greatly improved. This is something other spirit abilities can't do at all. Yu Xiaogang uttered a series of professional terms, which surprised everyone present. Yu Xiaogang makes a lot of sense. As a master, he can actually see so many things from a small mutant soul ability. People are masters, who have studied martial arts for so many years. What's weird seeing these things? The most terrifying thing is young Master Qin He. No, it should be Master Qin He. What does he think about this soul skill improvement method? It was shocking. Master Qin He was only 11 years old, and he was able to improve his soul skills and open up a new path for the cultivation of soul masters. In the long run, how terrifying the future achievements of Master Qin He will be. It's a pity that Master Qin He himself is very talented as a soul master, and he shouldn't put too much effort into Wuhan research. Otherwise, the world of Wuhan theory research will probably turn the sky. The students and teachers at Notting College went from unbelief, to shock, to admiration, in just a few minutes. In fact, Master Yu Xiaogang is an authority on Wuhan theoretical research, and his explanation is so reasonable that there is no way to refute it. Son, good job. Qin Zhan had a complaining expression, meaning that you have developed a new spirit ability. If you don't talk to your father, you will pass it on to others? If it weren't for Master Yu Xiaogang to expose you, you would have been fooled. Master Qin He, you like a low-key mood, I can understand, but such a big thing, this is a big thing that can change the pattern of the soul master world, how can you hide it from us? Zhao Chong also sighed. This Qin He, everything is good, just too lazy. It is estimated that he has created a new path of soul master's soul skills cultivation, which is just a matter of easy work for him, this guy simply doesn't bother to promote it. Throughout the history of the establishment of Notting College, there have been contras, nobles and emperors, but there has never been an 11-year-old master. This Qin He is terrifying. It's Qin He again. Tang San also slightly moved the corners of his mouth, and a feeling of weakness spread in his heart. I'm Tang San, I won't compare with this pervert if I kill you. He knows Tang sect hidden weapons, but he stole it from Tang sect, not his own. This Qin He was able to create a practice method on his own, which was equivalent to a figure of the ancestor who founded Litang sect. Obviously I'm the traverser, but this guy is clearly opening up. Yu Xiaogang, you master. On the side, Qin He was already gritted his teeth and almost died without vomiting blood. Shen Tima creates a new path for soul masters. Is there a talent for God? Qin He, obviously didn't do anything, you all misunderstood. Qin He was helpless. Usually, his little brother Xiao Chenaihu often falls into a state of self-replenishment. Even a master like Yu Xiaogang has started to make up for the lack of some of these things. How can Qin He keep me low-key? I'm too difficult. Wuhan Hall. Temple of Heaven Do Empire. Salas squinted, listening to the information from his subordinates, and his face was uncertain. What are you talking about? Many schools, Xiao Chenai from Notting College, after learning the mutant spirit skills taught by Qin He, actually defeated Tang San. Salas's grey beard also stood up in an instant, and there was a thick unbelievable color in his eyes. Not long ago, when the multi-school competition had not started, they had a discussion in the Wuhan Palace, and they felt that Xiao Chenai was just a dragon character, just a tease. Qin He used to confuse them. But in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chenai, who looked very weak, had even defeated Tang San. This Tang San is too wasteful. He has reached the 28th level at the age of 11. Although his spirit is blue-silver grass, I thought that this would be a genius who could match the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even beat a 20-level Xiao Chenai. Disdain flashed in Salas' eyes. Sure enough, blue-silver grass is a waste martial arts soul. No matter how fast your soul power increases, it won't be much better. Even the Xiao Chenai that Qin He cultivated casually couldn't beat it, so what can you expect from this guy in the future? Hurry up and send someone to investigate. What exactly did Qin He teach Xiao Chenai? If I can learn it, the soul master of my spirit hall will have a very powerful hole card. Chapter 55, Beat Me Hard. Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Level 86 Contra, Meng Shenji Meng Lao, and Shui Ye the Great, gathered in a palace. What are you talking about? Xiao Chenai's rolling practice method is really useful. He defeated Tang San of Notting College. Emperor Shui Yi's eyes widened, obviously shocked by the news. In the world of Douluo continent, the spirit power level is still more important. Tang San is a 28th level Great Spirit Master, while Xiao Chenai is a 22nd level. This Xiao Chenai defeated the high-level Tang San with a level of 22, enough to prove how powerful this guy's combat effectiveness was. And as everyone knows, Xiao Chenai was a waste material, let alone leapfrog challenge, even with the battle of the level cannot defeat the opponent. Your Majesty. This rolling practice method is probably a wonderful method passed down by young Master Qin He. On the side, Meng Shenji Meng Lao also looked excited, and said loudly. According to Yu Xiaogang, a well-known master of Wuhan theory research, this rolling practice method is not just a random thought, it has a certain scientific basis. If this rolling practice method is really useful, our Heaven Do Empire is undoubtedly walking in front of the Wuhan Hall and can learn this wonderful method in advance. The expression of Menchenji's excitement caused the corners of Emperor Sui's mouth to twitch. Our Heaven Do Empire walked to the front of Wuhan Hall? Go Ghost! The huge Tiandu Empire seems to have only his own son Xuebeng, his brain is convulsed, and he learns to roll with others. Go and pass on your Highness Xuebeng. Emperor Shui Ye ordered to go down, said. Soon, His Highness Xuebeng walked briskly to the hall. Father, are you looking for me? Xuebeng looked careless and heartless, causing the corners of Emperor Sui's mouth to twitch several times. Benger, what have you learned about practicing this rolling method recently? There was a hint of expectation in the eyes of Emperor Shui Ye. This own son, who has never been able to adjust, once made him half to death. If he took the lead in mastering the true meaning of this rolling practice method, and taught this set of rolling practice method to the sole master of the empire, then if things go on like this, the strength of the Heaven Do Empire will far surpass this spirit hall. On the side, Dreaming Machine also flashed the yearning color in his eyes. His Royal Highness Xuebeng, if you can comprehend the true meaning of this rolling practice, then you have done a great job for my Heaven Do Empire. What? Great work! On the side, His Highness Xuebeng was also glaring at the words of the two. It seems that his father has finally experienced the benefits of this rolling practice method. Ha ha ha, as expected, I am the smartest and most foresight. I practiced the rolling method early and followed Qin He's footsteps early. I really have meat. His Royal Highness Xuebeng deliberately pondered for a while, and when everyone was waiting impatiently, he said leisurely, "Father, since I practiced this rolling method, I can be said to be refreshed, and ecstatic." Seeing that His Highness Xuebeng continued to speak, Emperor Shuye turned dark and waved his hand, directly stopping. "Okay. Just talk about it. After rolling for so long, can you have a soul power level breakthrough?" "What level breakthrough?" Avalanche Hall was confused and shook his head blankly. Aside, Meng Shenji Menglao also nodded. "His Royal Highness Xuebeng, then do you understand any mutant spirit skills?" According to the information from Nodding College, although this Xiao Chinayu had not broken through his spirit power level, it was said that he had understood a very powerful spirit ability, so he was able to leapfrog the challenge. Mutated spirit ability? Menglao, you are always confused. This mutant spirit ability is something a great spirit master can comprehend. If anyone tells you that he can comprehend a mutant spirit ability at more than 20 levels, then it's a fool. Those who believe this must have pits in their brains. In a word, the faces of both Menishenji and Swigreat are as black as the bottom of a pot. "I thought that Your Highness Avalanche finally rose up, but I didn't expect to be a brass player. You didn't understand anything, and you've been here for 10 days. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Come here, bring a stick. Give me a hard hit." With a beckoned by Emperor Shuye, a dozen brawny men came in carrying a fine iron stick. "Father, what did I do wrong?" "Father, don't." His Highness Xuebeng paled, and he almost fainted. "Qin He, you fellow, come to hurt me again. You fellow, you are not kind." Wahundian Junior College. Rolling practice method? How does Qin He think about it? He can come up with such a magical method. A hint of admiration flashed faintly in Hulina's eyes, and he was a little embarrassed immediately. Although this rolling practice method can help a soul master to comprehend a very powerful soul ability, it is still very embarrassing for a girl to roll around in public. Thinking of her saintess of the Hall of Martial Spirits, a disciple of the Pope, with such a noble status, is it possible that she would like to roll on the ground like others? This is too shameful. It's just nonsense. This Xiao Chinayu is just lucky enough to comprehend a bit of a mutant soul ability. This is definitely not Qin He's credit. Xiaoyu on the side was already a distorted and unhuman figure at this time. His face was beaten and swollen. Before that, he vowed to say that this Qin He was nothing but that, and that the disciple Xiao Chinayu he taught was a good one to get rid of every second. But in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chinayu's performance completely surpassed his Xiaoyu's expectations. Become famous. He defeated Tang San at the 28th level, and he also comprehended the mutant spirit ability. Now Xiao Chinayu has received invitations from countless high-level academies. Brother, don't you think this Qin He is very powerful? On the side, Hulina glanced at Xiaoyu dissatisfiedly, and said, Brother, you will also participate in the multi-school competition this time. You are not afraid to lose to Xiao Chinayu. Hulina's words made Xiaoyu's face flush directly. I have to say that even if Xiao Chinayu's weird spirit ability is Xiaoyu, he can't say that he can completely ignore it. Mutated spirit abilities have always been something that can only be mastered by high-level spirit masters, and Xiaoyu, although she is a genius, is only at level 28 after all. What? I'm afraid of Xiao Chinayu. This Xiao Chinayu defeated Tang San, obviously only because Tang San was too weak. Look at Tang San, this name doesn't sound like a very powerful character. Usually only the dragon tactics are called Zhang San Li Si Wang Wu, this Tang San, a small dragon tactic, what can Xiao Chenai win him? My Ziyu is the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, defeating Xiao Chenai, it is completely effortless. Chapter 56, Qin He Cult. Yu. At Notting College, Tang San suddenly sneezed and couldn't help rubbing his nose. Who is talking about me? Tang San muttered with a very ugly expression, and glanced around. The voice of the people around him, Ru Yuo, reached his ears. Look, that's Tang San, the 28th level scum who was hoisted by the 20th level. This Tang San, cultivated so fast, did not expect to be such a fragile existence, being challenged by others, how unstable this foundation is. It turns out to be high scores and low energy, no wonder. You still have to find young Master Qin He for your apprenticeship. You see young Master Qin He has reached level 30 early, but he is not in a hurry to upgrade at all, but is busy polishing the foundation. This is the master style. These comments caused Tang San's mouth to twitch even harder, and the whole person seemed to be in a state of collapse. Qin He, your sister. You are not human. Tang San was very depressed. No matter how fast he improves his spirit power, he is not as fast as Qin He. But if Qin He did this, it was a steady development, and Tang San was so lofty. You crowd of onlookers are too powerful. Little 3. At this moment, only a deep voice sounded. Lifting his head, I saw Master Yu Xiaogong's calm and steady face appearing in front of Tang San. Master. Tang San looked at Yu Xiaogang as if he had found a savior, as if he wanted an explanation. Little San, it's nothing to lose for a while. I think at the beginning, when I was young, didn't I also encounter a lot of setbacks? 10 years later. Yu Xiaogong's words, like a ray of breeze, soothed the wound in Tang San's heart, and Tang San couldn't help but a strong fighting spirit emerged from the bottom of his heart. Not bad. The master is too right. Soul master cultivation is never a matter of overnight. Any soul master, wouldn't he fail in his entire life? His Qin He is indeed amazing now, whether it is his own cultivation level or his ability to teach his younger brother, it is shocking. But 10 years later? What about 100 years from now? When I, Tang San, will become a in the next 100 levels, this Qin He is so lazy, he may not be able to become a god. At that time, I, Tang San, will surpass him? Lifting his head, Tang San's eyes were filled with excitement tears. He was about to thank Yu Xiaogang for his encouragement, but when he heard Yu Xiaogang shook his head, he said. After 10 years, you will get used to it. Tang San. Give me back my touch. Notting College. Following Xiao Chenai's victory over Tang San, Xiao Chenai's performance became more and more outstanding. Notting College participated in the multi-school competition this time. There were not many people at first, and there were only 10 people in total. And Tang San, besides Xiao Chenai, was the strongest at Notting College. After Xiao Chenai defeated Tang San, the next battle could be described as devastating. No matter what kind of opponent he faced, he saw Xiao Chenai make a random move, easily solved it, quite a Qin He style. Our boss Qin He told me that if you can solve it with one trick, you definitely don't need a second trick. Xiao Chenai spoke on the ring, and for a while, the meaning of making people worship Qin He increased day by day. Famous teachers make great students. Xiao Chenai has already won the championship of Notting College. Will he represent Notting College next? When the competition didn't start, who would have thought that Xiao Chenai had obtained the qualification for this multi-school competition? Xiao Chenai is only level 20, and in this multi-school competition, Master Xiaoyu from the Spirit Hall will also participate. The opponent is a level 28 Great Spirit Master. This level difference. Have you forgotten Tang San? Tang San is just a trick, but that Xiaoyu is really not that easy to defeat. Many students at Notting College are talking about the progress of this competition. In the next finals, representatives from various colleges will gather in Heavendo Imperial City. This time in the finals, the final champion will be determined. If Qin He participates, everyone may think that this time the multi-school competition, the championship is no suspense. But if it was Xiao Chenyu, no matter how powerful Xiao Chenyu was before, even Tang San could defeat it, everyone still had doubts. Tang San's martial spirit is nothing more than blue-silver grass, and this Xiaoyu, but the boss of the martial spirit palace, the opponent's martial spirit is also the best martial spirit. What are you talking about? This time Xiao Chenyu went to Heavendo Imperial City to participate in the multi-school competition championship. I, Qin He, must also go with the regiment. On the lounge chair in the dormitory, listening to Xiao Wu's report, Qin He felt as if he had been stabbed, and he was jumping 3 feet high. The final was held in the Heavendo Imperial City. Students from all over the Heavendo Empire would naturally not go to the Heavendo Imperial City alone. In the wild of Douluo continent, after all, there is still a certain degree of danger, and there must be a senior spirit master to protect it to be relieved. Various colleges and universities will send delegations to gather in the Heavendo Imperial City to carry out this multi-school competition. Although this multi-school competition did not include any powerful geniuses, it was still a grand event. Master Qin He, you are Xiao Chenyu's teacher. In this multi-school competition, how can you not show your face as a teacher? Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes, and said with a dazed look. Many schools compare, students are fighting on stage, if the performance is good, the teacher will be bright. Therefore, for this kind of event, students usually travel with the teacher. This has been the practice since the multi-school competition. God's teacher? I, Qin He, has an apprentice inexplicably. The corner of Qin He's mouth twitched. To be honest, he never thought that Qin He would be killed. In this multi-school competition, Notting College would have won in the end, it would actually be Xiao Chenyu's second classmate. Obviously he didn't teach anything by Qin He, but Xiao Chenyu is so good, it's almost as if he's been playing. Tang San, I'm so disappointed in you. Doesn't it sound good to sleep in the dormitory? However, this Xiao Chenyu performed so well, and he won a championship as soon as he came, which made him have to follow him for a walk around the Heavendo Imperial City. No, I can't let Xiao Chenyu continue to develop. I thought that Xiao Chenyu was a waste material, and collecting waste material by his side would make others think that you are nothing but Qin He. But who would have thought that Xiao Chenyu has changed? He is no longer the little dragon set in the original book, he has grown. With countless thoughts flashing in his mind, Xiao Chenyu took a deep breath, showing a meaningful smile, and said, Xiao Wu, you go to Xiao Chenyu, I have something to teach him. Chapter 57, Large Loading Scene. Master Qin He. At the door of Liashe, a tall man looked at Qin He excitedly, his voice trembling a little. This man is undoubtedly Xiao Chenyu. During this period of time, Xiao Chenyu's life was extremely moisturizing. He who defeated Tang San was recognized as a rare genius, and he received invitations from countless colleges. However, for Xiao Chenyu, it doesn't matter which college he goes to, the most important thing is to be able to learn from Qin He's side. Look at the boss of Qin He, just a few dials at will, and Xiao Chenyu can defeat Tang San. Master, are you going to teach me any new moves? Xiao Chenyu's eyes were full of expectation. Indeed, for a long time, Qin He's guidance seemed to be just random, and he did not seriously teach Xiao Chenyu once. However, without serious teaching, Xiao Chenyu has already achieved such terrible results. If this is serious teaching, would it be worth it? Xiao Chenyu, you think too much, I don't know how to teach people, I don't plan to teach you new moves. Seeing Xiao Chenyu's over-replenishing appearance, Qin He spread his hands helplessly. When he fights with Qin He he has never used any spirit skills. Go over with one move and solve it directly. If it is not enough, then try another move. What kind of mutated soul ability? This is completely your own good understanding, and you can make up for it at will. Xiao Chinayu, Qin He, really misunderstood you. I didn't expect you to be such a talent. But it's okay. With my teaching from Qin He, you, a genius, will kill me in the cradle immediately, don't even want to take off. Master Qin He is modest again. On the side, Xiao Wu also had a light in her eyes, her face flashing a little helpless. Master Qin He is good at everything, just too low-key. However, no matter how low-key you are, it is useless. Master Qin He's teaching ability is recognized by the masses and cannot be denied at all. I see. Xiao Chinayu also suddenly realized, with an excited expression. Also asked Master Qin He to speak. This look, this posture, like a pilgrimage, in Xiao Chinayu's eyes, Qin He is like a who saves him from all over the world, it can be described as his belief. Master Qin He, do you want to drive others away? There seems to be a lot of people here this time. At the same time, Xiao Wu glanced at the people around her, a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Around Liache, at this time, unconsciously, the students of Notting College were already surrounded. Even many teachers, and even the dean, have been mixed in the crowd, looking forward to it. Qin He cultist? I have never seen how Qin He teaches his apprentices, but Xiao Chinayu is so good, it seems that he has to study hard. In the crowd, Dean Zhaochang stroked his beard and sighed, looking at Qin He with encouraging eyes, the meaning was obvious. Whatever you say, I will take notes below. Tang San, Qin He was able to teach Xiao Chinayu so well in a short period of time, which shows that he must be exceptional. This time he taught Xiao Chinayu publicly, you have to listen carefully, maybe even to you. Great help. Aside, Yu Xiaogang was standing in a corner of the crowd with Tang San, and saw the master speak with admiration. Although Yu Xiaogang has become a well-known master in Douluo continent, he is not an old scholar who sticks to the rules. Although Qin He was only 11 years old and looked so young, relying on Qin He to develop the rolling practice method, the opponent's status would not be much lower than his Yu Xiaogang. It is not a shame for Yu Xiaogang to learn from each other's strengths and make up for their weaknesses. What useful things can Qin He really teach? Tang San didn't speak aside, but his eyes narrowed slightly, and the doubt on his face was beyond words. For any soul master, a good cultivation method is an unspoken secret. Only true fathers and sons and apprentices, who have an extremely close relationship, will teach each other. This Qin He said he wanted to teach Xiao Chinayu, but he didn't close the door to secretly teach. I am afraid that the people in the public will not teach anything useful. At the same time, in some corners of Notting College, there was a vaguely powerful aura, almost all of them above Contra. They were hidden in the corner and did not show their figures, but Qin He, as a 1000-level boss, how could their concealment methods conceal his perception of Qin He? Most of these hidden powerhouses are masters of the Heaven Do Empire and Wuhan Temple, and a small number of them are other forces, such as the Star Luo Empire, etc. They want to listen, then listen. Seeing this scene, Qin He's eye muscles twitched more severely. Indeed, if Qin He really had any powerful cultivation techniques, how could he announce it to the public? He asked Xiao Chinayu to come over, just wanting to exhort Xiao Chinayu, so as not to have time to go to Heaven Do Imperial City to make a big incident. Who could have imagined that so many people would gather at once? If you can learn something, count me as losing. Qin He couldn't help but complain. Qin He coughed slightly. On the surface, Qin He was still calm, and said lightly. Xiao Chinayu, I am looking for you today. I won't teach you any soul abilities or cultivation. I only want to teach you a truth. A faint coercion shrouded Qin He's body, like a high above, and his voice was powerful and oppressive. Although Qin He spoke with a calm and breezy tone, although the force that deliberately pressed the 1000-level boss was not fully released, everyone felt as if they were hit by a big hammer at this time. This coercion is like someone looking directly at your mind with sharp eyes, leaving the other party nowhere to escape. This Qin He, casually speaking, why does my heart feel tedious? On the side, Dean Zhaochang's forehead was sweaty. A truth? What is the truth? Does this so-called truth imply the ultimate secret of soul master cultivation? Yu Xiaogang felt the atmosphere around him instantly congealed, and he was surprised. Don't talk about cultivation, only reason. Xiao Chenihu was sweating coldly, as if he had fallen into an ice hole. Did I, Xiao Chenihu, do something wrong recently? No, obviously I have always followed Qin He's instructions. Could it be that I understood it wrong? Rus can teach. Seeing Xiao Chenihu's nervousness, Qin He nodded in satisfaction and was about to continue preaching. However, at this moment, Xiao Chenihu suddenly realized, his expression excited. Master Qin He, I understand. Master Qin He, what you mean is that you don't have to stick to one trick or one in a soul master's practice, but you have to grasp the trick, that is, the truth, so that you can get twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 58, You Give Me Water? Understand? Xiao Chenihu's voice rang in everyone's ears, causing everyone to exclaim. Don't stick to one trick? Get the trick. It seems to make sense too. Xiao Chenihu is right. We have been pursuing the power of the soul ability and the mutant soul ability. I don't know that only the one that suits you is the best. What is Xiao Chenihu? That is clearly young Master Qin He. The students of Nodding College, some were confused, some were excited, and some suddenly realized, and they looked different for a time. What the hell? Master, do you understand what Qin He is talking about? In the crowd, Tang San couldn't help frowning. Qin He, this guy, obviously didn't say anything. What did this fellow named Xiao Chenihu understand? How did this comprehend? Xiao Chenihu glanced at the crowd at Nodding College disdainfully, and said, Master Qin He's teaching is so profound that stupid people won't understand it. If you don't understand, go back by yourself, don't waste time here. Tang San. You are kidding me. You are a fool. Your whole family is stupid. Lifting his head, Tang San's gaze swept towards his master, Master Yu Xiaogang. Well, it makes sense. I saw Master Yu Xiaogang squinting his eyes, stroking his beard and sighing, as if he heard the most beautiful music in the world, and the whole person seemed to be immersed in it. That's not bad, you deserve to be young Master Qin He, there is so much meaning in one sentence, the old man has benefited a lot, he has benefited a lot. Dean Zhaochang gave a dry cough, his face flushed, and he immediately looked quite agreeable. The old man listens carefully, I'm afraid this young Master Qin He has some advice. Following Qin He's words, the crowd plunged directly into the noise. At the same time, Qin He, who was in the center of the crowd, had a dumbfounded look. I haven't talked about anything special, you all understood it right away? What did you realize? My understanding is low, and I am a waste material, Qin He, I feel a little flustered. The Douluo continent is really terrible. There are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the small Northern Academy, and they can have an epiphany at random. It seems that Qin He's cultivation to the 1000th level is not safe, I still have to continue to practice, still have to be low-key. I bother. You just have a pit in your brain is abnormal. Taking a deep breath, Qin He said. Xiao Chenihu, do you know that you are wrong? The pressure on Qin He was stronger than before. Too annoying. This Xiao Chenihu, originally wanted to reprimand him, let him keep a low profile and stop being in the limelight. He didn't expect that this guy would help Qin He directly on the cusp of the storm. If I say anything casually, you can read and understand. If things go on like this, don't you Xiao Chenaiyu want to go to heaven? Master, where did I go wrong? At this time, Xiao Chenaiyu also felt a chill in his forehead, and his heart was also tight. Could it be that I understood the profound meaning of Master Qin He wrong? No, after following Master Qin He for so many years, I think I have a very deep understanding of Master Qin He. The many profound meanings of Master Qin He can only be interpreted by a smart person like Xiao Chenaiyu, and ordinary people really can't. But now, Master Qin He has upgraded, making it even more difficult to understand? 2. After all, Lord Qin He wants to unify the Douluo continent in the future and become a man of the eternal emperor. The emperor's heart is unpredictable, and that is what it should be. If Master Qin He is easily understood by Xiao Chenaiyu, then maybe Xiao Chenaiyu is in danger. The others are also at a loss at this time. Xiao Chenaiyu had a very good understanding of what Qin He said just now. Why, Qin He still looks very dissatisfied. Could it be that Qin He really has a deeper meaning? As expected to be Master Qin He, it's no wonder that our disciple's IQ is much lower than what Qin He taught. It turns out that there is such a reason. Ding Zhaochang suddenly realized. My disciple Tang San, he has worked very hard in his soul power cultivation, but unfortunately this hard work is in the wrong direction. Yu Xiaogang also shook his head, admiring Qin He and stepping up to a new level. No matter what other people think, Qin He just listened to him and said, I am very dissatisfied with your behavior during this time. Who told you to participate in the multi-school competition and just take a champion back? Who asked you to solve the opponent with one move? When did I teach you this? Be a low-key person, and don't do things too extreme, don't you understand? The scolding reprimand came out of Qin He's mouth. The teachers and students of Notting College who were present all took a breath. Even the scouts of the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall hidden in the dark were at a loss, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Are you sure this is not pretending? Ding Zhaochang was about to smoke on his forehead, and he was almost killed by Qin He. Unacceptable. Originally, Zhaochang thought that even though this Xiao Chenaiyu had defeated other spirit masters, would he have committed a sinful crime? But unexpectedly, Qin He reprimanded Xiao Chenaiyu because he had solved the opponent with one move? Your sister. If my disciple can be as powerful as Xiao Chenaiyu, I guess I can wake up from dreaming. Master Qin He, it's too much, do you think he is low-key? Yu Xiaogang also shook his head with a complicated expression, without knowing how many twitches the corners of his eyes had. I'm low-key, you big head. You are obviously acting as force. His apprentice Tang San, basically can be regarded as the kind of stuff that Xiao Chenaiyu's one-shot kill. Although they had been tossing in the ring for a long time, everyone knew that Xiao Chenaiyu had a mutant spirit ability, and in the end Tang San was defeated by his mutant spirit ability. I came over to listen to Qin He's teaching methods, and was beaten in disguise. Too much deception. Qin He, you wait for me. Tang San's face flushed even more. God's teaching method. Shen's rolling practice. I, Tang San, cling to my bones, even if I die, even if I jump off the cliff of ghosts and sorrow, I will never learn Qin He again. Too much deception. You Xiao Chenaiyu, didn't you just beat Tang San by one round? That's my Tang's 3 intentions, otherwise, how could you beat me? On the side, Xiao Chenaiyu was aggrieved. Master Qin He, I don't want to defeat them with a single move, but they are too weak, and I can't control it. Xiao Chenaiyu comprehended such a mutated spirit ability in total. One trick was eaten all over the sky, and if he asked him to use others, he wouldn't be able to. The corner of Qin He's mouth twitched. You will let me out. Understand? Chapter 59, What a Cunning Qin He. Notting College. At the entrance of Liache. The atmosphere at this time became very strange. Master Qin He is a good method. The mixed pretense of the master and the disciples, the performance of a good show, really opened my eyes. In the distance, Dean Zhaochang, who had been holding back hardly speaking, couldn't help it. There are so many teachers and students at Notting College who come to listen to Qin He's teaching methods. Qin He doesn't take it seriously, and you deliberately pretend to be forced in front of us. Isn't this a bit too much? Dean Zhaochang was so angry that his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. To be honest, if it wasn't for Qin He's father to be the city lord of Notting City or an earl, and Qin He was a talent that the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire paid attention to, he would have slapped Dean Zhaochang long ago. When all the people in our village are thinking hard about the deep meaning of your Qin He's words, when you look up, you tell me, this is all for pretending, there is no deep meaning at all. Are you kidding me? Young Master Qin He, you are not kind. I will leave first. Yu Xiaogang also waved his hand solemnly, which seemed quite free and easy. This Qin He, even though he is still young, is really a cunning man. Indeed, on the Douluo continent, the cultivation method of a soul master has always been an unspoken secret. And Qin He, as a master of soul master theoretical research, he was unwilling to share his own experience. That was normal behavior. As his master Yu Xiaogang, he has mastered the cutting-edge technology of soul master cultivation, and he can clearly lead others. Why should he spread it out for free? Speaking of it, they came uninvited, which is quite unreasonable. Tang San also looked at Qin He with a bad look, feeling aggrieved. Hey, just think whatever you like, I'm all used to it. Qin He waved his hand casually, with a look of disapproval. After being misunderstood so many times, Qin He is already very skilled. The teachers and students of Notting College, whose grades are too low, can't disturb Qin He's peaceful life at all. They misunderstand and misunderstand them. If Qin He took the time to explain, it would be uneconomical to delay his sleep time. The top priority now is to get this Xiao Chinayu done, and he can't let him continue to develop. The current Xiao Chinayu can already defeat Tang San, and when he participates in the multi-school competition in the future, he will defeat a few Spirit Hall masters and rise to fame. Then he, as a teacher, should be regarded as a big boss level person. Although with his strength, being a big boss is more than enough, but Qin He doesn't want to take care of these chores. Wouldn't it be good to have time to sleep? The current Douluo continent is managed by the Spirit Hall, and maintaining such a situation is actually quite decent. As long as the Wuhandian didn't infringe on his Qin He's interests, and he was idle to find the Wuhandian trouble, when the mainland was turbulent, how could Qin He lead a comfortable life? As everyone knows, Qin He's appearance without any explanation has made everyone at Notting College suddenly realize. Sure enough, he deliberately pretended to be in front of us. This Qin He is really disgusting. With high strength, can you do whatever you want? I curse him. Yes. At this time, I don't want to practice hard, but I just want to pretend to be forced. How could Notting College send such a representative? I bet that this time the multi-school competition, Xiao Chinayu must be beaten by the evil moon in the Spirit Hall. A farce. Heaven Do Empire Wuhan Temple. Salas chuckled and placed the information in his hand in front of the candlelight, quietly watching the information in front of him turn into a mass of ashes. Qin He's strength seemed to be a mystery to Wuhan Palace. However, Xiao Chinayu, the son of a small nobleman in Notting City, his information is still easy to check. Although, Xiao Chinayu was ingenious and mastered a strange spirit ability called Big Wolf Ball. However, as long as it is a spirit ability, there are weaknesses. After many studies in the Wuhan Hall, this Xiao Chinayu's mutant soul ability has already found a way to restrain him for the Wuhan Hall students. If Xiao Chinayu had no new means, then this time the multi-school competition would only fail him. Xiao Chinayu, Master Bishop, although Qin He is young, but he has a deep mind. Maybe he has given Xiao Chinayu some killer skill, he has to guard against it. Besides Salas, his subordinates cautiously spoke. The spies in the Wuhan Hall paid no attention to Qin He. Although there was interference from the Heaven-Do Empire, under the endless methods of the Spirit Hall, Salas obtained a lot of information. On the surface, it seems that Qin He just sleeps on the recliner every day, and he didn't teach Xiao Chenyu anything. But the Wuhan Palace that has been beaten in the face more than once, can't be regarded as nothing happened. This Qin He is really difficult. At the same time, Salas squinted his eyes and murmured. Although he had never met Qin He a few times, but secretly, Salas thought he had fought Qin He several times. At a young age, you can have such a method, this Qin He is not easy to handle. However, in this multi-school competition, no matter how great Qin He is, he will not participate in person. And Xiao Chenyu? This Xiao Chenyu is only level 20, and there is still a gap in strength with the younger generation of contestants in the Wuhan Palace. Qin He, could he change his fate against the sky? It's okay. The old man has done enough. Let the young man take care of the rest. Give this information to young Master Xiaoyu. Qin He is difficult to deal with, but his little brother Xiao Chenyu is a stunt boy, I think he can't even handle Xiao Chenyu. Salas chuckled, opened his mouth and made a decision. Wuhandian Junior College. After receiving the information from Salas, Xiaoyu couldn't help taking a deep breath, almost unable to hold back her inner joy, and laughed out loud. 3 days ago, Qin He taught Xiao Chenyu some practice principles. The intelligence network of the Wuhan Temple is not inaccurate. What happened at Notting College that day was recorded almost in detail. Even Qin He never let go of every word and expression he said at that time. At the moment, the enemy, Qin He dares to ignore the threat of my evil moon, and if nothing has happened before the students of Notting College, he will not put my evil moon in his eyes. Ha ha! Ziyu's smile was so gloomy. In that case, let me give him Qin He's disciple, that poor Xiao Chenyu, give him a magnificent failure in this multi-school competition. Chapter 60, Second Deep Meaning. Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. Menchenji hurriedly walked into the hall with an anxious look. Your Majesty, it's not good. According to the news from the spies, this Qin He has swelled recently. The voice of the dream god machine rang in the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace, and the loud voice echoed the entire Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. Old Ming, what's wrong with you? The Emperor Shuiye sitting on the Golden Luang Temple rubbed his swollen head and said with a laugh. Although Gu said that the spies of the Tiandu Empire always pay attention to Qin He, but you don't want to spread all the information here. Gu is still very busy. Isn't it because Qin He is swollen? Qin He is growing his body age. It's no big deal to get fatter, just exercise more. Get more exercise. The corners of Menchenji's mouth trembled, and the beard almost didn't pull off a few. He took a deep breath and said loudly. Your Majesty, you are misunderstood. What I said is not that Qin He is fat, but that Qin He is proud and complacent. He didn't take this multi-school competition in his eyes. I am afraid that he will fail miserably. Immediately afterwards, I only listened to Menchenji telling Emperor Sui about what Qin He had done at Notting College. At present, Qin He didn't teach his apprentice Xiao Chenyu to practice well, but he deliberately pretended to be forced in front of everyone at Notting College. Not only that, this Qin He also caused anger and resentment, and now the entire Notting College complains about him. The most frightening thing is that in the Spirit Hall, it is said that the ultimate move to deal with Xiao Chenyu's mutated soul ability has been researched, but Xiao Chenyu can only use that mutated soul ability without the slightest innovation. That's it. Emperor Shuiye couldn't help frowning. If that's the case, then it would be troublesome. This time the multi-school competition, although none of the major colleges sent elite disciples to participate in the war, it was a grand event anyway, and there were still many people participating. Especially, the finals of the multi-school competition was held in the Heaven-Do Imperial City, which is the emperor capital of the Heaven-Do Empire. As everyone knows, the relationship between Wuhan Palace and Tiandu Empire can be described as a perfect match. Under his eyes, Emperor Shuiye naturally didn't want the people of Wuhandian Academy to win. However, it is undeniable that the golden generation of Wuhandian Academy is indeed much more than ordinary spirit masters. For example, in this competition, Wuhandian Academy only sent Xiaoyu, one of the golden generations, and the opponent's combat power can be described as destroying the dead, and almost no one can get past Xiaoyu. Today, among the major colleges, there is only Xiao Chenayu's mutated soul ability, and perhaps there is still some possibility of surprising victory, and Xiao Chenayu, with his back on the big tree Qin He, may be able to turn defeat into victory. Obviously, both Menchengji and Sui Great knew this, so they couldn't help sighing. Wrong. Emperor Shuiyi's wrinkled old face suddenly showed a touch of solemnity. Although Qin He is young, he is careful and thoughtful. He never did such a frivolous thing. You said he was swollen, maybe there is any deep meaning in it. When he said this, Emperor Sui stared at Dream Machine with piercing eyes, as if he wanted some comfort from his answer. Menchengji sighed, young Master Qin He may have some deep meaning, but there is still no way to make up for this gap in hard power. Unless young Master Qin He plays in person, Xiao Chenayu will definitely lose. Not optimistic. All kinds of not optimistic. No matter which force it is, no matter how it is analyzed, the result they come to is that Xiao Chenayu has failed. And Xiao Chenayu, who Qin He worked hard to cultivate, will probably lose miserably this time and become a joke among the people. In the midst of such crazy public opinion, Qin He seemed calm, and his usual snoring voice was even more regular and peaceful than ever. Nodding College. Inside a classroom. Sister Xiaohu, I have something to ask you. In the classroom, Xiao Chenayu, who was tall, had dark eyes and anxious expression, and his spirit was much worse than before. Obviously, even if Xiao Chenayu has a big heart that does not fear human words, the public opinion this time is obviously too turbulent. Even if Xiao Chenayu is strong, the pressure at this time is the greatest. Are you worried about the next multi-school competition? Being called the big sister-in-law by Xiao Chenayu, Xiao Wu felt happy. But soon, Xiao Wu's expression was solemn, and he pointed out Xiao Chenayu's problem sharply. As expected of my sister-in-law, I have been with Qin He's boss for so long, and she can see my problem at a glance. Xiao Chenayu smiled bitterly. Although he was impressed, he didn't have any interest in saying flattery. Indeed, Xiao Chenayu's psychological endurance was not very strong, and defeating Tang San was originally an accident. His Xiao Chenayu was not relying on his true strength, but on Tang San's intentions, defeating his opponent by surprise. Suddenly being promoted to a high position, an ordinary Nodding Academy dragon set is about to confront the super genius of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. Is it strange that Xiao Chenayu is not nervous? Besides, Xiao Chenayu could only use the mutant spirit ability, and now the only ultimate move has been thoroughly studied by the Spirit Hall. In this situation, there is no certainty of victory no matter how you look at it. Moreover, Xiao Chenayu now dare not ask Qin He. After all, now the boss of Qin He has upgraded and is even more unfathomable, in case he says something wrong. Xiao Chenayu, are you stupid? Seeing Xiao Chenayu's depressed look, Xiao Wu shook her head hating iron and steel, and said. The golden generation of Wuhan Palace was once only the defeat of young Master Qin He. Furthermore, Lord Qin He was in the crowd a few days ago, and has already called you? This method of defeating the Spirit Hall must be hidden in the words of Lord Qin He. Xiao Wu's expression was firm, golden light radiated from all over her body. Sure enough, even though Xiao Chenayu has been with young Master Qin He for so long, I still have a clear mind, and I am still good at Xiao Wu. Young Master Qin He is inconvenienced every day, so it seems that I can only ask my Xiao Wu as his sister-in-law to call Xiao Chenayu this fool. Xiao Wu smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth, as if she was caught in some kind of reverie. The way to defeat the Spirit Hall? Has it been passed to me? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Chenayu was taken aback for a moment, and immediately showed an expression of contemplation. Isn't that young Master Qin He's reprimanding remarks against me that day was just to pretend? Is it possible that in addition to pretending to be forced, there is a second deep meaning in the words of young Master Qin He reprimanding me?